Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins in the CNN Center. Here's the news at this hour. U.S. Chief Warrant Officers Ronald D. and Chief Warrant Officer David S. Williams are Iraqi prisoners tonight. 5 other Americans are also in Iraqi captivity. Specialist Shoshana Johnson, Private Patrick Miller, Specialist Joseph Hudson, Specialist Edgar Hernandez, and Sergeant James Riley. The U.S. claims some 3,000 enemy POWs. The Red Cross is trying to gain access to those American POWs, and the military says it will soon be able to bring food and water into Basra, where fighting continues tonight. The UN is warning of a humanitarian crisis in Iraq's second biggest city, 2 days after it lost its water and power supplies. Further north, Prime Minister Tony Blair says coalition forces are on the verge of a critical moment when they have to smash through the Republican Guard lines around Baghdad. CNN has learned coalition aircraft are targeting Saddam International Airport outside the capital. There were waves of bombings earlier overnight. And the U.S. is now in the process of opening a second front north of the capital. As they get nearer, though, CNN has learned U.S. officials are fearful of a possible chilling scenario. Intelligence reports these officials have seen suggest that Iraq's leaders have drawn a red line somewhere around Baghdad. These officials tell CNN that the intelligence suggests once U.S. forces step foot across that line, the Republican Guard may have been ordered to open up with chemical weapons. Federal officials have a new lead suspect in the case of the mysterious virus. The Centers for Disease Control suspects a new strain of coronavirus may be behind the virus that has now struck 39 Americans. Right now, more of CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq live from the front lines.
Well, good evening again, everyone. If we've learned anything over the last few days, we're never quite sure what our time here will turn out to be over the next 4 hours. We'll take you where we have been this day, and we'll see what unfolds before us. We begin with an overview of the war, which in a way has turned into 2 wars, the drive for Baghdad and the mopping up in the south, both turning out to be more deliberate and somewhat more difficult and costly than perhaps it was in our most optimistic imagination, at least. And the closer American forces get to Baghdad, of course, the tougher the going gets, and it is getting tougher. We begin at the Pentagon tonight. We have our senior Pentagon reporter, Jamie McIntyre, with us. Jamie, good evening to you.
Good evening, Aaron. Well, U.S. and British forces are girding for a showdown with Iraqi Republican Guard troops, and there is fresh evidence tonight, fresh indications that they may be facing chemical weapons. U.S. troops are within 50 miles of Baghdad, preparing to engage a key Republican Guard division in what may be a decisive battle in the war against Iraq. The first assault against Republican Guard troops has already been conducted south of Baghdad near Karbala, with more than 30 U.S. Apache longbow helicopters and multiple launch rocket systems. From reporter accounts, it was a fierce fight. One Apache was lost, forced to put down in a field. Both crew members, Chief Warrant Officers Ronald D and David Williams, were captured and later shown on Iraqi television.
All the other helicopters involved in the mission did accomplish the mission and returned safely to base.
The downed Apache was later destroyed by a U.S. airstrike, and most of the other helicopters on the mission sustained some damage from heavy Iraqi gunfire. Pentagon sources say punishing airstrikes are now in store to soften up the dug-in troops. In fact, sources say about half of the airstrikes conducted in the last 36 hours have been directed at Republican Guard positions around Baghdad, including one of the best divisions, the Medina Division.
I am sure that it has been degraded significantly in the last 48 hours or so. I couldn't judge its current strength, but it is a linchpin to the consistency of the Republican Guard defense.
U.S. commanders insist they are not at all surprised by the stiff Iraqi resistance.
We have come across dead-enders, and we've had some terrific firefights with some of these. Not unexpected. I think our people are prepared to fight this war.
The Pentagon says most of the battle deaths so far are the result of deadly deceptions by fanatical Iraqi fighters, known as the Fedayeen Saddam, who the Pentagon alleges have staged false surrenders and posed as liberated civilians in order to ambush U.S. troops.
Such acts are strictly prohibited because they make it extraordinarily difficult for coalition forces to accept surrendering forces or protect civilians. Some liken these acts to terrorism.
Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence tonight suggests that some Iraqi Republican Guard troops may have been given orders to use chemical weapons if U.S. forces cross an imaginary red line that encircles Baghdad. The Pentagon simply has repeated what it said before, that it will hunt down and prosecute as war criminals anyone who either issues or follows such orders. Aaron?
Well, they are. Do we know where this line is? Because we have some sense of how close the coalition forces are already.
Well, presumably this was one of the lines of defense around Baghdad, but no, we don't know. It's not a line that we can draw on a map. It's supposedly there's a threshold once the U.S. troops pass that where commanders would be authorized to use chemical weapons. But the question really is, at that point, if the U.S. is getting that close, what is the morale, what is the command and control of the Iraqi forces? Will they be motivated to use those chemical weapons and perhaps even seal their own fate if they know Saddam Hussein is doomed and his regime is going? That's a big unknown.
It is a huge and unsettling unknown, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens. Jamie, thank you. Jamie McIntyre, our senior Pentagon reporter. He'll be back with us as we go along tonight. This chopper, this Apache chopper assault began, or at least we began reporting on it about this time last night just south of Baghdad. We now have a view of some of what went on. CNN's Carl Penhall was the embedded correspondent with the 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment of the Army's 5th Corps, and he's filed now on that attack.
What I can tell you is that the other Apache helicopters that flew alongside that came under heavy anti-aircraft fire as they flew a mission to attack Republican Guard positions around the town of Karbala. The aim of the mission was to destroy some T-72 tank emplacements, up to 90 T-72 tanks in that region, and some heavy artillery pieces. But as the helicopters flew into the target area, they came under heavy anti-aircraft fire, both from military emplacements and also, commanders say, from residential areas. In an effort not to target civilians or cause possible civilian death, then many of the helicopters didn't unleash their Hellfire missiles for fear of destroying homes and the like. On return to the airfield where these Apache helicopters are now, the pilots throughout the day today have been assessing the damage that they received to their craft. Not one of them has escaped without a bullet impact. Most of them have anything between 10 and 20 bullet impacts. One even had an engine blown off by a rocket-propelled grenade.
Carl Penhall, who is with that group, and we expect we'll be hearing more from him as we go along. General Wesley Clark is here with us, as always. And we can tell, we just showed General a shot of that helicopter sitting in a field, and we can tell our viewers now that that helicopter is no longer sitting in that field, has been blown to bits because...
Well, we're not going to allow that technology to fall into the hands of the Iraqis or whoever's back there working with the Iraqis here.
Is that something that they send in, and how do they do that? Are there munitions on the helicopter that...
No, we would have sent in an airplane to just put a guided weapon right on the top of the helicopter.
How do you read this incident in the context of the overall plan? Because it, again, we tend to focus a lot on those specific things that we are witness to and can report, and it doesn't necessarily provide the broad picture. Is it the significance of it is good and bad? What?
Well, two things here. First, the reports we've been hearing have only talked about what happened to the Apaches. Nobody's reporting what happened to the Medina Division.
Right.
In fact, I've received information from, indirectly from Army sources, that the Apache raid was effective. We destroyed a number of tanks, we destroyed a number of artillery pieces, killed a lot of Iraqi troops out there. That's been followed up today with more airstrikes. This is part of the process of breaking down and destroying the Medina Division. Now, these Apache helicopters are built to take fire. And we knew when we designed them back 20-some-odd years ago that they were going to be in a tough ground environment. That's the reason why they came back. with all those holes and an engine missing. So the pilots they expect to do that. That's not to say that we won't do things differently the next time. We'd rather not have any fire at all. But as part of it, this is part of the campaign. It's a give and take thing, and it's basically on track.
One more question on this before we move on. To any extent, do you think that our ability to report these things in the way that we are now able to report them through the embedding process places undue emphasis on any one incident, this one in this case, at the expense of the broader picture?
Well, it's very hard to, when you get the information here, you're not receiving all the information that the Army has available. And even then, we don't know everything inside the Army. The soldiers there, leaders, don't know everything that's happened to the enemy. So you always know your own losses better than the enemy's losses. You know your own movements better than the enemy's movements. So you tend to go from exhilaration that we had with Walter Rogers the other night when we were dashing across the desert to despair when suddenly you take losses, you have people captured and so forth, when in reality, neither of these is tactically significant. What's is no more than of tactical significance. What's strategically significant is the force has moved up to close with the Iraqi Guard. It's consolidating its positions. It's preparing while the Air Force is continuing to grind away on Iraqi command and control.
It's just a good thing to keep in mind that it seems to me that there is a large picture, and we'll deal a lot with the large picture tonight, but along the way we also deal with these snapshots, and we ought not get, all of us who are learning about this and in our case reporting on it, ought not get confused about it. It's about 6:10 in the morning in Baghdad now on a Tuesday morning. Quiet there now. There has been some activity, some explosions heard last night, Baghdad time last night. And you heard in the update some reporting that the airport, Saddam Hussein Airport, has been under attack. I think it is generally believed that the coalition would rather not destroy that airport completely because they would only then have to go in and build it, but obviously they have decided to do some damage to it or around to it, and we keep our eye on Baghdad as we go. The other major storyline tonight is, again, as it was last night, the story of prisoners of war. 2 more Americans taken prisoner of war today, 2 helicopter pilots. Technically, one would have been the weapons operator sitting in the front seat and the pilot sitting in the back seat, though both are certainly capable of flying and both have controls to fly if they had to. Those are the young men. Ronald Young, his family lives outside of Atlanta here, and CNN's Susan Candiotti has talked with them. She talked with the family earlier. I guess I just said that, Susan, so I'm now repeated myself for the first time tonight. Susan, good evening.
Good evening, Aaron. In fact, the family, as you can well imagine, has been glued around the television set all day long and all evening long, looking at everything they can possibly learn about their son, who they have now learned is a prisoner of war. Joining me now is Ronald Young's father, Ronald Young, also joining us. And one of the things we saw just a moment ago was General Clark saying that overall his information is that the attack, the Apache attack, was effective. But that also raises some questions in your mind, having seen your son's Apache helicopter.
Right. That helicopter looked like that he flew. Now, they started talking about how it'll take a hit, but it didn't have any known hits on it, and I was just wondering why it didn't return too. Of course, I know engine malfunctions and things like that, things can go wrong, but it's still not easy, you know, when it's your son.
We had talked about that your wife had sort of when she initially heard the reports of and saw the downed helicopter.
Right.
Tell me about that.
Well, she said about 12 o'clock, she said she had this feeling that, this warm feeling that Ron was there with her. It was just like she was dreaming it or something like that, and she said he had a soft smell, sweet smell about him when he was a baby, and she could detect that at that time, and I guess she felt like everything was, you know, that maybe something had really happened to them. I think it happens to do with mothers. I think maybe they're closer to their children than fathers are because they carry them for so long. But she does have this connection with her children, and it seems that it did pay off. This morning we found out that he was, you know, captured or was missing in action, is what they told us.
Well, clearly your entire family is very close. But when you were informed of this happening, I know your wife told me, she said, I knew it. Mm-hmm. And you were told that he was missing in action.
Right.
Then you saw for the first time pictures of him on television. Describe how that made you feel. First hearing that he was a prisoner of war, and then at least seeing him.
Well, at first, I felt like I didn't know whether he was alive or not, and that was a real big question for me. And as I went through the day, I said, well, he's got to be. I just feel like it's probably not him in the helicopter, and I convinced myself that it wasn't his. You know, that he had 1 out of 6 chances for it to be. But then, when the Army came up and told us, you know, the bad news that it was his helicopter, I had this sinking feeling, and I didn't know where. They wouldn't give me any information really, so I didn't know whether he was alive or dead. He was just missing. That's all it was. And then, of course,
you saw some of the insignias on the side of the helicopter.
Yes,
then you knew it was certainly his helicopter.
I knew that we saw the insignias earlier, and I knew it was one out of his.
There are the pictures of it now.
Right, and I knew that due to the fact that those were his helicopters, that you know, there were six helicopters flying out of his detachment, so I knew.
Because in fact you saw a bat wing on the side.
That's correct. That's right.
That was one indicator that it might have been him.
Yes, ma'am.
You've seen the tape. You've seen these people cheering. You've seen how he looks on television. How does he appear to you?
He looks good on. You know, when I saw him, he looked like he's been treated well. And it looks like it's just another day in the service for him. I mean, he doesn't look like he's had anything noticeably done to him. I mean, he looks good. He looks like I'd expect him to look if he was coming home.
I understand he always wanted to be a pilot.
Always, ever since he was a little boy, he thought about being a pilot and wanted to be a pilot. And he, of course, he got a chance with the Army, so that's where he took the opportunity to be able to go on to flight school and warrant officer school and become a pilot. And it's something he wanted to do. Of course, I've always been kind of fretful for him because I know being a pilot in the service is a dangerous occupation.
You didn't always want him to.
No. I was fine with him being a pilot, but I wasn't fine with us going to war. I mean, you know, it was just a natural thing.
How confident are you he'll come out of this all right?
Well, I feel better than I did. I mean, you know, he's alive, and that's one big thing that was a question in my mind at first. So if the Iraqis will treat him right and we treat their prisoners of war honorably and right, then I think that we got a chance to get them all back home. And that's what I hope for, not just him, but all of them, because they all have families just like me.
Indeed, why did you feel it was important to share with everyone how you feel about your son?
Because I know they would feel the same way. And it's not a good situation to be in whenever you lose contact with somebody that is as close to you as your son or your daughter or whatever.
Mr. Young, did you ever talk about the possibility of capture with your son?
I never even thought about the possibility. You know, that's something that you always think that happens to somebody else, not me. You know, and I felt like, well, the odds are, there's so many helicopters over there, that he'll get through it. But, you know, you just never can tell. And this is one of those times that you can't tell.
You feel he's prepared for it?
Well, he's a tough kid, and he's strong mentally. I think he's prepared for it, yeah. I know he's got a long time and a tough road to hoe, but I believe he's prepared for it.
Well, you certainly have a lot of people pulling for you, Mr. Young.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us. And as you heard him say, he not only wants his own son back, he also wants the other gentleman back also, who has also been taken prisoner, and everybody else for that matter, Aaron.
Susan, thank you. Susan Candiotti. Let me quickly turn to General Clark. You and I were talking last night about the 5 young Army soldiers who were taken as POWs yesterday, and that they would not have received any particular training to cope with that sort of situation. Would a helicopter pilot, an Apache helicopter pilot have?
He will have received more. He may or may not have gone through a special escape and evasion course, but he will have received more training. He's been through his commissioning school. He knows more about how to conduct himself. A little bit more mature is what you would expect from someone of that rank, and he'll make it.
And just on the subject of rank, for people who don't keep track of such things, a chief warrant officer fits in where in the scheme of things?
Well, warrant officers are technical, and so they're not in the leadership chain like officers,
like a lieutenant or a captain.
Right. You expect a lieutenant to later become a captain, become a major, and so forth. Warrant officers go from warrant officer 1 to warrant officer 2, 3, 4, and some warrant officer 5s. And so, for example, in the aviation field, they can stay and fly helicopters continuously, whereas an officer who's an aviator would rotate in and out of aviation assignments these warrant officers are the real experts.
It's a nice way to put it, thank you. So add tonight into your thoughts the names of these two young men, Ronald D. Young Jr., Chief Warrant Officer, family living in the state of Georgia, and also put into your thoughts tonight David Williams, David S. Williams, a Floridian. Both we know are in the custody of the Iraqi government, as are 5 other young Americans in the custody. Their families now have all been notified. As you can see, one of them is a young woman, Shoshana Johnson. We've heard from her family. They represent, in many respects, the true cross-section of the country. They come from the East Coast and the West, from the Midwest. They are African American and Hispanic and Caucasian. They are very much a cross-section of the diversity of the country, and they ought to be very much in all of our thoughts tonight. Out in Fort Bliss, Texas, there's plenty of heartache there because of the fact it is home of the 507th Maintenance Company. 7 soldiers there are still listed as missing in action, and then there are the 5 that we just showed you who are, we know, prisoners of war. The 5th prisoner's family has now been notified, so now all 5 have been told formally by the Army that their son or daughter, husband, is a prisoner of war. Ed Lavandera has been at Fort Bliss since this story broke, and he joins us again tonight. Ed.
Hi, Aaron. Well, you mentioned just a short while ago that Shoshana Johnson being the female prisoner of war. Just a few hours ago, we had the chance to speak with her father and sister, and we got into the issue of their concerns about her being a female prisoner of war and how that might or might not affect the situation she's in. They're really not sure exactly what to make of it, but they do say that it is a concern, and they wonder just exactly how she's being treated and whether or not she's being treated any differently from the male prisoners of war. So for them, there is that issue outstanding. As I mentioned, we got to speak with them just a few hours ago. We spent 45 minutes with them talking about it. They explained to us how they found out about this situation. Sunday morning, about 8 o'clock, Claude Johnson, Shoshana's father, said he's flipping on the TV, trying to find some cartoons for his grandchild to watch. Instead, he flips across the Spanish language network, Telemundo, and finds that that network is broadcasting the images from the Iraqi front lines, and that is when he sees the images of his daughters in the custody of Iraqi soldiers. He said it wasn't until 6 hours later that they found out, got the official word from the Army officials here at Fort Bliss that, in fact, his daughter was a prisoner of war.
When she went over there, we knew that obviously this was a little bit more in-depth and more intensive, but I'm sure she didn't think that, I'm sure this is the last thing she thought was going to be on her mind. And she's in maintenance is combat service support. You're not really supposed to be on the front lines at all. You know what I mean? They bring things back to you. You don't think about that stuff when you're a support element.
What happened? Did they miss a checkpoint? They made a wrong turn. Were they supposed to turn? What happened? Where's the breakdown?
You know you're going over there, but you never really think, you know, that this is going to happen. My sisters kind of have always had like a little angel following her around. She always manages to get out of stuff. So this was not something we thought was going to happen to her at all. You know, and in considering the whole situation in which some individuals did die, you know, and the fact that, you know, she was seen on TV, she looks to be staying strong. You know, hopefully her angel's still with her.
I'm hoping that because it was a big televised issue, that they will comply at least to show that they're not as much as the animals that they're portrayed to be.
Shoshana Johnson comes from a family, a military family. Her father, you just heard from, is a 20-year Army veteran. He's also a veteran of the 1991 Gulf War. Her sister that you just heard from as well, Nikki Johnson, is an Army captain based out of Fort Lee, Virginia. So they say that that background helps them cope with what's going on. But at some point, you just stop being a military person and you become family, a mother, father, and a sister as well. And that is when the tears start to flow, they say. So as you've seen them very confident and stoic there, they do say that their last couple of days have been extremely emotional for them. And they also say, Aaron, that they have had very little contact with the officials here at Fort Bliss. And by the way, we've been here at Fort Bliss since Sunday. There have been several briefings that have been scheduled and canceled to talk about this. Officials here at this base say that that is per the guidance of the Pentagon that has asked them not to comment publicly on any of the details of this case until they get a little bit clearer picture as to what has happened with the 5 POWs there in Iraq.
Well, it's, correct me if I'm wrong here, it's not simply the 5 POWs because they know about the 5 POWs. They've seen them. They've seen the tape. In total, that Iraqi State TV showed, they have some sense of their condition. The broader concern, I assume, Ed, at Fort Bliss and at the Pentagon is the 7 others, and there are some pictures. We started talking about this last night, but they want to be sure of where those 7 are, whether they are alive or not, before they say very much. Is that that's not much of a question,
yeah,
but it's...
Well, you're absolutely correct. They are, the status of the other 7 isn't clear. There was 12 soldiers in all, part of the 507th maintenance company that was part of this unit that was taken into Iraqi custody. So yes, that's very much part of the concern, and a lot of the reason why they haven't been able to answer any questions here just yet.
Thank you, Ed, very much. Ed Lavendero's down at Fort Bliss. General, 2 questions that were raised. Let me deal with the harder of the 2 first. I think when you talk about a woman being held as prisoner of war, I mean, there's certain sort of obvious and horrible things that run through your mind. This happened during the first Gulf War. There was a woman taken prisoner. She's now an Army colonel, as I recall. Do we have any evidence, one way or another, that women, in fact, were treated any worse by the Iraqis than the men were?
As far as I know, we don't. Okay. But the risk is always there, and, you know, it's a terrifying thing.
And then the other part of this is there was this long national debate about whether women should be in combat, and that was answered in an interesting way. No, they are not involved in direct combat, but as we know now very clearly, we learned this in the first Gulf War and we see it again, women are very much engaged in military operations, including being helicopter pilots.
Anywhere on that battlefield, you're in danger of being in direct combat. And that means you're in danger of being killed, wounded, or taken prisoner. And it really doesn't matter what your military occupational specialty is. You're at risk. And by the way, we have female pilots as well who are flying our strike aircraft in the Army, in the Navy, in the Air Force. So it's not just the rear area.
It's funny that while a lot of people would assume this debate has gone on like about a lot of other debates, this one's long settled in the military. The military has in many ways led the way in certain respects in these areas of diversity and the like. They have integrated women in all sorts of ways. And we still sit around and argue about whether it makes sense or not. They just did the job.
We've moved past
way
this.
beyond it.
Women are great soldiers, airmen, sailors, Marines, and so forth. Can I just return for a second? I think, as I recall the story from Gulf War, there were some sexual connotations in some of the actions that the female aviator suffered. But she was badly injured.
Yes.
And I think that may have kept it from being worse than it was.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what you worry about. And honestly, I mean, we looked at the tape of Shoshana Johnson yesterday, and she was obviously, as you would be or I would be or any human being on the planet would be, she was scared, nervous, and we just hope that they are decent and treat her decently.
Well, my heart goes out to them.
Yeah, it's all tricky business. We'll take a look at some of the politics of all of this as we go to the White House, other places, and obviously out to the battlefield too. We'll take a short break. First, our coverage continues in just a moment.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia.
evening, everyone. From CNN Center, I'm Heidi Collins. Here's a look at our headlines before our coverage of the war continues. There was much more intense fighting in Nasiriyah today. Fighting has been underway since Sunday. Marines found unmanned guns and other weapons and blew them up. And in the north, U.S. and coalition aircraft pounded the city of Mosul for a third day. A video of what may be Saddam Hussein surfaced on Iraqi TV today. U.S. officials are not sure if the tape is new. On it, the man who appears to be Saddam is praising his troops for causing the infidels to suffer. Iraq's deputy prime minister says the tape is proof Saddam is in charge. President Bush has given key lawmakers his first estimate of how much the war in Iraq will cost. Officials say the administration is asking for $75 billion to cover 30 days of combat. That figure does not include any money for Iraq's reconstruction. And there is other news that we want to tell you about tonight, including this: new clues into the deadly like flu virus from Asia. Federal health officials that is, say the mystery virus appears to be caused by a new variety of a common cold virus, but more testing is needed to be certain. The virus is blamed on 17 deaths worldwide, none of them in America. And that is what's happening at this hour. Now back to more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq.
Heidi, thank you very much. As Heidi indicated, the president will send up to the Hill soon his supplemental budget request to pay for the war. The cost of the war was a very hot topic in Washington for many days leading up to it. At one point, there were estimates of anywhere from $60 to $100 billion. And it turns out the number they'll ask for is somewhere right in between, about $75 billion at least. That's the indication that Suzanne Malveaux has gotten in her work today at the White House. Suzanne joins us tonight. Suzanne.
Well, Aaron, I want to clarify a couple of things. The senior administration official briefed us on these numbers. First of all, he said it's $74.7 billion total, approximately $75 billion. But he said this is not over a 30-day combat period. He said what it is based on a model based on 6 months, where you'd have the troops inside, you would also have the reconstruction relief, and then you'd have the withdrawal of the troops. That is something the Pentagon had talked about before, that 30-day figure, but this is based on something else. Within that $75 billion, you have $63 billion for operations for the prosecution of the war. You have $8 billion for international operations, including the relief and reconstruction, and then $4 billion for Homeland Security. Also want to talk a bit about what happened today. President Bush called President Putin. It seems as if the two cannot seem to see things eye to eye, and today was no different.
Today, the Bush administration stated Russia was aiding the Iraqi military by allowing Russian companies to sell sensitive military technology to Iraqi forces in violation of UN sanctions.
We have credible evidence that Russian companies provided the assistance and the prohibited hardware to the Iraqi regime. That's why we have found these actions to be disturbing.
The big concern is that the Iraqis now have equipment that can jam GPS-guided American missiles used in its bombing campaign. While the administration has raised this issue before, today President Bush stepped in and called Russia's President Putin.
President Putin assured President Bush that he would look into it, and President Bush said he looked forward to hearing the results.
But Russia's Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov denied that Moscow had been involved in illegally shipping sensitive military equipment to Iraq, including anti-tank guided missiles and night vision goggles, saying
Russia invariably follows all international agreements and did not supply Iraq with any equipment, including military that violated the sanctions.
But U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell said as recently as within the last 48 hours, the U.S. has discovered new evidence Russian officials have allowed the illegal equipment to slip through.
So, Aaron, it's just the latest flare-up in what has become an increasingly bumpy relationship between the United States and Russia. Today, President Putin said that the United States war with Iraq was creating what he called a humanitarian catastrophe. But aides from both leaders say that they are good friends, that they will continue these discussions, and they will work out their differences. Aaron?
Has the president himself publicly said anything about this? I didn't recall anything. I don't recall he did yesterday. Has he at all?
Well, we actually heard from Ari Fleischer, the White House spokesman, when it comes to this particular issue. But I have to tell you that the discussions have been going on for at least 6 months or so, that they've been complaining about this. But it's something that has been really lower level in the administration. This is really the first time that the president has picked up the phone and said directly to President Putin that this was an issue and a problem.
But there are levels. I mean, part of the way you sort of judge how the level of anger or anything else in covering the White House is who says it. If the spokesman says it, that's pretty high level. But if the president says it, if it literally comes from the president's lips, then it's raised another notch. We have not yet heard that, right?
We haven't heard that yet, Aaron, and we'll see if the president actually says that in the week to come. It'll be very interesting to see if it raises to that level. There has been quite a bit of tension between the two leaders, anywhere from issues of NATO expansion, of course, you know, the differences in their opinions about the war on terror, as well as the role of the UN in humanitarian aid and reconstruction. So it'll be very interesting to see if the president actually brings that up publicly.
Suzanne, thank you very much. Suzanne Malveaux at the White House tonight. There was, as we showed you a little bit ago, another tape message from Saddam Hussein. It appeared early Monday morning. With it, of course, another round of questions. This has become almost an obsessive cottage industry. When was it taped? Is he alive? Was it taped beforehand? This, that, and another. It's not an inconsequential question, of course. Here is CNN's David Ensor.
In the taped speech, Saddam Hussein refers to the biggest southern city now encircled by coalition forces, which are bypassing it on the way to Baghdad.
In Basra, the beloved Basra, I say to them, be patient, you brethren. Victory is imminent.
U.S. intelligence officials analyzing the tape say it is the Iraqi leader, but there's nothing said that proves when he recorded it.
We cannot be sure whether these recordings are pre-recorded. Some of them appear to be dated, but I don't think there is an exact science in this.
Another cause of suspicion about when the tape was made, U.S. officials say Hussein credits some Iraqi units that in fact have had nothing to do with the fighting so far.
He may have created these tapes ahead of time to make sure that no matter what happened to him and his regime, he could maintain both the morale of his supporters and the fear of the Iraqi population for as long as it was possible to do so.
In Baghdad, Iraq's deputy prime minister angrily denounced as lies any suggestion that Saddam Hussein might not be in full control.
Saddam Hussein has full control over his country and over the armed forces and the Iraqi people and all the resources of Iraq.
Full control or not, some intelligence suggests he may have been wounded in the first bombing, U.S. officials say, but most analysts believe he is alive.
The expectation is that if he were dead, we would see the whole place starting to come apart at the seams.
Concerning the Americans taken prisoner in Nasiriyah, U.S. officials say they were seized by the Fedayeen Saddam, a paramilitary group known for their black uniforms, now spread throughout the country in plainclothes.
The Saddam Fedayeen are, by and large, street thugs. They are recruited from among young Sunni men, many of whom couldn't make it in the military, many of whom have ties of one sort or another to Saddam.
Iraq's government may soon show Saddam Hussein in a way that's proof positive he's still alive and in control. U.S. officials say it has not done so yet. In the meantime, his fate has become the subject of a public relations battle. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
CNN's Nick Robertson has, as we take a look at Baghdad on a Tuesday morning, over on the right in the big box, CNN's Nick Robertson has been following this part of the story since the Iraqi government threw him out of Baghdad a couple of days ago. He's made his way to Amman, Jordan. Nick, it's good to see you. In Jordan and across the Arab world, I assume you're paying some attention to how this is being reported. Is this even an issue? Is anybody even discussing whether Saddam Hussein is alive, dead, in control, or not in control?
Not in the way that it's being discussed in the United States and Great Britain, but perhaps that discussion and debate is all moot, really, because much of Saddam Hussein's appearance on Iraqi television is really for the Iraqi people's consumption, as if they see him on television whether it's taped or whether it's live or whether they think he was speaking last week, yesterday morning, or even that morning, to them it's really immaterial. To them it's a signal, a clear sign that the Iraqi leadership is still in control, that the ruling Ba'ath Party is in control, that all the ministers that we see every day coming out and saying that this is President Saddam Hussein, he isn't injured and he is alive. For them, it's just a very clear signal that nothing has changed, that the Iraqi leadership is in place, and it's the sort of thing that the government in Iraq really needs at this time. Because if it does look like they're wavering, if it does look like they're crumbling, then it's much more likely that the soldiers of the army, of the Republican Guard and other units may begin to lay down their weapons. And as long as the Iraqi leadership can show and do it visibly on Iraqi television without raising the sorts of questions that we hear coming from the United States or Great Britain about whether or not this is Saddam and whether or not he's alive, the answer is Iraqi people believe he is still in control. And that's the message they want to get across, Aaron.
And there's actually, as I sit here at least, it seems like there's almost a two-pronged way to look at this. If you are a Saddam loyalist and you see him, that rallies you to his side, I presume. And on the other hand, if you're someone who thinks this might be an interesting time to turn on the government, Saddam's control of the government might make you think twice.
Absolutely. It's designed to dissuade anyone that would think that this is a time to revolt, that now they can rise up, the way is clear, and the government knows it, and that's why it's so critical. They absolutely know that if there's a chink appears in the armor like that, then people will begin to fill that vacuum, if you will, much as they did at the end of the Gulf War in 1991. We haven't seen this so far. The mass surrenderings, perhaps less than 1% of the force, about 3,000 or so, is reported to have surrendered so far. The big surrenders, when they thought that the leadership, the Iraqi leadership, was on the run and defeated in 1991, haven't happened, and the government knows there's the potential for that at this time, Aaron.
Where you are in Amman, you're a few hundred miles, I guess, from Baghdad. Is the war a subject of constant conversation? Is it being widely shown on television in Jordan? Is that the lead story every day now?
It's certainly on the front pages of the newspapers. Yesterday morning, we're leading with the stiff resistance by the Iraqi forces. So it is being followed here, and people are watching it. And of course, they will be very sensitive to if they see what they view as their fellow Arab brothers, civilians, being injured and killed. And the fact that a number of Syrian civilian workers returning from Baghdad to Syria on the main highway were killed in a bus as they drove up that main highway back to Syria. That again will strike a chord with people in the region who very much don't want to see this war taking place. They don't view it necessarily as a positive event, certainly in their lives and certainly for the lives of the Iraqis. So it is watched with a very critical eye at this time.
Nick, thank you. Nick Robertson in Amman, Jordan. Always good to talk to you. We're joined now by James Woolsey, the former CIA director. He can talk to us about the Saddam matter, and hopefully we'll get him to talk about a couple of other things too that have come up. It's nice to see you again, sir.
Good to be with you, Aaron.
Do you have a feeling one way or another whether, I think that, well, let me ask this differently, because it seems to me pretty clear he's alive. I don't think anybody's questioning that. I think the question really is, how much control does he have? The administration will say there is evidence that the Iraqi government is crumbling, is in disarray, this and that. Do you see any evidence of that in the way the war is being conducted or anything else?
Well, so far they seem to be holding together and fighting, but there is one important footnote, and David Enser mentioned it, which is that in this videotape, Saddam gives credit to divisions, including one that caved very early and surrendered in the fighting. So it is at least possible that this was pre-recorded, and perhaps in the window of time after President Bush said he was going within 48 hours and before the bombing of the bunker. So although I guess I'd say you're more likely to be right than not that he's still alive, I don't know that it's a sure thing.
Okay, I was going to ask you that. Honestly, perhaps there's an unfair assumption that I could make it, but you're absolutely entitled to, and you're a lot wiser on this than I am. How do CIA analysts go about determining this? What are they looking at? What are they looking for? What are they listening to?
Well, they listen to voice patterns. They listen to past examples of the voice. This is not a science. It's more an art. It's a little like calligraphy or something. It's something that people read and get different things out of it, but some people are better at it than others. They look at the facial features. I'm sure they use computerized techniques to try to detect if the face looks different or anything that is often distinctive about people, such as the ears. But after you go through all that, sometimes you have to say, you know, more likely than not it was him or not. It's not a science. It's an art.
Just on you mentioned facial features. Just looking at what almost looked like two different Saddams. The Saddam that was shown on Iraqi television the night of the initial attack. That's the picture on the left, and the Saddam that appeared on Iraqi TV yesterday. I wouldn't say they look like completely different people, but they don't look like the guy who's in the same shape.
That's right. There's a curious pattern here. The first one that came out after the strike on the bunker didn't really look like him that much, and then the second one does, but there is this curious reference to a positive reference to a unit that surrendered very, very early. It's complicated. If he were really there and healthy, you would think it would be relatively easy to record something that quite obviously indicated that it was being done live and he was fine. And it's messy, and that's what continues, I think, to raise people's suspicions.
Let me ask one more question on this and then move on. If part of what he's trying to do is just say to the people in the country, we're doing great, our army's doing great, what difference does it make if he mentions a unit that surrendered or not? Because the only information that the Iraqi citizens are getting anyway is the information the government is giving out.
Well, insofar as they're lying, I mean, if it is in fact the case that he was badly injured or even killed in that bombing attack, and that this was pre-recorded, and the reference to the unit might suggest that, then yes, temporarily Iraqi people may be fooled and rallied because they think he's alive and holding firm and everything is in control. But in time, this could slip and cascade on them. So right now, that may be right. But if he's badly injured or dead, it could make a difference here during this battle for Baghdad, which may take place within the next few days.
I'm going to move on to both this Russian thing and the chemical attacks, but let me just, because I just turn to General Clark for a second, and you want to weigh in on any part of this conversation that has gone on so far?
Well, I think Jim is exactly right in terms of the command and control. You know, it always appears at the start of this, and I felt the same way at the start of the Kosovo campaign, that you get indications that you've done something significant to their command and control, the pattern's disrupted, and maybe it is temporarily. But I agree with Jim, we haven't seen any significant breakdown in Iraqi command and control or resolve to fight at this point.
And in fact, one of the things you said to me the other day, I believe, is that they probably went to different frequencies, and so the fact that we haven't heard as much, we the government, the United States government, the Pentagon haven't heard as much, may or may not be as significant as it sounds.
That plus, I mean, we put a lot of chatter on our nets, and we always keep saying, do we have to say this much? Do we have to say this much? Maybe they're not chattering as much as we are.
Mr. Woolsey, the report that one of the Republican Guard units, or that Republican Guard units have been given permission, if not directly ordered, to use chemical weapons if a certain line is crossed, does that, I would suspect you would say that is a credible piece of intelligence, do you?
Well, it's hard to know where it comes from, but certainly if it has any plausibility, they're going to prepare for the worst. They have the chemical gear with them. Wes knows a lot more about this than I do. Frankly, I would be more worried over the mid to long term about biological weapons, because the chemical gear I think we're pretty well equipped to deal with. But there have been stories about the possibility that Saddam has been working on genetically modifying some of these biological agents, making anthrax, for example, resistant to vaccines or antibiotics. And if they should use something like that, it could be, you know, maybe not immediately on the battlefield, but within a week or two, a lot more trouble even than chemical weapons.
And just to interrupt this for a moment, we're getting some reporting from one of our embeds that there's heavy fighting going on around, now it's Riyadh right now. We're trying to get him up on the phone, and we'll update that as we go. This has been an area that, as most of these areas have been, has been a bit more difficult than perhaps some of us and some of the Pentagon officials suspected it might be. Mr. Woolsey, one more area, this thing about the Russians and whether Russian companies are supplying the Iraqis with equipment allowing them to jam GPS missiles and the rest. That surprised you at all?
No. The Russians have advertised this sort of thing at international trade fairs. They're not particularly expensive. It is a problem, could be a serious problem for GPS, but we do have some ways of countering it. The Russian military-industrial complex is still pretty hostile to the United States and likes to make money a lot. And the fact that they might be selling things like this would disappoint me, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me.
And briefly on that, is it possible that the president of Russia would not know about it?
I suppose it's possible. As time goes on, it becomes less credible because a lot of these are the same institutions and firms that have done this kind of thing before, but any given sale, maybe he didn't know about it in advance, but it's starting to wear a bit thin, I think.
Mr. Woolsey, we covered a lot of ground tonight. Thank you. It's good to talk to you. Thank you.
Good to be with you, Aaron.
Thank you, sir. I hope you'll come back again.
Thanks, sure.
Jim Woolsey, former CIA director, and we did cover a lot of ground. We'll take a short break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
CNN Tomorrow live updates on U.S. POWs and an unexpected threat to coalition forces. Next American Morning with Paula Zahn. CNN Tomorrow, 7 a.m.
I am so glad we did this.
Me too, hon.
With a walkway, patio, and walls from E.P. Henry, your home will feel like a vacation retreat.
Benjamin, where are those drinks?
Transform your home with E.P. Henry's free 80-page idea catalog. Call 888-45-HENRY.
Oh!
Macy's Men's Wardrobe Sale has your suits, sport coats, pants. Buy one and get one free. All DKNY, Chaps, Andrew Feza, Oscar de la Renta, Evan Picone, All Club Room, Alfani, Louis Raphael, Hager, Saban. Plus huge savings on shoes, dress shirts, ties and accessories, men's suits, sport coats and pants. Buy one and get one free during Macy's Men's Wardrobe Sale going on now.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Just again to update you very quickly, we've gotten a report from our correspondent Alessio Vinci that there is heavy fighting around Nasiriyah right now. He had only the briefest of time to talk to us, literally less than a minute before he had to get into a bunker to give you some sense of how that might be going. We look forward to hearing from him, and we look forward to being able to tell you more about that. But that is going on now as we sit here and speak. Jason Bellini is embedded with the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, which is continuing to face resistance outside the southern port city, an important port city of Qasr. It has been another day for them of danger in this ongoing struggle to figure out whether people who look like Iraqi civilians are in fact Iraqi civilians.
Another messy, frustrating combat situation for the Marines of the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, this time outside the port city of Qasr, where they've been for the last 3 days. They've moved out and encountering another fight, this time with a similar situation. Armed men coming from the town, firing at them sporadically, and then running and hiding back in the residential areas. Men who are not in Iraqi military uniforms. They try to draw them out of the urban area using suppression fire. They fired tow missile, several artillery rounds and machine gun fire in the direction from which these men are coming. At one point, the men came out and waved a white flag, but then shortly thereafter, they took off again.
We're trying to figure out who's who and make sure that we're not, make sure that we don't shoot civilians, but those folks that are military but aren't in uniform, we're going to go ahead and take care of them.
They went back behind the building where they'd been firing from, leaving the Marines to try to suss them out some more, leaving them again an hour after this all began in their same position, their same battle position, at their machine guns, hiding behind a berm here in the desert. The other thing we saw was an ambulance coming up, and it appeared that some individuals were picked up by that ambulance. Again, this adds to the complexity of their situation, that they know they're dealing with civilians in the area from which they're being fired upon, making very difficult calls for the Marines here at the ground level, who have to decide how much force to use. I'm Jason Bellini with the Marines of the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit outside the port city of Qasr.
Michael Gordon, New York Times on the line, but just go ahead and open up the line. Michael can hear this too. Michael, it's good to have you with us. General, while you were watching that, you reacted to it. Just quickly what you were thinking.
Got to have enough combat power there to finish that fight. Isolated compartment by compartment. Somebody's got to work around the back of that building. Somebody's got to keep the whole thing under 360-degree observation. Somebody's got to stop that ambulance when it leaves and see who's in it, where they're going, how they got called.
You are a general all the time here. Michael, it's good to have you with us. What's the lead from where you are as you see it tonight? Michael's the chief military writer for the New York Times. Michael?
Well, the Iraqis are trying to disrupt the Allied attack by creating a lot of problems in their rear areas. They're trying to get them to focus their attention south instead of north. But basically the solution to all these problems from the United States point of view is, United States military point of view, is through Baghdad, and they're preparing to move on Baghdad and move ahead with that over the next week.
What I hear you say is that they refuse to be distracted by this. Is that a fair way to put it?
Well, they've already had to make some adjustments. I mean, they're making more of an effort to guard their convoys, which they have to do of necessity, both by putting people with them and helicopters over them. But they can't really be deflected from the Baghdad goal. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this operation. And it's really the only way, ultimately, to deal with the disruptions in the south. You can't go into every single city in southern Iraq and dig out the people there who are causing problems. What their strategy is, so to speak, is to cut off the head of the snake and let these people just wither.
General, jump in.
Well, I think Michael's reading it exactly right, and I think that is the key thing. You have to focus on the objective here. But I think it's worth noting that we've got 3 U.S. Army divisions and a Marine division and a British division in there. Sorry, 2 U.S. Army divisions, a Marine division, and a British division. British division and some of the Marines are still tied up back there. So that's 25% of your combat power still trying to finish what was begun 4 or 5 days ago. Got to get it finished enough to be able to go ahead and concentrate on the head of the snake. I wouldn't recommend diverting any more combat power to it. But still, the people that are there in the rear have to be effective in doing their job to free the command to focus on its main mission.
Michael, is there a sense that this part has taken longer and has not gone, I don't mean exactly literally, but has not gone as they suspected it would?
Nothing ever goes the way it's expected to go. That's a given. It doesn't happen in journalism anymore than it happens in military affairs. I do think that their spin out of Washington was too optimistic, and Don Rumsfeld did play up the what he thought would be the great effects of the air campaign and shock and awe and all of that. And clearly there are some benefits from that, but they're not nearly as dramatic as they were presented to be at the Pentagon. And I do think the Iraqis have thrown a few curveballs at them. These people in the rear areas, this sort of irregular militias. One, there were some tactics last night, well actually not last night my time, but 24 hours ago, that they used to basically thwart an Apache attack on the Republican Guard. It was the first ground attack by a ground unit on the Republican Guard, and the Iraqis used some fairly primitive but effective techniques to thwart it. They basically put lots and lots of guys in the field with machine guns and small arms and threw up a wall of lead and managed to hit 30 out of 32 Apache helicopters. So, you know, they're being clever on that level. I don't think it will change the ultimate result, but I think they can complicate things.
And the way that the Pentagon briefer in Washington today described that the Apache assault as essentially successful, would that be your view also?
Well, I wouldn't say it was unsuccessful, but I would say it was more difficult than the people who carried out the assault anticipated. I mean, they had gone through fairly extensive preparations to disrupt the radars and take into account the surface-to-air missile threat. And then they flew in very low, and they encountered what was for them an unexpected defense. You know, hundreds of guys firing whatever the number was, submachine guns and small arms, probably cued by somebody near the airfield, an Iraqi agent of some kind, or just, you know, who told them the attack was coming. The end result, as I mentioned, was they got 30 out of 32 helicopters shot up. They lost an Apache longbow helicopter, which they had to go back and try to destroy. They had a pilot wounded who flew home. I think the Pentagon is using what the Pentagon usually does, which is to put things in the most favorable light. I think the more accurate way to present it is that the military here encounters something that it's surprised it a bit, and they're going to go back and rethink their tactics a bit, and I think they'll probably come up with a better way to do it in the future.
The British Prime Minister said today that a decisive battle is coming soon. Do you have a feeling that a major moment is just about upon us?
Well, I mean, it all centers on Baghdad. That's the so-called center of gravity in military speak. That's where it all starts and where it's all going to end in terms of it's where Saddam has decided to make his last stand, and that's where the U.S. has decided to let him make his last stand. And so they're putting the Army and Marine forces into play there and gearing them up. I mean, I think this will go through a couple phases. They're going to continue to hit Baghdad from the air. They're going to pound the Republican Guard from the air. Then there'll be the attack on the Republican Guard to get to Baghdad. Then there'll be the fight inside Baghdad proper, which they're trying to do in a clever way. I don't think this is something that happens tomorrow for a simple reason that the weather is not very good tomorrow. But I do think it's building to its natural climax.
Michael, thank you as always. It's good to talk to you, and we'll talk to you again soon. Michael Gordon is the Chief Military Affairs Writer for the New York Times. He's at Camp Doha in Kuwait. He has much experience in these matters. In general, you dealt with him in the war that you were running. And he knows an awful lot about Chechnya as well. He's a very fine reporter. We'll pick up some of that in a moment. We need to do an update first. Heidi Collins takes care of that. Our coverage continues from here in a minute.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at the CNN Center. Here's a look now at the top stories at this hour. Fierce fighting for Nasiriyah continues tonight. You're looking at the aftermath of earlier clashes. U.S. troops were fighting a heated battle early Tuesday morning Iraqi time, trying to secure the use of bridges that are vital to America's supply lines. U.S. troops have gotten closer than 60 miles from Baghdad now and are preparing to open a second front in the war, increasing bombardments in the north and boosting the troop deployments there. The Pentagon has confirmed notification of another POW's family. Sergeant James Riley was the last of 5 American POWs captured Sunday to be publicly identified after they were shown on Iraqi TV. President Bush will go to the Pentagon tomorrow discussing the cost of war. He's expected to estimate $75 billion will be needed. And Thursday, Mr. Bush will meet with Prime Minister Tony Blair of Britain. He's coming to the U.S. to discuss the war with the president, most likely at Camp David. The government's power to spy and eavesdrop is staying intact. The Supreme Court declined to hear a legal challenge to some post-September 11th expansions of government surveillance powers over people it considers suspected spies or terrorists. This means the government can continue wiretapping and conducting searches even prior to approval by a secret court, the so-called spy court. Now back to Aaron Brown and more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq. Aaron?
Heidi, thank you very much. There are a few things, I suppose, a few images that we've seen that are as chilling for us, and I suspect many of you, than the ones we saw of the POWs. There was in the Al Jazeera tape that made its way around the world yesterday, though not so much not so much at all that I'm aware of on American TV networks, any of them. The members of the Army's 507th Maintenance Unit, which apparently took a wrong turn in the desert and are now being tested in almost unimaginable ways, in a different but agonizing way also. Their families are being tested too. More on that. Here's CNN's Brian Cabell.
The war has hit home in a very real and sobering way at Fort Bliss. 12 soldiers from the 507th Maintenance Company are officially listed as missing after their convoy took a wrong turn near Nasiriyah on Sunday, but 5 have appeared as POWs on Iraqi TV. Among them, Specialist Edgar Hernandez of Mission, Texas. He's single, 21 years old. Private First Class Patrick Miller, a 23-year-old father of 2 young children.
We're glad he wasn't killed. We hope he makes it back. We all love him. And we just hope that they treat him humanely.
Also captured, 30-year-old Specialist Shoshana Johnson, a single mother of 1, a chef in the Army.
My sisters kind of have always had like a little angel following her around. She always manages to get out of stuff. So this was not something we thought was going to happen to her at all.
Another POW on Iraqi TV, Specialist Joseph Hudson, a 23-year-old father of 1.
I could tell that when they interview him, I could tell that he's very confused and scared because he don't have no smile on his face. He's a smiley boy. And that time, he don't have no smile. He looks so scared. That's why I start crying.
Where the 5 POWs are being held is unknown. Likewise, the fate of their 7 colleagues is unknown. The families of all 12 have been called to Fort Bliss to await news and draw support from the chaplain, the Red Cross, and the counselors here. Brian Cabell, CNN, Fort Bliss, Texas.
Arlene and Norman Walters' son Donald is among the missing, and they join us tonight from their home in Portland, Oregon. Mr. and Mrs. Walters, first of all, our hearts are with you tonight. This must just be an agonizing period of worry and for you and all of your family.
Yes, it is.
Correct.
I'm sorry, have you heard much from the Army?
Nothing from the Army
Not a
at
thing
all.
yet.
Directly to us, nothing. But they do call my daughter-in-law in Kansas City.
So that would, I gather, is pretty much standard procedure. They call the wife and let her know, and you have talked to her, I assume, and what is she, Mr. Walters, what has she been able to tell you?
The first thing she told me was Norman, Don has been taken captive. And after that, I don't remember very much. But it was a shock.
I assume shock is an understatement. How are you, Mrs. Walters, how are you coping with all of this? How do you maintain a sense of hope through all of this? This is just extraordinarily hard.
Well, it's hard, but I just keep watching, actually, CNN and looking to see if maybe, you know, I see a picture of him or something alive. Other than that, today has been so busy because there's been so much media here. I think it's going to take a couple days to really, you know, set in.
Well, I don't think anything would
But I call...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I just talk to Stacy back and forth, you know, and she gives me what information she has.
I was going to say, I don't think anything would give any of us more pleasure in the world than to be able to report that he is fine and well and getting out of there, and we look forward to being able to do that. Mr. Walters, will you tell me a bit about your son? Just tell me who he was. I don't mean his name and rank and serial number. I mean the kind of kid he is and the kind of son he's been and the things he likes to do and the things that you love about him.
Well, first of all, he just loves life. That's just Don. He just loves life. And he just takes big bites of it, big chunks of it. And he just has a wonderful time. He enjoys his family. He enjoys his little girls. He loves to go fishing. That's one of his favorite pastimes. And he's just really a joyful person. Wonderful to have around. He makes friends. Everybody is his friend.
Did he grow up out there in the Rose City of Portland? Was that his hometown?
Actually, it's Salem.
In Salem, okay. Pretty
in
good.
Salem, okay? Yeah.
And my
pretty close.
My apologies for that. I know that area pretty well. So he's an Oregonian in any case, a Northwesterner.
Well, he was actually born in Colorado Springs, but we moved here in '81.
And you mentioned his wife and briefly his children. How old are they?
5, I believe 5 and 7, and then 9 months.
Mr. and Mrs. Walters, this is a most difficult time for you. None of us can imagine all of the emotions you're feeling, but just know that all of us here, and I'm sure every single person watching right now, has your son in their hearts and in their prayers tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. General, what do you say?
It's very tough.
What do you say to a family in that situation?
Tough. I think you said the right thing. I mean, we're all praying for the welfare of these soldiers who've been captured. We're praying for their families and loved ones here at home. It's a very difficult ordeal. And it's difficult for every parent who has a child and every spouse who has a loved one in this conflict.
You know, I think all of us go back and forth about whether or not to talk to parents and spouses in these situations, except that I've come to believe that oftentimes they want us to know who their child is. They want the country to know, and we never push our way into these things. I know sometimes y'all think we do, but we really don't. But that family, hang in there. We're all hoping for you.
I think it's real important that America understands who the men and women are, what they're really like, who are serving in the armed forces, what their families are like, the concerns. I mean, they're out there in uniform, in danger, representing everybody in this country.
Jim Dwyer is out there, and I don't know if he's in any danger. He's one of the New York Times embedded reporters. He's with the Army's 3rd Infantry Division, 101st Airborne. Jim, it's good to have you on the phone. What is going on where you are?
Well, right now, Aaron, we're kind of hunkering down for another sandstorm today. The 101st primarily flies attack helicopters, and they've just gotten themselves into position over the weekend and the last couple of days to fly their helicopters and to try to break open some of the rings of Army defense around Baghdad. Now, you should probably know, I'm sure, and the viewers know, is that there were attack helicopters that went out the night before last and encountered a great deal of resistance from small arms fires and anti-aircraft artillery up around the Karbala area. And those were not from 101st, they were from another helicopter detachment. And all of the helicopters that were flying that night, well, 2 of them went down, and the crew is, I believe, listed as missing in one case, and the other crew was recovered. But all 30 or 35 helicopters suffered some battle damage. That is, they have bullet holes in them, or in some cases worse. And I believe about half of them are not able to fly at this point because of the damage. This was quite a surprise to. Well, it was a. I don't know if a surprise is the right word, but because the helicopters that were flying the Apaches are so high tech and equipped with the best radar and these Hellfire missiles for attacking armored brigades, it seemed like a mismatch when people firing rifles and rocket-propelled grenades were able to drive them off. But one of the generals here uses the phrases of asymmetrical warfare being very difficult to fight. The Americans are fighting with very high-tech systems, and by throwing up basically a wall of lead, the Iraqi forces around Karbala were able to really push back those particular helicopter fighters. Now they're, for the 101st, I don't think that's going to change their mission, but I think it will change how they approach some of their targets.
Jim, just so
anyway,
I'm sorry, just so you know,
right.
You mentioned the two helicopter guys who were missing. I can tell you that they have been shown on television now. They are prisoners of war in Iraq. Just, I'm not sure. I was not sure if you were aware of that or not.
No, I wasn't aware of that. I just got up a few minutes ago.
Okay.
Sorry to hear that.
So that has gone on. Also, we talked with your colleague Michael Gordon a bit ago. He said there was some concern about the weather out there. He said, Kuwait, you are out there. Do you see signs that this is going to be a tough night?
Well, we're actually, it's now 7 in the morning here, or 7:15 in the morning. Yeah, we're, did you say a tough fight or a tough night?
Is it going to be a tough day, weather-wise?
Yeah, they're predicting winds of 40 knots today. It's quite breezy now, but it's not that, difficult. We had a tough day yesterday, and if it's 40 knots, they certainly won't be flying. The visibility will be virtually nil. I guess they're predicting that the sandstorms are very hard to predict, but they're forecasting that they should be over by tomorrow sometime, if they do come at all. These forecasts are very highly hedged as to their reliability.
Jim, without obviously giving away anything that you ought not be talking about, do you have a feeling that things are coming to a critical moment, coming to a head very soon?
Well, I think so. It seems to me that the ability of the American and British forces to move, to the edge of Baghdad or to the rim of Baghdad is pretty much unquestioned. They're going to meet some resistance, but I think that just the sheer weight of the forces will allow them to push through. The 3rd Infantry Division has advanced quite a bit. And what happens when they get to Baghdad is really a crapshoot. Will the Saddam Hussein regime fall? Will there be a surrender? Will there be a siege? These are things that I think the next few days will certainly reveal to us, because everything is in place now for that kind of final confrontation, or approaching that final confrontation.
Jim, it is terrific to talk to you. Thank you. You and the people you were traveling with, I hope you're well and safe out there, and I hope we'll talk to you again soon. Jim Dwyer of the New York Times. I think it is fair to say that we benefit enormously in terms of the breadth of our coverage, not just by the skill of our own people out there, but having the skill and the reporting ability of the people at the New York Times as well. They've been a wonderful and helpful addition. We're joined now by Kelly McCann, a retired Marine Corps Major. Kelly's with us. General Clark, you weigh in on this too. Kelly, I know you've been sitting listening for a while. I always feel in these moments, just to give you one of those hanging curveballs, as you've listened to all of this, what's been running through your mind? You get the feeling that we're coming to a major moment?
I think that there's a momentum building, Aaron, and I think that it's obvious now. Jim just talked about the asymmetrical battlefield, of how that's been established kind of unethically by Saddam Hussein. First with the threat of chemical weapons, still a question out there,
next with the irregular forces that blend in with civilians, runs contrary to the principles of war that we certainly observe. And now with perhaps a reluctance to go into the city, not saying that we won't, and we will do dismounted infantry fighting, but those are all battle-shaping kinds of things that Saddam Hussein has been engaging in.
All right, one of you, General Clark, I'll make you do it since you sit next to me all the time. You have to define for viewers asymmetrical warfare.
Well, it means the opposite of
symmetrical warfare.
Of symmetrical.
That doesn't work.
Which is two equally equipped, modern, mechanized forces. When we were fighting the Soviets, or preparing to fight the Soviets, we considered that symmetrical warfare. That is, we never get to call it that because we had tanks, they had artillery, we had artillery, they had jets, we had jets. And so our development led their development. They'd catch up, we'd try to get ahead. Then when the Soviet Union went away, people were still left with the problem in the world if they wanted to oppose the United States. How? Well, terrorism, unconventional warfare, guerrilla warfare, some way to offset the U.S. technological advantage. That's asymmetrical.
Just, I want to leave this in a second. Was Vietnam symmetrical or asymmetrical?
It was both. It actually had the character in the popular imagination of being mostly asymmetrical. But in fact, in the aftermath, we discovered we were fighting a very, very well-structured, very robustly supported, and very powerful conventional force controlled and directed by Vietnam, aided, supported by China and Russia.
Kelly, if you were out there making decisions right now, what are you worried about, given how this thing has played out over the last 48 hours?
At the unit levels, Aaron, the big problem is how to mitigate that asymmetry. In other words, with chemical weapons, I mean, I'm worried about driving through those chemical attacks and getting to the source so that we can target them and destroy them. For the people, the irregulars that are mixed in with forces, local area security, I'm very concerned about that. I'm concerned about pushing buffer zones out and having a little bit more control on, you know, who comes around my unit? Can they be targeting me from a forward observer standpoint? How do we kind of ferret through that? I mean, one of the principles of warfare is to not cause any more collateral damage than is necessary. But if that irregular force is co-located with civilians and it is a military imperative to take a tactical or strategic objective, that really is a conflicted state. And those are the kinds of things, if were I a unit commander, I'd be really looking at hard.
There all of a sudden you have a political issue colliding with a military issue, don't you, General?
Absolutely.
You do, but if I could ask Kelly,
please,
what he thinks about whether we've got do we have, Kelly, a secret weapon here in our Special Operations Forces? You were a special operator, and what's happening in northern Iraq, eastern Iraq, the areas we're not hearing anything about from our normal embedded reporters?
Sure, I think we do. I think we've got some forces moving in spaces that are going to be positioned so that they can deny that capability to recede into the countryside. I think we're going to occupy some spaces and set up our OPs. And I also think that we have some less lethal weapons that may be interesting, that may not be publicly known or publicized, but will be very useful to sort through some of these things. So the special operations guys getting a foothold in the north and the west, I think, is key, sir.
Did you say less lethal weapons? Did I hear that right?
That's correct, Aaron. It's weapons that can be used to sort through some of these combatant, non-combatant situations. I mean, if you think it through from a discriminating shooting situation, someone rolls into a situation, you've got a mixture of combatants and non-combatants, there's furtive movement, hidden hands, people intent, their intent is not easy to judge. You need some, again, asymmetry in order to stall that or in order to control it before you start to discriminately engage combatants. And we've got 19, 20, 21, 23-year-old men out there who are going to have to sort through that at the rapid rate. So as the general points out, I mean, as he's been saying about the training of our men and women out there, we also have equipped them to handle these situations, thereby taking away the asymmetry that Saddam Hussein thinks he may have.
Are you surprised by anything at this point?
I'm surprised that we went into it with this kind of feeling that it was going to be exhilarating, that it was going to be almost a carnival-like atmosphere.
Who went into it that way?
I think globally, people went into it, Aaron. It's been a long time since I think we've ever had embedded journalists, and now, as those journalists do their jobs at great risk and people start to see what it is to clash, distant memory Vietnam, you know, distant memory long battles, and those that we didn't participate in, the Rwandas, places like that where it was very aloof from the U.S. people. Now suddenly it's in their living room again, and I think that it's been an earnest kind of awakening.
Kelly, it's a intriguing thing to leave it on. We always enjoy talking to you. Thanks for coming in and patiently waiting. Thank you, Kelly McCann. Jason,
pleasure, Aaron. Thank
you. Jason Bellini is embedded north now. That's as much as we need to say. North of Qasr, where that continues to be an ongoing bit of nastiness. Jason.
That's right, Aaron. Your last interview with Kelly really shed light on the situation that's here, because the Marines we're with continue to be in the thick of that sort of very murky situation of combatants who are not in uniform, who are amongst civilians, and last night was another great example of that complexity that they're dealing with here on the ground. We arrived in a new location, because what's happening now is we're kind of hopscotching north, going from objective to objective to objective, and we arrived here, and then shortly thereafter we received some fire coming from an area where there was a building in the distance. The Marines immediately hid behind a berm and used fire to try to draw out whoever it was attacking them, and they used a tow missile, they used mortar fire, they used machine gun rounds. Shortly thereafter, we saw an ambulance pull up, and from our vantage points, it looked like somebody got into it. And shortly after that, they had some people come out waving white flags. Now, these people who were surrendering, the Marines here don't believe that those are the ones who are actually firing on them. They believe those were civilians who were there amongst those and who wanted to get out of the return fire from the Marines. So they surrendered, and among them were some women and children who came forward and are now being held as POWs. The other thing that we just heard in briefing today from the commander, he was trying to do a little bit of rumor control. And one of the rumors they've heard, it's an unconfirmed one, is that there's been a situation where people who've surrendered haven't surrendered completely. They'll come forward, and then this is another Marine unit he was referring to, that where the rumor is some people came forward to surrender, and some of them surrendered, but not all of them. And it turned out to be a very nasty fight in which Marines took quite a number of casualties. So he was warning his Marines to not become complacent when dealing with these POWs who come forward, because that can be a very dangerous situation if some of them are using the guise of surrender as a way to get closer and to get some licks in. Aaron?
Jason, as you're talking to us, I gather things are calm as you are talking to us, but that you're living through a kind of constant anxious state where 5 minutes from now it could change.
That's right, and added to that tension, there are very periodic scud warnings. Don't know exactly where they're coming from, where in theater those are coming from. We end up several times a day putting on our gas mask, someone yelling gas, gas, gas. And the Marines here are, I have to say, are becoming rather frustrated. They've expressed to me that, what are we supposed to do here? We've got all of this weaponry, this heavy weaponry. We can really blow out of the water anything that's attacking us. But they're being held back. They're having to make some very tough calls just at the ground level. Commanders down at the ground level have to make some very difficult decisions about what level of force to use to try to respond to these sort of pockets of resistance to these periodic attacks that happen. The other thing that we're doing right now in our position is they're hearing that some of the British are encountering some Iraqi regiments that are putting up a strong fight, and there's concern that those Iraqi soldiers could decide to hightail it north, or hightail it south in our direction. So there's a lot of standing by to see what happens if all of a sudden they're going to be
a conventional army with tanks heading in our direction.
Right.
So I'd say that it's dirty and difficult and complicated. Aaron?
Jason, it is all of those things. Thank you, Jason Bellini, out there near Qasr. We need to take a break in about 30 seconds or so. General, just put a button on this because we actually were talking about this whole thing with the British earlier, and this is all fitting into a piece.
It is. I'd be surprised if the forces come back at the Marines, but what it requires is patience, good command and control of the troops, make sure they're oriented on the mission. I'm sure that's what our commanders out there are doing. It's just we're going to work and solve this problem.
What I heard Jason say is he's got young Marines who are saying, look, we've got firepower, let's just blow these guys out of here and let somebody sort it out, the good guys and the bad guys later.
Sure, but the sergeants and the lieutenants and the captains and the colonels are saying, look, here's the mission, focus on the mission, and you know, we appreciate the fact that you guys are well trained and capable and skilled and aggressive. Settle down, focus on the mission.
We'll take a short break, and our coverage, you're over here now, our coverage will continue in just a moment.
In 1935, Foxwood Farm started with one horse and a truck. The horse was a thoroughbred, the truck a Chevy Suburban. Today, they have a few more horses, but there's still only one truck. Chevy Suburban. With an available 8.1-liter Vortec engine, it's capable of towing up to 6 tons, making it the best Suburban yet. Chevy Suburban, like a rock.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers. Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Brian Chilcote with sailors. Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker with airmen. Gary Tuckman, Bob Franken with Marines. Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage. Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Heidi Collins at the CNN Center. Here now is a look at our headlines for this half hour. The Pentagon confirms 2 U.S. helicopter pilots, Ronald Young and David Williams, are Iraqi prisoners taken after their Apache went down today. Other known prisoners include members of the 507th Maintenance Company, Shoshana Johnson, Patrick Miller, Joseph Hudson, Edgar Hernandez, and James Riley. The coalition advance toward Baghdad continued today. Bombing hit the capital as well as sites in northern Iraq. There was also continued heavy fighting today as U.S. troops tried to gain ground near Nasiriyah, a key crossing over the Euphrates River. Kuwaiti firefighters say they found signs of sabotage at burning oil wells in southern Iraq, but they say it looks like the Iraqis didn't do enough to cause serious damage. A senior firefighter says similar signs were found at the Kuwaiti oil fires that followed the Gulf War. And U.S. military planners say Iraq is using criminal combat tactics. General Tommy Frank says the Iraqis are using civilians as human shields, placing them next to military equipment, most noticeably in Nasiriyah. Coalition leaders say other Iraqis have been faking surrender. Fighting in southern Iraq is hindering the arrival of much-needed humanitarian aid. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is calling for urgent action to ensure there is enough water in Basra. And not all news is war-related tonight. A Michigan teenager who'd been missing for more than 3 weeks has been found alive in California. Lindsay Ryan had been traveling with an ex-convict named Terry Drake, whose truck was recognized by a delivery driver. Apparently, Ryan met Drake at their church, corresponded by email, and agreed to meet him at an arranged location on March 1st. Drake was arrested. Some good news there. Those are the headlines at this hour. Now back to coverage of the war in Iraq. And Aaron Brown.
Thank you, Heidi. Excuse me, the Criminal Investigation Division of the Army continues to try and sort out what happened the other night up at Camp Pennsylvania in the Kuwaiti desert when it is alleged that an American sergeant, Hassan Akbar, attacked the command by both rifle and 4 hand grenades. That investigation continues to move forward, and we're learning more about it as we go. CNN's David Mattingly reports from Fort Campbell, Kentucky.
It was 3 agonizing hours after seeing the news of a grenade and small arms attack on the 101st Airborne before veterinarian Cheryl Phillips got the call that her husband was among the wounded.
No one knew what was going on and how this happened, and of course we first thought, well, you know, how did the enemy get into the camp, and you know, how did this happen?
Major Sean Phillips was hit in the leg, one of 15 hurt. The attack also killed Captain Chris Seifert, 27, of Easton, Pennsylvania. The 101st, first fatality, made even more devastating by the belief that the attack was carried out by a U.S. soldier. 31-year-old combat engineer Sergeant Ahsan Akbar, now in custody but not charged.
I mean, he's a horrible person. It doesn't matter. He was a man who killed one and tried to kill many people. And for whatever his motives, if in fact he did it, which I'm assuming he you know, but whatever the motives were, he's just a criminal.
There are few details about Akbar's life at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where he lived alone off post in a small apartment. Neighbors say he rarely spoke and always seemed to be alone.
There was no one in his house. He never came home with no one. He wasn't a loud person. No music.
No girlfriends,
no friends. No, he brought no one over to his house.
Akbar is a Muslim and, according to published reports, complained to his mother that his religion could cause problems for him in the military. His stepfather in Louisiana says Akbar complained of difficulties over a year ago.
Everybody got a breaking point, put it that way. Everybody got a breaking point. And if he did this, he was driven, you know, to pressure, whatever.
An Army spokesman in Kuwait said the motive was most likely resentment. Akbar had reportedly been reprimanded for insubordination and ordered not to follow his unit into Iraq. According to the Los Angeles Times, soldiers heard Akbar after the attack saying, "You guys are coming into our countries and you're going to rape our women and kill our children." And sources confirmed to CNN that the FBI searched Akbar's apartment here at Fort Campbell. The FBI is also assisting Army investigators in California. This is where Akbar grew up, went to school, went to college, and studied at a mosque. But people who say they knew him either as a student or as a Muslim say they saw no signs he was capable of such a crime. Aaron?
Do you know where he is now? Is he back at Fort Campbell?
Oh, no, he is not here. He is still in Kuwait. In fact, people here at Fort Campbell say it is not likely he will come back here unless he is convicted, and he will come back here for punishment if that is the case.
And just because it sort of begs the question, the FBI's interest in this is to see if he is in some way, shape, or form connected to something?
Based on what we're told, the FBI is merely assisting the military investigation in this. The military is taking the lead, and they are trying to figure out what happened in Kuwait by looking into his background.
David, thank you. David Mattingly at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, who has had his hands full over the last couple of days. So has Ryan Chilcote, who is traveling with the 101st, and on a windy morning, a Tuesday morning in the Iraqi desert. Ryan joins us. It's good to see you.
Beautiful morning it is, Aaron. Well, we are still at a FARP, a forward area rearming and refueling point. Behind me, you see a couple of Black Hawk UH-60 helicopters gassing up right now. They need just a few hundred gallons, a bit more than your car takes, and they'll be ready to go. Probably going to park somewhere else here at the base. Some news, the base yesterday came under mortar attack on just day 2 of its existence. So obviously this base no longer a secret to the Iraqi militia in the area in particular. The military said there were no casualties. They also said it wasn't very close to anyone, so more of a nuisance than anything, perhaps an indicator that the militia plan to probe this base as much as they can. Also, yesterday, we talk about embedded reporters like myself. Yesterday, they brought in 3 unilateral reporters. These are reporters that traveled into Iraq on their own. They were actually inside a town near here when there was a firefight. They got separated by their car in that firefight that they were covering, and the Iraqi militia, according to these 3 journalists, destroyed their car basically sprayed it with gunfire. Those journalists told another reporter here about how they hitchhiked with a military convoy back to this base. Once they got here, the military shipped them back to Kuwait, as is the practice with the unilateral journalists. The military does not accommodate them too much. So that's pretty much what I have from here, Aaron.
Okay, just you look like you're about to get blown off the desert, Ryan. We'll let you at least tie yourself down. Thank you, Ryan Chilcote out there. And we'll answer the journalistic question, and then we'll move to the other one. There are embedded reporters who are moving with units, and we've talked to them, and Ryan is one of them, and we've talked a lot about that. There are also news organizations that have been free to send in reporters as they would in any other situation. They have no specific cooperation from the military. They're not bound by the embedding rules, and nor, as Ryan indicated, do the Army have any particular obligation to deal with them at all if they don't want to, and they're there on their own. So that's the difference there. The weather problem, it looks, we talked about 40-knot winds coming up, and it looked like a pretty nasty windy day. How much of that is a problem for a high-tech Army?
Well, 45, 50 knots is a problem. Now, those winds there weren't 40 knots because those helicopters were flying, kept their blades turning and so forth, and doing okay. And with the UH-60 and the Apache, you can handle higher winds.
But just as Michael Gordon mentioned too, when we talked to him, that as the day builds, they expect the weather to get worse and worse. That works does it work necessarily to the advantage of the Iraqis to have wind, or is it just neutral? Everybody has to deal with it.
I guess if you keep the helicopters out of the sky entirely and you delay our ability to leapfrog with helicopters over, that's probably an Iraqi advantage. On the other hand, if they move their equipment somewhere, it sends up a big dust plume also. So we've got a better chance of seeing it. And if they're trying to obscure by oil fires and things like that, this wind's going to blow it away.
And well, let me leave the point. Actually, when he talked about the mortar fire, I saw you kind of drop your head a little bit, and I always sort of keep half an eye on how you react to things. What were you thinking at that moment?
I'm not happy with the mortar fire up there. This FARP is set up somewhere in Iraq. We're not quite sure where it is.
That is a forward refueling area for
forward area
who don't
rearm.
speak that language. Forward
area rearm refuel point, FARRP.
Right. For those people who don't speak the language, now you know.
But they'll learn it.
Yes, they will.
And we're all going to learn about FARPs because that's the basic way you leapfrog these helicopter units around. And of course, the thing is, if you're not secure in the area, then that means more forces out on the perimeter, patrolling, observing, watching, looking, guarding, and all of this it soaks up combat power that you want to economize on because you want to apply it at the point of the spear into Baghdad.
Just before we leave this, I would say one of the things we have all come to learn and understand is how complicated the logistical issues are in running this sort of operation. You have these giant tankers out there, and water is being brought out, and it's a very complicated logistical task going on in the desert out at sea. It's a little more of a controlled environment for the Navy out there. They're not dealing with all of these supply issues in the same way, but they clearly have issues of their own. Frank Buckley is on the USS Constellation, that giant aircraft carrier, and he has provided us with an extraordinary look, honestly, at some of the work of those pilots and those sailors on that giant carrier.
An F-14 in the night sky, destination Baghdad. It is the first night of coalition airstrikes, the beginning of A-Day. A radar intercept officer in the backseat of another F-14 Tomcat is shooting this home video through his night vision goggles. The F-14 and other jets are from the USS Constellation in the Persian Gulf. As they approach Iraq, the jets of each strike package get gas from tanker planes. It is a beautiful starry night, but the lights down below are even more striking. On the ground in Baghdad, the source of the lights, explosions from coalition airstrikes and cruise missile hits. AAA, seen as small bursts of light in the air, and surface-to-air missiles not seen on this tape are going up. Pilots returning to the constellation describe a spectacular light show.
Just continuous, constant explosions going off all over the place. You saw the AAA coming up. Occasionally you see some missile bursts.
I don't think anything we could have thought of would have prepared us for what we were going to see happening on the ground out there.
Their job done, the strike packages fly out of Iraq and return to the constellation. The plan, known as the Shock and Awe campaign, is underway.
Flight operations have continued aboard this aircraft carrier since that first night. Strike aircraft hitting fixed targets and providing close air support for coalition troops on the ground. Frank Buckley, CNN, aboard the USS Constellation in the Persian Gulf.
Again, all that video was shot on the first day of the air attack A-Day. That is something to see. We've been getting a fascinating look at what's going on in Iraq from our embedded reporters, obviously, and that was a great example of it. We think we run a risk of losing a broader picture of the battle plan, though General Clark keeps us pretty honest on that. We're joined now by McCubbin Thomas Owens at the U.S. Naval War College. He's in Providence, Rhode Island tonight. General, you should also feel free to weigh in here. Let me ask, sir, the question I asked the General last night. We'll see if you agree or not. Are there enough soldiers out there now to do the job?
Oh, I think so.
You have no concern?
I think, given the plan, I think that, you know, it's always nice to have a reserve, but I think that, that given the air support and the other capabilities that we have, I think we've got enough folks right now.
Has anything you've seen so far, sir, been surprising to you as the plan has unfolded, the way air power has been used or not used, the sense that some of these towns have been tougher to take and make safe, any of that?
No, I tell you, I think that everybody who has any military experience knew that this wasn't going to be a cakewalk. I've been struck by the boldness of the plan. I think that that the whole idea of the rapid drive towards Baghdad, recognizing that it was going to extend out the supply lines and lines of communications, that that they took that opportunity because they recognized that Baghdad is the center of gravity. What's been happening is tragic, but it's part of war, but it's also a distraction, I think, from the main effort. I think that that this is going reasonably well. I mean, extremely well, actually.
Are you concerned, Mr. Owens, that the way the story is being reported by the embedded reporters, a snapshot here or a snapshot there, is giving either an unfair or unrealistic look at what in fact is happening out in the field?
The problem, I think the embedded idea is very good. I think that it's working out very well. The danger is always, and this is always the case, it's not so much negative reports going back, but it's a lack of context. If you see something, the sort of things that were happening yesterday was a bad day. But if you focus on those, and of course that's the most timely, the real-time sorts of broadcasts that you're getting, the problem is that you forget the greater context. You tend, as a result, maybe to look at isolated failures and not recognize that overall the plan is progressing quite well, and that we're achieving our objectives, at least so far.
At the risk of sounding only slightly defensive, is it not possible to do both at the same time? That is to say, to provide these somewhat intimate snapshots of this event or that event while not losing sight of the broader picture, and present both to viewers and to readers in a way that gives them the advantages of both?
Well, I think that, you know, the commentators and all the channels that I've seen, I think they've been doing a pretty good job of putting things into context. But I think that the danger has always been, and I think the Pentagon recognized this when they went to the approach of embedding reporters, was that if you didn't have some way of integrating the story, you were always going to be left with these sort of isolated stories, and especially if they tended to be negative, that might have some adverse impact down the line.
I want to bring the General in, but just let me ask, Mr. Owens, briefly, isn't it the job of CENTCOM, in a sense, at its daily briefings, the Pentagon at its daily briefings, to provide the big picture, and allow the embeds to provide the snapshots?
Well, I think so, but I think that, of course, you know, a lot of the people who are watching don't get a chance necessarily to watch the CENTCOM briefing.
Absolutely fair.
And I mean, those are good. That's their purpose. And
yeah.
Absolutely, you expect them to provide the big picture.
That's a very fair point. We, although we wish it were otherwise, we are well aware people don't watch 24 hours a day. General, you have, not quite unique, but perhaps just because the amount of time you spent up here with me over the last week or so, a unique sense of what both the journalist goes through and what the military guys go through. So just weigh in on this. Have you grown concerned that the large picture is getting lost? I figured I'd get an elbow in the ribs if you did.
No, I think we're trying to portray the large picture, but it's harder to give the large picture. And the reason it is, Aaron, is because you've got the eyewitnesses there, you've got the details, you've got the TV, and you've got everything there for you with the snapshots. Whereas the large picture, it is a general in desert camouflage standing up trying not to disclose information on a map, or a bunch of retired generals trying to explain things without giving away plans, so it's harder to make it graphic.
And in that regard, I agree with both of you that one of the one of the things that does concern me is that and I think concerns all of us, all the people behind me, is that the power of the picture is extraordinarily compelling. Mr. Owens weigh in here, and so you see the picture of a given event, you see the POWs, those faces, you see whatever, and the power of the picture overwhelms the power of the Tommy Franks or whoever is giving the briefing, or Victoria Clark or anybody else. Is that how it's really happening?
Well, again, I think that the picture is very powerful. There's no question about that. But I think that as long as the context is there, I think that that's the most important sort of thing. I think once again, I mean, this was not done blindly. I think the Pentagon weighed the pros and the cons of this whole thing, and I think they recognized that any of the costs would be outweighed by benefits. So I think that again, I think the program's working reasonably well. And you know, given I have the misgivings, as I say, about the fact that you're going to have perhaps bits and pieces or a piecemeal approach, but I think once again, as long as context is provided, and your commentators do that. I mean, that's what they've been doing, and I think they've been doing a very good job of that.
General, I'll give you the last word, but I want Mr. Owens on a very quick point. If you had been allowed to make the decision to embed or not embed reporters, would you have made the decision to do so?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yes, absolutely. I think that, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. Yes, absolutely. I think that it's the best alternative available. I think that, you know, given technology, the battlefield is going to get covered by somebody, and I think this is the best way to do it at the least, with the least tension between the two sides.
Mr. Owens up there in the Naval War College, thank you. Hang on 1 second.
I want to ask Mr. Owens a question.
Absolutely.
I want to ask you as a strategist.
You're going to take my job, though. I'm starting to worry.
Well, you said I could jump right in on this thing.
And I meant it.
I want to ask you a question as a strategist. What's your guess on Saddam? Is he going to use the chemical weapon against us when we get in that red line? Will he see it in his advantage? And how's he going to do that when he's denying that he has these weapons?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Is Saddam going to use chemical weapons against us when we get inside this red line around Baghdad? The reports this evening suggest that there's a red line that's been given to the Republican Guards, which supposedly they'd be authorized to fire chemical weapons at us. Do you think that's real? Do you think he's really going to do that?
I think that there's a possibility. I mean, as you know, that's been considered to be one of the worst case scenarios. But on the other hand, I think that we've been training for this. We've been planning for it. I think the equipment is far advanced over what we had in the past. I think that it would be a big mistake for the Iraqis to do that. But I certainly think that it's a possibility. I don't think that it will change the outcome. And as a matter of fact, as a number of people pointed out, it would probably solidify the support for the Allies.
Mr. Owens, thank you very much. Good to talk to you. Interesting.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Interesting conversation. Later, you and I will talk about introducing a new topic in the last question of an interview. General Clark, thank you. We'll take a short break and continue in a moment.
front lines, plus one-time Iraqi prisoner Bob Simon of CBS News. Only on Larry King Live, CNN tomorrow.
We can make it happen. These people are planting the seeds of the future. So am I.
She's learning about a world she never knew existed. So am I.
In more than 80 nations worldwide, Catholic Relief Services is showing people how to harvest more food, care for the ill, and much more. But we need people like you to take action.
To take action. To write your congressperson.
Vote, pray, and yes, contribute. Click or call today for a CRS Action Kit. Together,
we can make it happen.
Davis appears to have a good lie.
Yeah, the grounds crew's done a great job.
Serious about your landscape? Choose Lawn Doctor for a rich, healthy lawn. Our patented turf tamer applies a custom blend of granular fertilizer and weed and insect controls. We also offer tree and shrub care to ensure your entire landscape looks its best. Keep your course green for less than a round of golf. Leave it to Lawn Doctor so you have time to work on other things.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Our continuing coverage in the war. We want to do two things here before the top of the hour. We mentioned earlier that there was some nastiness going on around Nasiriyah. We have not heard back from our correspondent Alessio Vinci there, but this has been an ongoing problem, and we continue to try and make contact. He's working with a Marine unit there, and when last we heard from him, they had gone into a safer location. We mentioned also earlier that we benefit enormously by the reportorial contributions of our friends at the New York Times. You've heard from Jim Dwyer, Michael Gordon, just in the last hour or so. We also have access to their extraordinary still photographers, and we have assembled some of those pictures, the stills of this, to give you a sense of how it looks through their lenses.
My name is Vincent LaFerre. I'm a staff photographer with the New York Times, and I'm out here on the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf, documenting the lives of the sailors and aviators out here during the war. They've been out here for 9 months, which is one of the longer deployments. And, you know, I mean, living here is kind of living through Groundhog Day every day. They're incredibly focused. The carrier deck has been called some of the, one of the most dangerous, I think it's 400-yard areas in the world. It's really easy to get seriously injured, if not killed, on the deck if you don't always keep your wits about you. They're very professional. Everyone knows their place. They know where to go and when not to go. Obviously, you can't hear anything on the deck. Everything's done through visual signals, hand signals. You have these, these huge jets taking off from 0 to almost 200 miles an hour in a matter of seconds, and landing, in less than 2 seconds. And it's actually a very small deck when you're on it. One of the big challenges of the photojournalist is to not only show pictures of jets taking on and off, but to give the people back at home a sense of what it's like to live on a carrier with, with 5,000 other people. These people have very little privacy. They have 10, 15, 20 minutes a day where they can spend, in total silence by themselves reading a book, or of course sleeping. But they live in these living quarters with up to 6 people, stacked on top of one another. So whenever they can, whenever things slow down, they try, and take a little nap here or there. I'm just amazed at how mature, how professional, how hardworking they really are. I mean, trying to find an 18 or 19-year-old anywhere in the world that'll work 7-day weeks for 9 months straight and be in charge of guiding a $20 or $40 million jet, across the deck. These are really impressive people.
It's nice. Amanda Townsend of the Newsnight staff put that together. Those of you who don't normally watch Newsnight, we hope you will. But we have a great affection for the still photographers, and those aircraft carriers, General, there's probably, there may be a more exhilarating experience in the world than landing and taking off on one, but I've never had it.
It's a great weapon of war, and wonderful and brave men and women on them.
I mean, you have nearly I think of the Constellation, you have 6,000 people, almost 6,000 people living on it. Close quarters, incredible noise when it's going on.
That's right.
And they have become central to the way America fights wars.
Absolutely. We've had that argument about large carriers and small carriers for 30 years. We still like those large carriers.
And they don't sit out there alone. They sit out there with a battle group around them to protect them, because, as they say, it's not easier to turn a carrier around. We'll take a break. We're coming up on midnight here in the East. Darren Kagan will join us to update the major stories of the day. We have a long way to go here on this expanded edition of Newsnight as our coverage of war in Iraq continues on CNN.
Well, there was one year where I almost lost the entire backyard to crabgrass, and I vowed that would never happen again. The following year, I did use Turf Builder plus Halts. It not only got rid of the crabgrass, but it also greened up the lawn and thickened it. I used the cheaper brands, but I didn't have the color that I wanted, and I did have the weeds. Look how thick it is. Look at the color of it. There are no weeds. I take the credit instead of Scott's. I call it Luby Lawn. I'm very proud of the results that I get from Scott's. And there will be no crabgrass.
How do you invest to help secure your future? You start with your dreams. And Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
Every day and every night as the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there. Every morning at 7 Eastern, get your first look at what happened overnight on American Morning with Paula Zahn.
Breaking news out of Iraq.
Then, every night at 10 Eastern, Aaron Brown takes you from the home front to the front lines on Newsnight.
The maneuvering is now intense.
American Morning with Paula Zahn and Newsnight with Aaron Brown for your first and final word on the war in Iraq. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City. It is 8 a.m. here on Tuesday morning here in the Persian Gulf. Let's go ahead and take a check at what we know at this hour. Right now, there are 7 confirmed American POWs in Iraqi hands. 5 were captured from the Army's 507th Maintenance Company: Shoshana Johnson, Patrick Miller, Joseph Hudson, Edgar Hernandez, and James Riley. These 2 young pilots, Ronald D. Young Jr. and David S. Williams, were captured when their Apache helicopter went down. Iraq claims that a farmer shot down the copter, seen here earlier on Iraqi television. The Pentagon casting doubt on that, pointing out the Apache's condition and upright position apparently intact. That's no longer the case, by the way. A U.S.-guided missile destroyed the Apache to keep its technology out of Iraqi hands. Not far from that scene near Karbala, the Army's 5th Corps is preparing to take on a division of the Republican Guard, standing between them and Baghdad. Let's check out to the south. New fighting has flared up around Basra, pushing back humanitarian aid missions. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan is warning of a looming humanitarian disaster if they are unable to get emergency supplies into that city. That is Iraq's 2nd biggest, by the way. President Bush is asking for $2.5 billion in aid. That is part of the $75 billion he is expected to ask for tomorrow to pay for the war itself, going on the assumption it'll be over by mid-April. The Arab League on Monday called on the U.S. and Britain to withdraw troops from Iraq and asked the UN Security Council to hold an emergency meeting on the invasion. Failing that, the Arab League will ask for a meeting of the full General Assembly. And now back to more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq. We toss it back to Aaron. Aaron, coming up, when you're ready, I'll have the newspapers for you. Also be able to talk about the story we'll be doing later to check out humanitarian aid waiting to make its way into Iraq and to the refugees. Now, though, back to you.
Thank you. Actually, the refugees I'd like to get to in a minute, but if you've got the headlines with you, I'd like to see the headlines from the papers in Kuwait today.
All right.
Thank you.
You got that? Got 2 papers for you ready to go. The first one is from the Arab Times, the 2 English papers here in Kuwait. This one, Sand, Saddam, and a slow march. And again, I don't know how well you're able to see what the picture is, but this is vehicles driving through a black cloud of smoke in Baghdad. This is showing the Apache helicopter that went down, and this is kind of a fuzzy picture of President Bush as he made his way back from Camp David after the weekend on Marine One. Let me quickly show you the other English paper we have here in Kuwait, and that one is the Kuwait Times. A couple interesting things here. Battles on for Basra. It says victory near. That's quoting Saddam. Of course, that's his speech that he gave just about 24 hours ago. These are British Royal Marines marching north through southern Iraq. The story's still getting a lot of coverage here about the U.S. soldier who's being questioned with the incident at Camp Pennsylvania with the grenade where one soldier lost his life. And just interesting, a cultural note, a whole full section here on the Oscars. So as I told you yesterday, they were covered here, and a full section on what people were wearing and who won.
That is. Just go back to the first one, that picture with the smoke. What is that? Is that an oil trench burning? What do we know what that is that's causing all that smoke?
You're talking about oil fires ringing the city, talking about defense of incoming U.S. missiles and bombs. I think this is the trenches that were dug around Baghdad.
Right.
I don't know have we seen any video like this back home? Like this picture?
No, I have not. I can't say that it doesn't exist, but I can tell you that we have not seen it in our system here. Darren, thanks, and we'll talk to you shortly again. Thank you, Darren Kagan, who's been handling the watch from Kuwait City. That's Baghdad, about, help me guys, I think it's 8 in the morning now? 8 in the morning in Baghdad, 8:04 in the morning. Familiar view. One of the questions that came up at the Pentagon press briefing today is why Baghdad TV or Iraqi TV was still being allowed on the air, why the coalition forces hadn't taken it out, and there was some hemming and hawing about that question. The argument is it allows the Iraqi government to communicate to the Iraqi people. The Saddam Hussein's speech 24 hours ago that Darren just referred to is an example of that. If you're trying to rally your forces or threaten the opposition or both, Iraqi state TV or any of the other TV channels, one of which is owned by one of Saddam's sons, is a way to do it. And so the briefers were asked why they have not yet taken Iraqi TV off the air, and the answer was basically because General Franks has decided not to yet. We just asked the question sometime. Anyway, that's we have these pictures now, and if the general changes his mind, takes Iraqi TV off the air, we will likely lose whatever window we've had into Baghdad. We have been working so far today mostly from the south of the country toward Baghdad in our coverage, it seems. Qasr, we've talked about the problems in Basra with water and electricity and the humanitarian problem that's causing. We'll take some time in this half hour of our coverage to work a little bit through the northern part of the country. A second front is taking shape to the north, and that part of the story is being covered for us by CNN's Ben Wiedemann.
Yes, good morning, Aaron. Well, last night it was a very intense night of bombing here where we are, which is about 28 miles to the east of Mosul. We heard some very heavy explosions and felt some shock waves that really shook the foundations of the hut we're living in here. Now, this comes at a time when it does appear, as you said, that the pieces of a northern front are falling into place. Smoke rises over an Iraqi army frontline position, hit by coalition aircraft as the northern front begins to smolder. Planes came and started bombing, says this Kurdish fighter. We didn't see them because they were so high, but we saw the Iraqi military bases that were hit, and we saw Iraqi soldiers were killed. The strikes took place outside the Kurdish town of Chamchamal, not far from the oil-rich region around Kirkuk, under Baghdad's control. Also under Baghdad's sway, Mosul, a city now shrouded in smoke. Mosul continues to take a pounding, American bombs demolishing presidential palaces, military targets, and intelligence facilities. After several false starts, U.S. forces are finally beginning to arrive. Their essentially military mission coupled with humanitarian goals.
First, to assist in the deconfliction of military activities. Second, to synchronize humanitarian assistance and military operations. And third, assist in the coordination of relief operations in northern Iraq.
Kurdish authorities worked feverishly to prepare 2 airstrips for American troops. Those troops began arriving in the north Sunday. When they're deployed, they'll be assisted by more than 60,000 Kurdish Peshmerga, lightly armed but enthusiastic troops with plenty of experience fighting the Iraqi army. And Aaron, Kurdish officials here are saying that they're hoping that the United States will bring its significant air power to bear on frontline positions like those behind me, where we've seen Iraqi forces digging in ever deeper, bringing in more heavy artillery and equipment, and the Kurds hope that those will be knocked out sooner rather than later. Aaron?
Ben, one question, and then I want to bring Kevin. There's Kevin. I want to bring Kevin Seitz in as well. Has all of this changed, this increase in activity, in just the last 24 hours?
Well, really, it's been gradual, but certainly the last 24 hours we've seen an intensification of the bombing. We've seen this senior American official, Major General Pete Osman of the United States Marine Corps, come out in public and basically say that we are here and we are going to begin the process of putting together the pieces of a northern front. Otherwise, for instance, the preparations on the Iraqi positions behind me, those have been going on for the last week or so, really gradually but intensifying in the last few days. Now, you'll notice, however, the weather seems to be hampering some of this activity. It's very cold, very windy, very cloudy, and at night very foggy, which might make military activity a little more complicated in this area. But yes, as you say, certainly we have seen in the last 24 to 48 hours a definite intensification of activity in this area.
Complication seems to be the word of the day. Kevin Seitz joins us. Also, Kevin, I'm not precisely sure where you are or what you've been up to, so why don't you give us the one-paragraph overview and we'll go from there.
Okay, Aaron, I'll try to fill you in. I'm in Chamchamal. It's about 40 kilometers from Kirkuk, and within the last 5 minutes, we just heard 3 major explosions. It's very overcast here, so we can't really see that much, but 3 major explosions that we can certainly feel the concussions, even as far as the distance that we have from Kirkuk. Now, what we think is that there was some heavy bombing last night, about possibly 6 to 8 explosions in that particular region. That's west of us. But those explosions that we heard this morning seem to be coming from the southwest of us. Now, we can't pinpoint it, obviously, but our PUK sources, our Kurdish fighter sources here on the ground, tell us there's a full Iraqi division called the Al-Mathana Division, which is southeast of Kirkuk. And it may be that location that those bombers are trying to hit at this point. Obviously, U.S. forces and Peshmerga forces are going to have to take care of that division if they're going to advance on Kirkuk. And so that may be what they're doing right now. As I said, last night there were about 6 to 8 explosions. It wasn't necessarily heavy bombing in Kirkuk from what we could tell. But periodically we did see very, very bright white flashes in the sky. They must have been powerful bombs to see that from where we're at, especially since there were overcast skies. However, yesterday morning about 10 a.m., the Iraqi front line where we're at right now, we're only about 1,000 meters from these Iraqis. When we get out our binoculars, Aaron, we can actually see them walking along the ridgetop. They were hit, according to our PUK sources, with 8 bombs here on this ridgeline. This is a lightly defended front line. They have the hillside. It's basically a stopping point, stopping any kind of advance on the road to Kirkuk. But apparently, I don't know what kind of damage those bombs did. We were in Soleimani at the time, and we heard from our sources that the Iraqis were injured, that they were moving their men down the hillside, taking protective cover. But when we got here just about 45 minutes later, we were looking on the ridgeline, and they were up there again on the hilltop, walking around nonchalantly, almost like nothing had happened at all. Aaron?
There's a view from 2 areas up in the north. This division, Kevin, that you talk about, this Iraqi division that's over the hill, what sort of, when you talk to your Kurdish sources, what sort of reputation does it have? Is it the kind of division that they expect to stand and fight, or will it either surrender or flee?
Well, I'll have to assume at this point, Aaron, I mean, this is a division that is based very closely to strategic center, place of major importance to the Iraqis in Kirkuk, where most of these oil wells in the north are located. So I don't have any information from our sources on what kind of fighters these guys are, but we can only assume it's division strength. So there's probably going to be some fighting from them. Their location, of course, is important to the Iraqis, so we assume there's going to be some resistance at some point, and it seems like there is some bombing going in that location.
Ben, let's try something here and see if it works. Is there anything that you want to know from Kevin that might help you in your understanding of what's going on in your area? And then we'll give Kevin the chance to ask you the question. Ben, anything that you want to ask Kevin?
Well, what we've heard from Kurdish sources is that there's a large military formation moving up from the town of Tikrit, which is down, basically it's the hometown of Saddam Hussein, moving up to Kirkuk, and that's one of the reasons we've been told by Kurdish sources that there's been this intense bombing of the area around Kirkuk. For instance, yesterday at about 11 a.m. local time, we were in Erbil and we heard a massive explosion that really shook our hotel for about 3 or 4 seconds. And I'm wondering if he's hearing the same thing about if that's the reason for all that bombing in the area, if the movement of this large formation from Tikrit.
Kevin, were you able to hear that?
Well, we actually have heard explosions, and they have been somewhat consistent all day yesterday. The frequency of the bombing, it doesn't seem like it has been that great. They've been occasional, perhaps one every hour. However, the thunder, the kind of rolling thunder that we feel here 40 kilometers away gives some kind of evidence that there's some power behind these bombs. I can't assume what size they are, but there certainly has been, a kind of rolling concussion that we can feel here. I haven't had any word necessarily on forces moving up from Tikrit, but that could be a possibility. Our sources say that there are two forts, two bases that protect Kirkuk. One is the Al-Halid military compound, which is to the northwest of Kirkuk. The other is this Iraqi division that I talked about, the Al-Mathana division. So there definitely are some forces prepared to defend Kirkuk, if there is a coalition advance.
And now, Kevin, anything that you might ask Ben that would be helpful in your understanding more broadly of the situation?
Well, our area has been very deserted. Chamchamal has basically has become a ghost town. There are only Peshmerga fighters. They're on high alert, according to their commander. They all carry their weapons, but we have not seen any evidence of special forces here in this particular area yet, although there have been reports from other media that they have been based in Sulaymaniyah and maybe working their way towards us. I'm curious what Ben has seen in his region in terms of special forces and the type of cooperation that they're giving the Peshmerga there.
Well, we have heard anecdotal stories, not seen anybody ourselves, of some special forces, groups of 2 or 3, passing through this area. Even the Peshmerga, who are usually quite willing to talk about just about everything under the sun, when it comes to the special forces, they're not very forthcoming, which would indicate that there might be something to it. Now, of course, yesterday we did meet the head of the new Allied command in the north, Major General Peter Osman of the Marine Corps, and he certainly indicated that this is actually day before yesterday, the first U.S. troops began to arrive, special forces and otherwise, and that we certainly will be seeing more in this area. Now, on the question of, actually, I'd just like to point something out, the Iraqi formations in the north. Now, we've been told by Kurdish military sources that there are in total about 120,000 Iraqi troops in the north, and that's broken down into 3 army corps of about 40,000 apiece. Now, this source told us that under normal conditions, each of these corps has 1 division of Republican Guard, but apparently they have been, by and large, moved further to the south, to around Baghdad and to around Tikrit.
Gentlemen,
just
Ben,
for your information. Okay.
There we go. Both of you, thank you for working this out with us in an interesting way. The view from northern Iraq, I think that to underscore the point that both of you are making, it seems to me, is that things are changing there, and this front is opening up, and so We suspect, gentlemen, that in the next 24 hours or 48 hours, we'll not only be dealing with Basra and Qasr and all those other cities to the south that we've become familiar with, but we'll be adding these northern cities to the list as we work through the progress of the coalition. Thank you both very much. Ben Wiedemann and Kevin Seitz, who are working in northern Iraq. Ben, I think, well, I'm not sure which one it was that mentioned now that all of this is, this approach that the coalition is taking is made necessary because the American forces and the coalition forces cannot come through on the ground through Turkey. That was the original hope, that 60,000 or so coalition forces would come through Turkey. That's not happening. What is of some concern up in the border is a refugee problem. It has not yet reached massive proportions, but it's a concern. And as more firepower gets into the area, the greater comes the concern. For some people who are fleeing the war, safety isn't necessarily found by crossing the border. The only place these people seem to feel secure is quite literally by going underground. The story reported by CNN's Jane Raff.
These stones are what's left of the village of Sheikh Khidri. 4 times attacked by Iraqi forces before it was dynamited in 1987. It's still a refuge for these Kurds. They practice one of the oldest and least understood religions in the Middle East. They're known as Yazidis. These families have left their comfortable homes in the city of Dohuk and a nearby village to take shelter here, even though this is closer to the front lines. This is where people have taken refuge for centuries, underground. Now we're going down into a cave, one of about 30 to 40 caves beneath this village. And people have escaped here for centuries when they've been under persecution and when they've been under threat, as this community has. Karim Joki brought his family here because they're afraid of chemical attack. During the 1991 Gulf War, they fled with 500,000 other Kurds towards Turkey. Their 4-month-old child and their grandmother froze to death on the way, they said. This time, they're staying put. Their main protection, just pieces of plastic to seal the entrance of the cave. Karim and Mahmer have been here with their 12 children and other relatives for almost a week. Their firstborn child is named Kurdistan. Their 12-year-old, born after the 1991 Gulf War, Dick Cheney. I named him Dick Cheney after the Defense Secretary of the United States because he was such a brave man, Karim says. 64-year-old Abdul Karim says it's the Americans they have to thank for the relative freedom they've had since the Kurds took control of northern Iraq after the Gulf War.
Before 1991, we were suffering a lot of discrimination and bad conditions, but after 1991, we were able to say we are Yazidis.
Yazidis have suffered centuries of discrimination, persecution, and even massacres because they're thought to worship the devil. Their ancient religion is still obscure, but they say they worship only God. Historically, in times of trouble, they've retreated to the inaccessible mountains and to caves. This is one of those times. Jane Araf, CNN, beneath the village of Sheikh Khidri in northern Iraq.
Child named Dick Cheney. Talk about how small the world has become in this incredibly remote part of the world. That's something. We'll check in on the Pentagon. One of the developing storylines is this talk that a Republican Guard unit or units may have been authorized to use chemical weapons. We'll check with Chris Plant. We need to take a break first. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues in just a moment.
I think the spirit of service comes from the people, from the heart of the people who work for Quest.
Quest people are committed to being there, proudly doing whatever it takes to serve their customers.
The spirit of service is ingrained in everything I do.
That's our goal. That's what we do.
If there's anything I can do for the customer above and beyond, I'll do it.
To make our communities a little stronger, volunteering at Habitat for Humanity, donating blood, and encouraging people with special needs.
There's always something you can do. There's always something you can do.
Nos complace poder ayudarles.
And serving our country, taking our commitment to the spirit of service one step further.
Commitment and loyalty It carries across whether you're in uniform or out.
We're reservists and Quest employees.
So you're always helping somebody, and that's the nature of, I guess, who I am and what I do.
It makes me very proud to work with people like that.
Whatever it takes for us to do it, we're there.
The spirit of service, there for you.
As the war in Iraq continues, CNN is there. From the front lines to the home front, around the world, around the clock. When you need to know, stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Baghdad early in the morning, coming up on 8:30 in the morning in Baghdad. As peaceful as it looks, the next few days don't seem to be laying out that way. We've both a number of people that we've talked to tonight, most notably Michael Gordon, who is the chief military writer for the New York Times and reporting out of Camp Doha. General Clark, I think, has had the same feeling that we are moving toward a major and decisive moment. Indeed, the British Prime Minister, who will be speaking, I'm not sure if it's a news conference or what precisely he'll be doing at 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, and we'll carry that live here on CNN. Paula will have that. When Tony Blair addresses his country with a press briefing, I suspect that's what we would call a news conference. Live coverage there tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Eastern time. Anyway, he said today, Mr. Blair said, that he felt a decisive moment was coming, and I'm sure he'll be asked to amplify on that. About the same time he was saying that, we started to get reports of intelligence that a Iraqi Republican Guard, and you'll recall the Republican Guard have pretty much moved toward the city of Baghdad, protecting the outer ring of the Baghdad area, and then there's a special Republican Guard to keep track of too, that the Republican Guard has been given authority to use chemical weapons, this intelligence reporting goes, should a red line of some sort be crossed. This is going to be a major story in the day ahead. Chris Plant is at the Pentagon now, and Chris has been doing some reporting on this. What can you tell us that is helpful here now?
Hi, Aaron. That's right. The U.S. intelligence is indicating that they've received a number of reports that suggest that orders have been handed down from the Iraqi High Command to Republican Guard units surrounding Baghdad that if the Allied forces cross an imaginary red line around the city, that they're to employ chemical weapons. This has been one of the areas of major concern for the Allies since they entered into this process. Presumably, the Iraqis have chosen not to use the chemical weapons, assuming that they have them earlier than this, because it would not serve their purposes. A last-ditch sort of effort expected for the Battle of the City of Baghdad, and the concern is that that these orders may be followed by certain of the more loyal Republican Guard units. So it's something that's being taken very seriously, certainly as even as special operations forces fan out across the country in an attempt to seize suspected chemical weapons sites. Aaron?
What sort of chemicals are we talking about?
Well, the Iraqi regime is suspected of having produced and stored a whole range of weapons from mustard gas to sarin gas, a nerve agent known as VX. There's a whole family of chemical weapons, and presumably we're not talking at this point about biological weapons, which would open up an entirely new can of worms also. But a whole family of chemical weapons, traditional, some old, dating back to as mustard gas, World War I era type chemical munitions, to more modern nerve agents like VX.
And so, I'm sorry, and Chris, quickly, the American coalition side comes into a moment like this protected how?
Well, there are a number of tiers of protection that they attempt to employ here. I mean, one is intelligence gathering, first of all, and that's what we're talking about now. If the threat exists in a specific area and a specific time frame, it certainly becomes helpful. You can determine to some extent what sort of munitions they would be able to use, whether we're talking about surface-to-surface missiles or artillery shells, whether aircraft might be used to disperse these agents over areas where there are U.S. troop concentrations, and you attempt to preemptively address those issues, as was done, in fact, early on in this campaign in the South. There were reports that artillery pieces moved close to the Kuwaiti border were capable of firing chemical artillery shells. So air power preemptively took out those positions in an effort to eliminate that threat. Similar things certainly are taking place now with air power attacking the Republican Guard positions around the city of Baghdad. And if it reaches the point where there are incoming rounds that are suspected of being chemical munitions, certainly as we've been seeing, everybody almost automatically in this conflict goes to what they call MOP 4. That's the protective gear with gas masks and gloves and boots and so on that protect them from chemical agents, and they have decontamination procedures that they follow in the field also. Aaron?
Chris, thank you. Chris Plant, taking a look at the story we expect will turn into a major story tomorrow. General, one quick thought from you on this, well, maybe two. How concerned are you when you hear this sort of reporting, which is to say, does it sound like goods, like it has the goods behind it? And the other is, there is in fact on the ground a lot of, because I saw one of these units, a lot of American, Czech, German, I'm not sure people are aware, there are German units who work in these decontamination units who are on the ground, who are prepared to move out should this happen. Would you say American forces are appropriately prepared to deal with this?
It depends on what the substance is.
Okay.
But in general, we are prepared. We've tried to prepare, but I don't think we're ever totally confident you can handle this. It depends on what your target, what we call target posture is at the time. If people are awake and alert and in MOP 4, that's fine. If you're in the middle of a battle and communication's broken down, you could suffer a lot of casualties in something like this. I do take these reports as credible, only because they're coming out of the Pentagon. We've got the means of knowing, and I'm sure that our commanders in the field are taking this very seriously.
Well, we'll see how the day breaks on that. Again, that's the reporting that's going on. Out at sea, they don't have that concern, though they have a lot of others. They want to make sure that every time they send an airplane off an aircraft carrier, they get that airplane back. I suspect no one really breathes comfortably on something like the USS Theodore Roosevelt until that happens. Gary Stryker is aboard the Roosevelt for us. He is embedded there, and he joins us now with a look at how events are unfolding from his location. Gary?
Aaron, you know, we learned late yesterday that U.S. aircraft carriers here in the Mediterranean will now be launching many of their aircraft, those are F-14 Tomcats and F-18 Hornets, on missions to provide close air support for coalition ground forces in Iraq. That's we get that information as these critical engagements on the ground are becoming closer. And these aircraft on the carriers will still be launching airstrikes on predetermined military targets, but much of the carrier's air power will now be aimed at providing protection for coalition forces on the ground, Aaron.
So that is a significant change in mission and indicates, General, to you, and Gary weigh in on this as well, that we've reached a somewhat different stage in the process?
That's right. We've done a lot of damage to his air defense system. Now we're ready to go after the troops on the ground.
And Gary, is that pretty much how, when you talk to these pilots, they're pretty confident they've taken out the air defense systems?
Well, they feel the targets that were assigned to them definitely have been evaporated, in the words of one of the pilots. And according to another one, they felt that some of the targets that remain are probably not as critical when you compare them to what could be done to assist the ground forces. One of the pilots told us that on these close air support missions, they'll serve as the eyes and ears of the ground commanders, sometimes acting as their forward air controllers to direct weapons at targets that are threatening the ground troops. And the pilots say, you know, that these close air support missions are much more satisfying to them than striking predetermined military targets. They get immediate feedback from the ground troops and the satisfaction of eliminating threats to the survival of their comrades on the ground, Aaron.
Go ahead, General, if you want to add to that.
We love it. Need it. Got to practice it. It's really tough.
And it's just another example that despite the sort of incremental moments here and there, the campaign moves forward, and that's very tangible evidence there that is the case. We're at the bottom of the hour here. We turn to Darren Kagan to give us an update on the major events that have transpired on yet another significant day. Darren?
And good morning from Kuwait City. Aaron, here are the latest developments at the half hour. There is no let-up in the battering of Baghdad. The Iraqi capital is still being rocked by explosions. At least 5 waves of bombings reported since nightfall. U.S. forces are less than 60 miles from the Iraqi capital, which is showing the effects of shock and awe bombing. 2 U.S. helicopter pilots are being held by the Iraqis. Ronald Young and David Williams were shown on Iraqi and Abu Dhabi television. At least 5 soldiers from an Army maintenance unit are also being held. They are Shoshana Johnson, Patrick Miller, Joseph Hudson, Edgar Hernandez, and James Riley. U.S. officials tell CNN they have intelligence reports that Iraq's Republican Guard may have orders to use chemical weapons if U.S. forces cross the line around Baghdad. But one official says the order does not mean those weapons would be used. CNN's embedded reporters say that coalition aircraft are now targeting the Saddam International Airport near Baghdad. Our Frank Buckley, who was aboard the USS Constellation, reports that sorties are also hitting Republican Guard positions near Baghdad. In other news, the New York Stock Exchange is barring a reporter from Al Jazeera from its trading floor. An exchange spokesman says it's restricting access to what it calls responsible networks. Al Jazeera has been criticized in the U.S. for its reporting on the war against Iraq. News from Iraq on Monday, by the way, sent Wall Street into a tailspin. Stocks dropped more than 3%, putting the brakes on last week's rally. The Dow skidded over 307 points. The NASDAQ was down just over 52 points. That is the latest developments this hour. You're watching CNN, the most trusted name in news. And now back to Aaron at CNN headquarters in Atlanta.
Stay with us for a second. Let's talk about this Al Jazeera thing for a second. I had not heard that yet. As you know, Darren, Al Jazeera works across all of the Arab world, and they aired yesterday, they aired on Sunday, not simply the long interviews with the American POWs that have been considerably controversial here in the States, but even more so, it would seem to me, they aired some of the most disturbing pictures we have seen in our lives of dead Americans, and which has created a kind of discussion of sorts. You know, how much you have to show to make the point, and we're not in the business of sanitizing, but you need tight shots of the worst imaginable stuff. Was that stuff?
Yeah,
Al Jazeera is carried in Kuwait, isn't it? That must have been seen in Kuwait.
Yeah, no. We watched that live, Aaron. I think perhaps we even saw it before you saw it back in the States. We were watching that feed. It was interesting. It was abhorrent to see the video, and you're right. Not only the shots of the dead soldiers, but also to watch those interviews being taken place and how they were conducted. There was one POW who was injured. It appeared like some kind of gunshot wound in the abdomen. They forced him to sit up in order to do the interview. Again, I don't know how much you've seen back there, but yes, we did see the whole thing. And then what was also interesting, Al Jazeera broadcasting obviously in Arabic, and we have a number of Arabic speakers here with us, translating what the news anchor said after they came back from showing that tape, making a clarification, just saying, well, just so you know, that's Iraqi television that took those pictures, and we just got that tape back. Al Jazeera did not take those pictures.
Yes, well,
just kind of want to make that clarification and kind of make some kind of a difference between Al Jazeera and Iraqi television.
The bureau chief for Al Jazeera on this program last night, when asked by a somewhat agitated anchorman, I will tell you, made the same argument, and I think the anchorman then said, but you ran it. Whoever shot it, you made the decision to run it, and there's some controversy. In fairness to Al Jazeera, others ran it as well. This thing has widely been seen now around the world, and the question for reporters, and Darren, you've been at this for a while, you know how these issues come up. On the one hand, our job is not to make war look pretty, fun, pleasant, or anything else. We are not in the business of sanitizing, and there's no science to this. You just make judgments, but in my humble view, and you looked at the tape, I did too, this was a slam dunk call that they went way beyond the line of what is necessary and appropriate.
I think they did go way beyond the line. You know, we're not able to see what's being shown domestically here. We can only see the international feed. I'm not really completely sure how much we've shown at home. I can see in the CNN computer the graphics that are ordered, and I can hear in my ear what you're showing. I'm not completely sure if the limited amount that we're showing, and perhaps the bosses won't appreciate this criticism, but I'm just being honest, I'm just not sure if the limited amount that we're showing can really convey just how disturbing that video was, and maybe there's a place in between the limited amount we're showing and too much that Al Jazeera showed that would actually better portray the story of what our men and women face right now, especially the POWs.
I think you're exactly right, and I think once again you've proved you're more measured on this subject than I am. Thank you, Darren, very much. Darren Kagan, who's in Kuwait helping us out tonight. What we were talking about last night, when we were talking about POWs and the conditions they were being held in Iraq, American POWs, it was one of the great ironies, I suppose, of this, that at the same time American doctors were performing abdominal surgery in the field on an Iraqi prisoner of war and trying to save his life. Dr. Sanjay Gupta is embedded with the Marines, a Marine group known as the Devil Docs, and when he realized the surgery was being performed in the field, he did what reporters do. He started covering it, and here is the report he has filed.
We are here in central Iraq, spending time with the Devil Docs. Just behind me are the FRSS, the Forward Resuscitative Surgical Suites. These are operating rooms in the middle of the desert, really remarkable things. Another remarkable thing that has sort of been emerging here is the number of operations that are done on Iraqis. We came here certainly anxious to see all the capabilities of these operating rooms, and an emerging story was certainly that the 4 operations that we've seen so far have all been done on Iraqis. I've talked to some of the doctors about this, and they got some of their viewpoints, and they've been very clear. They've said that their medical triage is the most important thing and supersedes all political triage. Patients who are the sickest, patients who will benefit most from the operations are the patients that get their operations first. And that has been a clear message from all the doctors that I've spoken with. They've been elaborately briefed on the Geneva Convention, and this is in accordance with that, and they are very clear on that. The mood about this, though, is something a little different. Certainly, the first operation that we witnessed here came on the heels, quite literally, of many of the Marines here hearing about 4 soldiers who were killed. One of the doctors made a very poignant remark to me that I'd like to share with you, which was, we are operating on those guys while they're killing our own. A very poignant remark. I think it summed it up in some ways, some of the sentiment on some of the doctors and some of the other Marines out here. But again, it hasn't changed the way that they approach any of these sick patients, any of these patients who need operations. Overall, we've seen 4 operations here. The number of cases really seems to come in spurts. I think most of the doctors that we've spoken with think they're a little bit busier than they expected to be, and certainly operating on more Iraqis than they expected to be, but it really comes in spurts. We're just going to have to wait and see how it all plays out. As we speak, there is an operating room behind me. That operating room was just in use. There are 8 more Marines expected in here. We don't know the status of those Marines or whether or not they'll even need operations, but it has been quite busy here in central Iraq with the FRSS. Back to you.
That would be me in this case. General, is there policy on this, or the docs pretty much left to make their own judgment on who gets the help first, or is there somewhere written enemy or friendly?
You take care of whoever needs it the most. And the docs are doing what our policy requires. If a wounded soldier is brought in, it doesn't matter whether he's one of ours or one of theirs. We're going to take care of him.
Well, right. We're going to take care of him. I'll give you that. But I think the question actually is, are we going to take care? Who gets cared for first?
Well, I guess
you've got a kid over there. You've got a kid from Toledo, Ohio, sitting over there with shrapnel in his arm, and you've got a kid from Basra, Iraq, with shrapnel in his arm, and they're both screaming and hurting. Is the doc supposed to say, well, actually, the Iraqi looks like he's in worse shape, I'll take him?
that
Probably is. Probably is. If it's, obviously, if they're both the same, you're going to take your own first.
That's a, excuse the expression, a hell of a call to have to make for a guy.
And I guess there's times when you might say you just didn't have enough medical supplies or time or whatever. I mean,
it's just a hard call that to have to make. It's not. I'm not judging the call. I'm just saying it's a really tough call to ask someone to make in that sort of situation, and that's why they're out there, and that's why they're trained. God bless them for that.
Well, we had, you know, in World War II, we had doctors who would stay behind. They'd stay behind in an aid station that was overrun by Germans. They were operating on Germans and Americans in the aid station. The Germans came in and looked at them, and they just kept right on operating.
It's amazing stuff. It's amazing stuff. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
During Empire's half-off carpet sale, I'm cutting prices in half on all our best stain-resistant carpets. 50% off. That's a lot of cutting for a lot of savings. We'll bring samples to your home so you can choose your carpet where you use your carpet, and we'll install next day, complete with padding, with no payment till next year. Empire's half-off sale. Big price cuts mean big savings.
800-588-2300 Empire today.
At CarSense, we may have some beetles, but we don't have many bugs. Avoid hassles of every kind on pre-owned cars at CarSense. One less thing in life to negotiate.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
U.S. military destroyed an Apache helicopter that was shot down or was in some way disabled, at least, in Iraq in an incident where 2 young Americans were taken prisoner of war. Ronald Young Jr., an Oregonian. Salem, Oregon, his hometown, and David Williams, who comes from the state of Florida. We have seen pictures of them, and their families have been formally notified, and in fact earlier tonight we talked. This is the condition that the helicopter was in when it came down. So, General, it obviously wasn't blown out of the sky. It suggests perhaps some sort of mechanical problem to you?
Could have been hit. You can't tell from here.
Right.
Could have taken around from the other side, knocked out hydraulics or something.
Actually, if you just look at right in the center of that shot, you can see the Iraqi state TV correspondent urging on the cheering while he's reporting the story. Just an observation to make. In any case, the Army does not leave its intact helicopter sitting on the ground, so they came in and blew it up. We know this unit because when we were in Kuwait, we spent some time out with them and talked a good deal about what their mission was and what their concerns were, and here's some of what they told us. Once you aim it, you don't have to do anything else.
Well, it's aimed actually by the radar itself. Okay. The radar finds a target out to its limits. You can do that. You can transfer that target over to another aircraft, or you can fire it yourself. But that becomes your, if it's prioritized as your next target, you pull the trigger, that missile's gone, you move on. And it will destroy that target that was out there.
A month ago, when war with Iraq was still theoretical, Colonel Bill Wolfe was a commander anxious to show what his Apache helicopters could do in battle. How long does it take to arm it?
The arming of the system with a good armament team can probably arm and that's one of the upgrades we have on the longbow. Arm the 30mm rockets and the Hellfire system in minutes.
Yesterday, around the Iraqi city of Karbala, 60 miles or so south of Baghdad, Colonel Wolf's pilots and gunners from the Army's 11th Aviation Regiment took part in the biggest helicopter battle so far of this still very young war.
The Apache, we have been working for a number of years now in terms of our doctrine and capability to be able to reach deep at enemy formations.
A reporter embedded with the regiment said these Apache longbows heavily damaged 4 or 5 Iraqi tanks, as well as several light vehicles, but that they were driven away, he said, by a barrage of fire coming from the streets and rooftops and backyards of the city. Still, the Pentagon terms this a victory.
By all reports, it was very successful.
Iraqi television replayed these pictures of a downed Apache longbow not far from Karbala over and over again. Abu Dhabi television later broadcast these pictures of the crewmen that had been captured. But in a way that now seems eerie, Colonel Wolf told us how much incoming fire his helicopters could take.
This aircraft would take punishment. I mean, you've heard all the stories of the Alpha models in Afghanistan, the Apaches, that, you know, the entire front cockpit and front assembly was blown away by an RPG. The pilot survived, the aircraft survived, the transmission took a round from an RPG, totally bled out all the oil. The aircraft made it back.
We've flown over 2,000 hours since we arrived, which is just about double what we would normally fly.
During our stay with the 11th Aviation, we also met Captain Scott Thompson. Captain Thompson is a veteran of the First Gulf War. There is no way to know at this point whether he was engaged in yesterday's battle. But on the tarmac in the Kuwaiti desert a month ago, he too was confident about the outcome.
Today, there is absolute confidence within everyone in my task force that if we have to go do this for real, we're going to win, and we're going to win quickly. Because we have been here in Kuwait, we've established ourselves here. We've been here for 12 years now, watching him across the border. I seriously doubt whether we're wrong about his capabilities.
No one in the Pentagon or the administration seriously doubts the United States will prevail now that the fighting is underway. But the commander of the 11th Aviation, Bill Wolf, knew something then that he is no doubt reminding himself of now.
We're not invulnerable, you know, it's what we can't see or we don't plan on that can hurt us.
That was a month ago, and those guys were up in the sky. Let's talk a bit about, we actually got a very good look at what those Apaches are. There are 2 versions of them, an updated version, the longbow, and then an older version which has been around for a while, right?
Right, sort of mid 1980s for the first one.
And they're in the battle plan. They have that's dicey work that these two crewmen do. In the front seat is the weapons guy, right?
That's right.
So he sits up front, and then in the back is the pilot, though either could fly it.
That's right.
The longbow is different from the older version. How?
Longbow's got this, it's got this incredible radar on top. It's a millimeter wave radar. It's got very fine discrimination. It actually picks out targets. It classifies targets. You could program it. It can send target information, and it sends the target information directly into the missile guidance system, and you can lock on, and you can ripple fire at different targets of any of these Hellfire missiles. It's very sophisticated and very effective. It's designed to minimize the exposure of the helicopter when it rises up and the pilot's scanning through his optics to acquire the targets. What the millimeter wave radar does is it means that he gets the picture very quickly, and it feeds right into the missiles, and he can shoot very quickly rather than hovering there and remaining vulnerable.
And the reason they use these rather than just sending in jets to 20,000 feet or whatever is what?
First of all, they've got an enormous killing mass with them. Send in 30 helicopters with 10 to 16 Hellfire missiles, and you figure those missiles, if they're fired, they will strike what they're aimed at with a 99% reliability. You can take out a huge force if you catch it in the right posture. And it is risk, and it is boldness to go in there and do that. And it should go in there accompanied with high-performance aircraft and artillery and rocket fire and other suppression. So it should be part of a team.
I remember asking Scott Thompson what his biggest, we were flying around, and I asked him what his biggest concern was in this sort of thing, and he did not say the enemy or ground fire. He said his biggest concern was that there might be a friendly fire incident. I came away from the time there feeling that these young men were very confident that the army that they were facing was not nearly as good as the army that they thought they were facing 12 years ago. Do you think in any way, shape, or form his bosses, the generals, the war planners, have underestimated the capacity of the Iraqi army and the willingness of the Iraqi army to fight?
You know, it's really hard to make that kind of a call for me, Aaron, because I'm not there, I'm not talking to those war planners. What I have heard consistently that they have said is, you've got to respect the enemy, we don't take anything for granted, this is not going to be a, quote, cakewalk, and so forth. Now, what you get from the lower level commanders and the troops is the confidence that you would expect. But I haven't heard bombastic statements from the people at the top. What I've heard instead is, we need more troops, we need to be ready for this thing, we really need to do our work, we really need to be very serious and methodical and thoughtful about this.
Do you, just a final question on this, conversation was kind of moved here, but sometimes it's hard for me to know, when I hear them say this might take a long time or anything, are they just trying to prepare the American public for a possibility of something, or is that what they really believe?
Well,
when you hear it, which do you hear, or both?
Well, what I'm hearing right now is from the administration, I'm hearing some, maybe our assumptions weren't quite right, we haven't been welcomed as liberators yet, we haven't quite gotten rid of Saddam Hussein yet, we want a safe side American public opinion by not appearing, you know, we want to be conservative about our estimates now. We weren't that conservative before, but maybe it'll work out for us and then we'll look even better if there's a breakthrough. But that's not what I'm hearing from the troops. What I'm hearing from the troops is this is going to be very difficult. Of course, no one knew whether the Iraqis would fight and how many would surrender. That was a great unknown in this.
Right.
And that's still the unknown, and they could break tomorrow. Chances are they won't.
Right. Well, we can hope. I'll go home.
Yep.
One of the, I guess, most sensitive questions about this war obviously surrounds the question of oil. The administration, the military, obviously sensitive to this and trying to fight the idea that the United States is after the Iraqis' oil. They say that when this thing is over, the Iraqi oil belongs to the Iraqi people and only to the Iraqi people. It is a point the President has made countless times over the months. Richard Blystone of our staff has taken a look at some of the efforts to protect those Iraqi oil wells in southern Iraq.
While the struggle goes on to make this oil field safe, a bigger, longer, and more costly campaign is already underway to make it a fountain of prosperity for a new and friendly Iraq. This is Rumaila, the huge field that until weeks ago supplied half of Iraq's petroleum. 8 of its 1,000 wells are ablaze, torched by Iraqis, the coalition says. And it urgently wants the world to see this, what it's doing to hand this treasure back to the Iraqi people intact and improved. Less dramatic pictures, but top priority is securing facilities like this gas oil separation plant to contain the danger and curb oil pollution. A U.S. Marine died in the fight to take one of these. The Holocaust that retreating Iraqis wrought in Kuwait 12 years ago taught firefighters a lot. One of them, who's been close enough to this one to see the sand turn to glass, is Brian Krause.
What I've seen so far is just identical to 91 as far as where the detonators were set, where the explosives were set, how they were set, how they were wired, and how they were done.
So far, explosives experts have found no mines or booby traps.
The nice thing about the oil well burning is that if there's any explosives around, the heat is so intense there that most likely there's nothing there.
It'll take vast amounts of water, one of the scarcest commodities around here, to put out the fires. But that'll look small next to the task that follows. Iraq's oil fields have been ravaged by a generation of war and neglect, starved by international sanctions. Experts estimate it'll take $10 billion to put them into shape, and that's for starters. But the prize is enormous, not only for Iraq, but for outside contractors and oil consumers. Iraq has drilled only 10% of its known fields. Its oil is abundant, high quality, and cheap to extract. Its reserves might equal or surpass Saudi Arabia's. Imagine a democratic, grateful, and secular Iraq challenging the dominance of the Saudis, whose relations with the West have cooled since 9/11. It took more than 7 months to put out Kuwait's oil fires. With any luck, these will be gone in less than 1 month. Then this terrible beauty will die, and in its place could slowly arise a new oil order. Richard Blystone, CNN, Rumaila oil fields, southern Iraq.
Coming up in the hour ahead, we'll look at how the British are reacting because of the serious losses that they've had, or certainly the sad losses they've already experienced. We'll also take a look at how the world is seeing the coverage of the war. We'll take you aboard a mine-clearing ship and much more. First break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for whatever comes your way. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers. Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote with sailors. Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker with airmen. Gary Tuckman, Bob Franken with Marines. Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage. Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City on Tuesday morning. Let's go ahead and check what we know this hour. The U.S. has sent a Marine general into northern Iraq to open a second front in this war. And U.S. Air Force officials tell CNN today that Iraq has not flown a single sortie since the war started, despite having more than 300 fighter jets. In the south, U.S. forces have run up against a wall of stiff resistance between 50 and 60 miles outside of Baghdad. This chopper went down in a harrowing 3-hour firefight between Apache attack helicopters and the Republican Guard's Medina Division. U.S. forces later blew up the helicopter with a guided missile, keeping the technology out of Iraqi hands. The two pilots, however, are in Iraqi hands. Chief Warrant Officers Ronald D. Young Jr. and David S. Williams were shown on Iraqi television. Also shown on Iraqi TV, 5 Americans from the Army's 507th Maintenance Company. They are Shoshana Johnson, Patrick Miller, Joseph Hudson, Edgar Hernandez, and James Riley. Kuwaiti firefighters report finding signs of sabotage at some of the blazing oil wells in southern Iraq. The minimal effects, however, reportedly suggested that some Iraqis did not fully comply with orders to destroy those wells. A Chicago Islamic leader is asking police to warn the public about hate crimes. Police are investigating several incidents, including the detonation of fireworks in a Palestinian family's van that appear to have been targeted at Muslims. Now back to more comprehensive coverage of the war in Iraq, and for that we turn to Aaron Brown.
Darren, thank you very much. We spent a fair amount of our time looking at American opinion for obvious reasons, but we are also curious about the opinions of those around the world, and particularly the British right now, with British forces fighting, and some of them died alongside American forces. Add to that the anti-war sentiment that was especially strong in Britain before the war. And so as we were sitting around in our meeting today, we were wondering, has that changed? And the answer seems to be yes to a degree. Reporting for us, CNN's Robin Oakley.
Order! Order!
A few days before, more than 200 of the 650 lawmakers in the UK House of Commons had voted against a war with Iraq. But it was an altogether different mood as Prime Minister Tony Blair paid tribute to the first of the war dead.
They gave their lives for our safety. They had the courage to take the ultimate risk in the service of their country and of those who value freedom everywhere in the world. We owe them an immense debt.
We don't know what started it.
A war being seen in real-time TV is feeding patriotic instincts.
At 6 o'clock, these are tonight's top stories. British troops around Iraq's second city.
The battle for Basra, desert rats go in.
With British troops in action, the media support is growing. Pride in our boys, and sometimes the media's own boys and girls, takes over from the politics. There are some media holdouts. And hundreds of thousands again took to the streets last weekend to protest against what many Britons still see as George Bush's over-hasty war. But there were fewer demonstrators than last month, and opinion pollsters are charting a steady change. In the weeks before the war, the vast majority of people here opposed invading Iraq. On March the 18th, the day before the war began, the YouGov poll measured support for the war at 50%. Those against at 42%. 2 days later, the split was 53 to 39 in favour. On Sunday, it was 56 to 37%. The trend is underlined by street reaction.
I suppose you've got to support the troops that are out there.
So you need to get rid of these kind of people, they are dangerous.
I think it's very difficult now to be against it. I mean, it's seen as unpatriotic.
I reckon that Saddam should go. Well, as in not this way, not war.
It's starting to swing Tony Blair's way, but his tone remains cautious. And to MPs, he's careful to stress his desire to help the Iraqi people. It's not that Britain's Prime Minister has any doubts that he is right to fight, but he knows that public opinion remains fragile. Another friendly fire incident or a spate of British casualties, and things could turn the wrong way again. And so, until Saddam is out, there'll be no hint of triumphalism. Robin Oakley, CNN, London.
And the British Prime Minister, Mr. Tony Blair, will meet with reporters, at least that's the way it sounds to us, a press briefing. We assume that means he'll take questions. Excuse me, 7 o'clock Eastern time, 4 o'clock for you out on the West Coast, the British Prime Minister. So Paula and Bill Hemmer and that morning group will have that. When Mr. Blair takes questions, we noted in the piece, the British press is a very vibrant press, particularly the London press, the newspapers in London, and so that may be a very interesting session to watch. 7 o'clock Eastern time. We began this long time, now 3 hours ago, by talking about a battle or of some size and dimension. We weren't precisely sure because our correspondent at the time, Alessio Vinci, who was working with the Marine unit, could only talk to us for about 20 or 30 seconds. Art Harris, another one of our embedded correspondents, has managed to get to a telephone. I believe it's a telephone. Yeah, there we go. And Art is in the area also. Art, we have been waiting to find out what's going on. What can you tell us?
I came across 2 bridges this morning in Nazareth with the Marines who were here to resupply and provide reinforcements and screening for other Marines in the area. There has been constant fire since we've gotten here, 50 cal machine guns. We've heard mortars and artillery coming in, possible enemy positions all around. It's hard to tell from where I am, and I can't exactly, nor don't want to, under the rules of engagement, pinpoint the precise spot but you just don't know where the fire is coming from. When we drove through the main road, the street is lined with Marines lying flat, M16s at the ready, tanks at every block, and machine gun fire was intermittent. Tanks knocked off a couple of rounds, as we drove by down the street at possible targets. So the fighting was evident. We also have seen along the way the burned out vehicles that have been discussed from the casualties here. As you know, this is a lot of fighting and a lot of dying, and actually saw the APV that was shot out, the Marine troop carrier, as well as 3 other vehicles. I am told, this is unconfirmed, but that one American vehicle was taken out possibly by friendly fire by an A-10. Now that is unconfirmed. That comes from one of the Marines here who also ran the gauntlet. Back to you.
This enemy fire they're getting, are they getting it from organized groups, or are they getting it from houses and buildings where civilians also may be living? Do you have a sense of what it is that they are in fact encountering?
Aaron, it seems to be a pattern that is developing that is very difficult to tell friend from foe. I was with a unit yesterday and saw them bury 2 Iraqi soldiers in uniform after a firefight. People here, I'm told, are wearing robes, traditional robes, and they know that they will not be harmed if they don't have a weapon or not seen raising a weapon. Marines were telling me. So they then vanish into the fields, into the homes, and they believe come back with rocket-propelled grenades, AK-47s, and use those against the Marines. So it's somewhat unconventional tactics that remind you of what was possibly used in Vietnam. Aaron?
What is the mood then of the Marines? Are they getting, we talked with Jason Bellini, who's in a different part of southern Iraq, and the Marines he was with, he indicated to us were growing quite frustrated at not being allowed essentially just to, this is my term, not his, honestly, just blow the thing up and move on.
Aaron, I think there is certainly some of that. Their feeling is that there are civilians who are being used as human shields, dilemma about what to do. But if a Marine's life is at stake, and those are the rules that the Iraqis are playing by, they feel comfortable, though somewhat queasy, about following their rules of engagement, which is to take out their enemy. I know we're not supposed to use that word, but they see it. I think their feeling is that the Iraqis are using unconventional, very sort of dedicated, loyal Saddam military or Fedayeen, and that they are here to slow the Marines down, to make this a longer war, and possibly drag it out to the point that the Marines and possibly the American public lose stomach for it. I think it's too early to tell. Certainly to judge, victory or defeat. By far, there is no doubt that U.S. forces are vastly superior, and they believe they will prevail. The question is when, and there are these pockets of resistance that they're here in El Nazareth trying to clean out. And I have to tell you, looking out, it is wall to wall, Marines, tanks, heavy equipment coming in, M1A1s, Cobra gunships overhead, and you have heard gunfire and mortars and heavy artillery for the last 3 hours. Aaron, back to you.
Art, thank you very much. Art Harris. Actually, Art, if you want to stay on the line for a bit, I just want to draw General Clark into this. We've talked about this to some degree over the last few days. It is not necessarily a winning strategy unless you believe, General, that ultimately the American public will grow weary of this, and we're not even a week into it, but it does now seem to be the emerging strategy of the Iraqis, and it may not be fair game, but in a sense maybe they felt it was the only strategy they had. They can't win, they might as well do some damage. Is that?
Well, this is part of using the depth of Iraq to fight against the American advance. And so let the tanks go past, attack the trucks. The Marines have light armored vehicles. They're softer than a tank. Hit the light armored vehicles. and continue to attack, fall back, attack, fall back, attack, fall back, and you draw off combat force, you complicate resupply. It's one more problem, one more friction, one more difficulty as the Americans, right now the Americans are trying to set the force to go after Baghdad, and they're having trouble getting the force set because of this fight at Nasiriyah.
And by set the force, you mean move everybody up into the position you want them to be in, so that you can take the next step. But you need to get, this is a question, you need to get everything up to staging areas, if that's the right term. And what the Iraqis are doing is delaying that by holding these units with these little battles, if you will, in places like where Art is, right, Art? I mean, that's how it's, I'm sorry, we lost Art. But that's what it seems like they've been doing now for several days. Is that a command decision? Did someone in Baghdad sit down and say, let's the best we got, let's try and do it this way?
That's right. This is basic doctrine. This is, it's applied in an unconventional way, but when you establish a defense, you start with a security zone out front. Its mission is to locate the enemy, to see them as to the location of the main battle area, inflict casualties, and delay and impede their advance. But you don't expect to win the battle there. Then you have your main defensive area, and you have a secondary defensive area behind it. And so we haven't hit the main defense yet.
And so just now keep your Iraqi strategist hat on while this delaying tactic is going on. And what are you doing with your units in your main defense line? What are you trying to do with them?
Well, I'd be building as many decoys as I could.
And decoys would be like
decoys
what?
That draw shells, things that look like tanks but aren't tanks. I'd be preparing fighting positions inside basements of homes. I'd be simulating normal life in these cities, and then have it where you can drive the tank out from underneath, fire, and pull back in. Because what can be seen can be hit, what can be hit will be destroyed. We're going to be looking down from above to see it and strike it. So they've got to be very worried about camouflaging their division, burying their communication lines so they're not using radios that we can do direction finding on, and stockpiling enough logistics so they can be somewhat isolated in their positions and still hold on and resist.
And that's what we will likely, or I think likely see unfold over the next several days. We'll see in what degree it does. We'll take a break. Our coverage continues in a moment.
What can a pitching machine teach us about financial advisors? Working with one can leave you better prepared. At Wachovia Securities, we learn from the world around us and provide financial advice for whatever comes your way. Together, we can achieve uncommon results. Wachovia Securities.
Think all mortgage lenders are the same? Think again. At Ditech.com, there are 2 fast and easy ways to apply for a second mortgage 24 hours, 7 days a week. You can pick up the telephone and call our toll-free number or apply online at Ditech.com. Right now, you can apply for a second mortgage with Ditech's no closing cost option. Use the money to pay off credit card debt, whatever you want. Ditech.com. There is a difference. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
CNN Tomorrow and American Morning live updates on efforts to reach U.S. POWs, plus an unexpected threat to coalition forces, the special militia commanded by Saddam's son. Next, American Morning with Paul Azan. CNN Tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern.
Regular Newsnight viewers know that we have this fascination with watching how stories are reported in other places. It's like traveling without all of the annoyances of traveling, and it gives you a sense of how differently people can often see the same story depending on who is telling it. We call it their TV news. In a moment, we'll talk about how the world is seeing this war from several different places, but first a survey of how it looks from CNN's Bruce Burkhardt.
In this daily newscast from Russia's RTR TV, the Iraq War was the second story in its lineup. The newscast led with the referendum in Chechnya. But in the war coverage, shots of the downed Apache helicopter and some of the celebrations around it. The reporter in this story talks about the recent video of Saddam Hussein and the speculation that it might not be him. There's also a comment from President Putin voicing his concerns over the treatment of the U.S. POWs. On the Abu Dhabi network based in Dubai and a competitor of Al Jazeera, there was this story. A woman in a bombed-out civilian neighborhood in Baghdad crying out for help from the Arab world. Also in Abu Dhabi, a story from Turkey showing Turks cheering as U.S. forces leave their country to be deployed elsewhere. But other stories too, like this one from an embedded reporter on the USS Kitty Hawk showing life aboard ship, right down to a review of the onboard food. And here they're promoting a live interview with Colin Powell, inviting its Arab audience to email in questions. You're not likely to see Colin Powell as a guest here, the state-owned Iraqi TV. It might be a music video in praise of Saddam Hussein, or a statement from the Minister of Information boasting that many volunteers are joining up to fight with Iraqis. A lot of different ways of looking at this war. Bruce Burkhardt, CNN, Atlanta.
Joining us now to talk about how the world is viewing the war, some journalists from papers from overseas, Brett Stevens from the Jerusalem Post in London, Baria Alamuddin of the Arab language paper Al Hayat, and Sylvie Kaufman of Le Mans in Paris. Welcome to you all. Brett, just because we introduced you first, might as well start with you first. I assume that your readers in Israel have enormous interest in the story. How is it being played? Are you essentially taking the American coverage of the story on TV?
Well, we have our own reporters in the region. I have an embedded reporter with the 3rd Infantry. In terms of how the overall Israeli media is playing it, I think it broadly reflects what the way it's being played on CNN, the BBC, other news outfits. But of course, we have one special angle that interests all of us, which is the question of the seizure of weapons of mass destruction, and particularly hopefully the seizure of Scud missiles or anything that can attack us here in Israel.
Is there are Israelis, to your knowledge, spending a lot of time sitting around and watching the war on television in the way that many Americans seem to be?
Yeah, I think I sometimes get the sense that that's all they do. Certainly that's all I've been doing for the past few days. At the same time, the level of alert has gone down somewhat. You know, for a while, a lot of Israelis were walking around with gas masks. I see less of that now. I think there is a sense that the level of the threat has diminished somewhat.
And Baria, you're writing for an Arab language audience, and I'm dying to know, I think, how differently. I assume you're seeing coverage from the BBC, you're seeing CNN coverage, you're seeing Al Jazeera coverage, Abu Dhabi coverage, all of it. Is it dramatically different?
Well, I wouldn't say dramatically. The events on the ground are being, I think, reported in the same way in all networks. What I mean by that is the actual operational news. I think you will find the difference in the nuance in the way it's reported, and you would see that differently in the different countries in the different Arab world to reflect Arab sentiment. For example, what you see published in Syria would be slightly different what you see published in Kuwait, or you see published in Qatar, or you see published in Tunisia. There is this slight difference in, on emphasis on the news and the headlines and the type of pictures that you see. However, what's interesting in the scene in the Arab media, I believe, is the number of networks covering the news. We have a new television channel called Al Arabiya, which was just launched before the war started. We have some networks that were not on 24-hour basis news, and now they are 24 hours, like LBCI, Al Hayat network, and they have all their own reporters on the ground, so they don't as much depend on foreign media as they used to do before. So hence the reporting is much closer to home, much closer to the hearts of the people.
Just while you were talking, and just to give our viewers a flavor of this, we've put up Lebanese TV, Abu Dhabi TV, one other, to give a sense of what's going out over across the Arab world. Sylvie, because of how this, the diplomatic side of this played out and how the French position was seen, how is the French press playing this story? And again, I would ask, are the French sitting around and watching this on TV like the Americans and the British and perhaps a lot of others are?
Well, yes, the war is really on everybody's mind here, even though the French are very, very strongly against it, and there have been demonstrations almost daily here around the country. But the TV coverage of the war is really huge. Last night, evening news, for instance, had about 90% of the whole hour dedicated to the war, and it takes most of our newspapers too. So it's really on everybody's mind, and people are closely following it.
I don't know if there has been polling or how much polling, honestly, the paper does, but do you sense that since the war began, there has been any change one way or another in French public opinion about the war itself?
No, I don't think so. I think the French are in an expecting mood at the moment. There is surprise, you know, there was surprise yesterday that the war is not going as easily as we were led to believe, and you know, people that the US and British troops are not met with the welcoming arms and surrendering soldiers only. So there is really a feeling of surprise that they are meeting so much resistance. And there was shock, of course, as well during the weekend when those pictures of the American prisoners of war were shown, you know, wounded soldiers. Whatever your feelings are about this war, I think people here are human, and your heart goes out to the families of these soldiers. So now when people are seeing body parts of wounded Iraqi civilians, they have the same feelings. I think the reality of war really struck over the past couple of days, and people are just shocked and surprised and expecting to see what next.
One more question, Sylvie, to you, and then I want to come back to the others. Is the French press playing it pretty straight, or is there an anti-war tint to the coverage at all?
You know, I think at the moment the coverage is pretty fair. We do have, all of us have, or most of us have embedded reporters with the U.S. Army too, and I think we're really covering it, you know, as it is, and trying to make a sense of how things are going and what will happen next. No, I don't see any obvious or particular bias at the moment.
Baria, would the discovery of chemical weapons or the use of chemical weapons change, do you think, how this war is seen in the world that you're reporting to?
Yes, I'm sure it would. I'm sure most people do not believe that Saddam Hussein has these chemical and biological weapons. And so far, Saddam Hussein seems to be coming true to himself, in the sense that whatever we are reporting is what is happening. It is amazing how the Iraqis are using the media this time. They're using it greatly to their advantage so far. And one thing I want to say about the reporting from the Arab world, we are particularly probably in an advantageous position, speaking the language, knowing the culture. So these reporters, you know, in the cities, in Baghdad and Basra and Mosul, are in close touch with the people. So I would imagine that the reporting we get from that part is a bit slightly more in depth than the others, specifically because of the culture and the language. However, something else must be added, I think, to this, is the internet, you know, depth to this. We are not used to having the internet play such an important role. The war is covered very, very well on internet websites in the Arab world, and a lot of it is going there. I mean, you know, people are exchanging ideas, jokes, etc. But the feeling, general feeling in the Arab media is that of anger, is that of frustration. The war is not looked so far as a war of liberation, quite the contrary. It's looked upon as a war of invasion. However, you know, I think the accentuation of the invasion and the liberation differs between one country to another.
Sure.
And don't forget, a lot of the media in the Arab world is owned by the states. Nevertheless, a lot of it is very, very free. A lot of it is giving. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, and I'm getting close on time. I want to get to Brett too, but I want to ask you one more thing. You said that the Iraqis have used media very well. Can you just give me a very brief sense of what in particular you meant by that?
Yes. You see, before the last Gulf War, it was fought. The war was whatever CNN said. It was CNN that led the war last time in the Arab world. Everybody was tuning to CNN. Now this war, because of all the Arab media, I think the Iraqis are using particularly the Arab media to get their message across, plus other media. Unfortunately, CNN had to leave Baghdad. But what I meant particularly is that they are giving many, many briefings to exactly send the message across of what they want. You know, seeing Saddam Hussein yesterday, seeing Taha Yassin Ramadan, seeing Tariq Aziz, all these people were presumed dead a few days ago in the States, or fatally wounded or whatever. So they're using that. Also, what they're doing, they're using their own people, they're using their own cameras, their own reporters. They're also giving much more I think briefings also. They're not lying as much. The propaganda is not proving so far to be a lot of lies as it was some time ago. They're being more factual, more realistic. I think this is a way to get their message across. Say, you see, we told you we downed a plane. Here is the plane.
Right.
Here are the pilots. Let's talk to them.
Oh, that's
so
an
they
interesting.
seem to be.
So they're playing it a little straighter, and therefore they are a little more credible. Let me move up the line there to Brett. In some ways, I think you're in the most interesting position in this conversation, in that the Israeli position was absolutely clear and the Israeli concerns are absolutely clear. As you hear how the others are playing this and how the others are reacting to it, what's running through your mind?
Well, I think that, I mean, all of us, I think, have benefited from embedding. I do think that it has offered perhaps too micro a picture. The fact is that by many standards, the war is going very well from an American perspective, and I think that has been lost in some of the coverage. You know, basically, I think the coverage on all sides has been very thorough and you know, it's given us the kind of complete picture that we lacked during the first Gulf War.
It certainly has. I couldn't agree more. I think maybe it's the one thing. I don't think it's the one thing. I think it's one of the things we all agree on. Good of you all to spend some time with us. We enjoy these sort of discussions. We try and do one every night, and we hope you'll come back again. Thank you very much. Thank you. I think the one thing that jumps out in all of that, General, just before we go to break, is how much the information age has changed the worldview of everything. You know, in the information age, that you can't be purely propagandistic because it's out there. It's on the web. Everybody's got a computer and a TV, and they're on satellite and cable, and it does impact how governments have to respond.
This war is pulling together an Arab consciousness, a pan-Arabism that people in the Middle East have long sought this.
Yeah.
And thus far, that's what she was saying is starting to emerge.
It's fascinating. We'll take a look at morning papers from around tomorrow morning. Well, yeah, tomorrow morning's papers. Let's not confuse the issue. We'll take a short break first. Our coverage continues in a minute.
The war in Iraq continues, and no one takes you closer than CNN, live throughout the day. Stay with CNN, the most trusted name in news.
During Empire's half-off carpet sale, I'm cutting prices in half on all our best stain-resistant carpets.
50% off. That's a lot of cutting for a lot of savings.
We'll bring samples to your home so you can choose your carpet where you use your carpet. And we'll install next day, complete with padding, with no payment till next year.
Empire's half-off sale. Big price cuts mean big savings.
800-588-2300, Empire today.
At CarSense, we may have some beetles, but we don't have many bugs. Avoid hassles of every kind on pre-owned cars at CarSense. One less thing in life to negotiate.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City. It's already 9:30 in the morning here on Tuesday. Our coverage continues after we take a look at these headlines. 2 U.S. helicopter pilots are now prisoners of war. Ronald Young and David Williams were captured after their Apache went down south of Baghdad. And at least 5 soldiers from an Army maintenance unit are also being held. They are Shoshana Johnson, Patrick Miller, Joseph Hudson, Edgar Hernandez, and James Riley. Miller's sister says her brother is a fighter.
My brother's a fighter and always has been. I mean, he'd give up his life for anybody.
Meanwhile, Iraqi television is showing its fighters near the southern Iraqi city of Basra. That is where stubborn resistance is keeping U.S. and British forces from securing that area. There's also heavy fighting around the city of Nasiriyah, which is under intense coalition shelling. The initial price tag for Operation Iraqi Freedom is about $75 billion. President Bush gave key lawmakers his first estimate of the cost of the war on Monday. The supplemental budget request includes $8 billion for humanitarian aid and $2.5 billion for relief and reconstruction of Iraq. Sources are telling CNN the British Prime Minister will meet with President Bush this week to talk war strategy. Tony Blair is expected to arrive in the U.S. as early as Wednesday. FBI agents have interviewed about 5,000 Iraqi nationals in the U.S. That is out of a total of 11,000. The Bureau says they were identified for questioning after the fighting in Iraq began. About 30 people have been detained for immigration violations. More news as it happens, and now as we toss it back to Aaron, I want to let you know I'll be working on a story and bringing some live shots in a couple hours, showing you some humanitarian aid that basically is stuck here in Kuwait, trying to make its way up into Iraq, especially to help the people around Basra, but the situation is just too dangerous now to get that food and water and aid up to those suffering Iraqis. That's just ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for your work here this evening with us. We won't, I guess we won't get a chance to talk again before you're off, but you've done a terrific job, and we've enjoyed having you. Darren Kagan in Kuwait, who shares the headlines and assorted other things along the way. It's been nice to have her and to work with her. Morning papers from around the country and around the world, and there are some fascinating things. Again, this is something we do quite normally on Newsnight, but one of the great advantages of working endlessly is that we get a whole slew of papers coming in. Chicago Sun-Times, for no particular reason, we just started, but that's where we start. You want me to play it over there? There's the headline, U.S. forces on the brink of Baghdad, a terrific picture. Now, for those of you who are new to this, let me just point to that. That's the weather for tomorrow, is unsettled. The Sun-Times, it is just a delicious thing they do. They don't say cloudy, they don't say rainy, they come up with a new adjective every day. Actually, we got an email the other day from the guy who does it. He does a terrific job, and it's very clever, and that's the Sun-Times. The Detroit News, one of 2 papers in Detroit, Michigan, U.S. bombs blast Republican Guard. That's how they played the story. You'll see a lot of variation in how the main story is being played. They also put the pictures of the 2 new POWs up on their front page as well. The Daily Telegraph is a newspaper from Australia. Pray for them is their headline. I guess I have to hold it up. There you go. Right there. But also they put Nicole Kidman on the front page. She is an Australian, and she won an Oscar on Sunday, and so they gave her half the front page as well. The Guardian in Britain Two stories I like on the front page. The headline, Battle for Baghdad Begins. I suppose you can make the argument the Battle for Baghdad began on the first day of the war. But down at the bottom, if you can, I'll lift it up for you, Marines losing the battle for hearts and minds. A column, I haven't read the story, but I think the headline gives a gist of the sense that maybe it's not all flowers and kisses when the Americans and the British forces move in to these cities when they're able to move in. A couple more that just because I like them, okay? And then one that is just intriguing as all get out. The Times Herald Record from upstate New York, that's the picture they use, the longest miles. Sandstorms, ambushes, et al. There. And that's a nice picture, isn't it? And I bet that's an AP picture, but let me check. So, yeah, the Associated Press, so we give credit there. USA Today, which is seen by many, many people around the country and around the world. Allied forces attack Iraqi guard is their main story, but the front page story down at the bottom, if you will, doctors might be treating Saddam in bunker, written by and reported by Jack Kelly, who's a very good reporter, and that's going to be on the front page of USA Today. And here in Atlanta, a really interesting story. The main story in the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, U.S. gears up for assault, pretty straight ahead. But down at the very bottom of the front page, if you will, critics say Rumsfeld plan ignored obvious pitfalls. This is now the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, and I don't, it may be the first, but I suspect it's not going to be the last, is starting to raise questions about whether in this I'm about to say conflict, I'm not sure that's the best word, but I've been up here for a while, between the civilian side and the generals, and ultimately the civilian side gets to make the call, whether the plan itself was whether the resources were given to the generals to execute the plan. That's pretty fair.
That's the essence of this quarrel.
Right, I'm not arguing that position, I'm saying that's a fair summary of what the argument is.
Exactly right.
And to see that on the front page of a major newspaper, less than a week into the war, is intriguing, and I guess we'll see where that all goes. Anyway, there's a quick look at some of the morning papers from around the country and around the world. You want that one? Republican Guard, yeah. He will take my job eventually. That's the union leader up in Manchester. I don't know why, General Clark, you want me to associate you with New Hampshire. I don't know if there's some message there or not.
Oh, don't do that.
I will never do that.
Don't go there.
I promise. We'll take a break and continue in a moment.
Dave. Larry, how is that Dell consolidation going? TCO's down. Uptime? Highly available. Great. And you? You know, we're still running a proprietary Unix-based system. Right.
A Dell flexible solution with Dell PowerEdge servers and Intel Xeon processors can help manage your enterprise for less. Easy as Dell. Call or go online today.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers. Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote with sailors. Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker with airmen. Gary Tuckman, Bob Franken with Marines. Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage. Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Quiet morning in Baghdad as it moves up toward 10 o'clock in the morning there, almost 2 o'clock here in the east on a Tuesday morning. I guess the question is, how long will it remain quiet in Baghdad? One way or another, you know, will it be 2 more days, 5 more days? Who knows? But it is quiet this morning. We see a bit of traffic, a few people straggling on the street. We try here as much as possible to let you in on what's going on, and here's what's going on in this moment. We are efforting, as they say. We're trying to get a hold of Christiane Amanpour. She is working in the Basra area. There is a major story, we believe, developing there, and we're having some technical problems getting that up, and so we're working on that. And rather than get into some long piece and then have to break away from it, we're just going to kind of work around the problem for a bit. General, well, you pointed out, USA Today also front page is this notion that the pre-war assumptions fall short. This is the headline is Iraqi resistance stiffens. I haven't seen the front page of the New York Times or the Washington Post, but I'm getting the feeling now that less than a week into the war, there's now a lot of analysis of what was considered a very audacious war plan. If you're the military guy, are you sitting there going, come on, give me a break, we're not even a week into this?
Yeah, you are to some extent, but in this case, what's happened is there have been deployment delays, and so the military guys actually believed they were going to have more force than it turned out that they have. And there's more force on the way. And their plea is, keep it coming, keep it coming. We don't know how this is going to come out. But just a brief perspective, I recall back 4 years ago, it was tonight, on the 24th of March, that we started the Kosovo air campaign. And it wasn't a weekend, it wasn't 5 days into that war before all of the critics started chirping that it couldn't be won by air power alone. Turned out, took 78 days, but air power plus the threat of a ground invasion worked on Milosevic's mind. So, yes, the critics are starting to ask these questions, but we don't know whether the critics are right yet. It really will it will be dependent. First glance will be, can we handle the Medina Division in the next 2 or 3 days? If we break that division, if it surrenders, if it's blown away, okay.
This is going to be a topic of discussion, I think, for some time to come. We continue to work to get a hold of, of Christian. We tend to get caught up in the moment when we get the latest news on the phone call. This is a great example as we try and get to Christian from our embedded reporters, and one of the things we don't want to lose sight of is where they've already been. For many, it's been a remarkable journey, not for the reporters alone, of course, but for the soldiers and Marines that they are traveling with, American, British, Polish, Australian, and others. Here's a look at the journey of Ryan Chilcote, who's traveling with the 101st Airborne 3rd Brigade. It all started out in Fort Campbell, Kentucky, and it is tonight in southern Iraq.
It was pretty much a no-brainer. I embedded with the 101st last year in Afghanistan for a couple months, and I wanted to do it again.
Goes back another 15 meters. Got a corridor. Goes out to another door. I can see light.
And I really actually kind of fell in love with the whole concept of air assault, i.e. moving troops to the battlefield on helicopters. And I thought, if they're going to do that again in Iraq, that's something that I want to witness. The ship out overseas.
They got a 6:30 battle manifest card with everything you're going to have to deploy at this location. You got it?
Well, the funny thing is I actually started in Kuwait when I learned that the 101st Airborne was going to get its deployment orders, and I asked and thankfully was allowed to return to the States, to Fort Campbell, so that I could link up with the unit there and travel back over here. Where's your camera? It's kind of funny. I went to Kuwait to go to Fort Campbell to come right back to Kuwait. A lot of soldiers still lining up at the AT&T calling center to phone home. It was a trip from hell, 48 hours. When we got here to Kuwait, the whole process very, very time-consuming. They now feel like they're in the calm before the storm. There's a real feeling here among the soldiers that they're about to become part of something much larger than themselves, and that they're going to be all right. The soldiers that I'm covering are, they are just that. They're soldiers, and I'm a reporter, and so we still do have a very fundamental difference in the way we look at things and what we're doing here. This is what's called MOP 1. It's the first of 4 stages of readiness for a chemical attack, for a chemical threat. They're doing a job, obviously performing their country's work, if you will, here in Iraq. I'm doing a job at telling their story. So a lot of times when I write things, I try and remember not to say we, because it's really not we. This is really their story, and I'm simply along on that story, taking part in a lot of it, but more importantly, witnessing what they're doing. Ryan Chilcote, CNN, with the 101st Airborne in the Kuwaiti desert.
Well, this is it. This is the DMZ, the demilitarized zone. Today, not too demilitarized at all. The U.S. Army, the 101st Airborne, moving in. As we came in, we knew that this was the beginning of the DMZ because there was a big sign. We moved past it too quickly to actually film it, but it said, "Welcome to Iraq," courtesy the U.S. Army's 3rd Infantry Division, written in English.
I think there are two big fears for me. One would be the fear of chemical weapons being used against me. Another would be the fear of, say, for example, the helicopter that I'm riding in crashing. A little tour of our operations center and universe, if you will, here. Well, this is the center of it. Prior to putting up this $35 tent today, we were sleeping, if you can see the ground here, on the ground for the last, well, at least the last 4 days. And the soldiers, what they do is they dig these things they call hasties, holes into the ground. That's a little much for us. We don't bother with the hole. We just sleep on the ground. And it doesn't really matter. It's still dirty anyway. And lastly, this is, you might call this our kitchen. And, you know, right now you can see, because it's late, we've been drinking Nescafe. And always, always, always we have nearby a box of MREs. Show you some tasty MREs. Pull one out of here. This is what we eat. This is pretty much it. It's our little part of the universe out here in the middle of the desert, and it works for us.
And we're going to do a bit of that throughout our time with our embeds as we can and as they have time to help us. And that was put together by David Fitzpatrick of our staff, along with Ryan and Ryan's crew. These embeds have had a remarkable experience. I'm sorry, David. I'm sorry, Ted Winter did the piece. We try and give the credit where it is due. Christiane Amanpour has been working on a story. I think I might have said she was in Basra. She is not in Basra, but she has been working on a story about Basra. One of the things I know is you do not want to get in between Christiane and the story she is working on, and I believe we have her on the phone now. Christiane, are you there?
Yes, Aaron. The news today from the British command here is that Basra has now changed to being a military target. This is a significant strategic change from the last week or so when we were being briefed that Basra and other urban areas are not military targets, that they just want to be able to go in, be welcomed in by the population and take in humanitarian aid. Now, the reason for this shift around Basra is because, according to military spokesman here, the elements of the Iraqi 51st Division, the army that was defending south of Basra, has now pulled back into the town. In other words, having been told over several days that the certain commanders were surrendering and the army was melting away, in fact, what the British have now concluded is that they are pulling back with tanks, artillery, and infantry into the town, and thus trying to engage the British and coalition troops on their own terms in Basra. So the objective reportedly still stays the same. They want Basra in order to put humanitarian aid in, but now they're going to presumably step up military activities in this urban area. To that point, 10 hours of military engagements yesterday between British forces, the 7th Armored Brigade, and Iraqi forces on the outskirts of Basra. Artillery engagement. We're told that there were no British casualties, and we don't know about Iraqi casualties. But this has now changed the strategy around this southern urban area. And also, there was an Iraqi counterattack last night further south, down on the Far Peninsula, the Al-Far Peninsula, which is the Iraqi oil terminal, which was one of the early objectives in this campaign. It is still being held by the British Royal Marines, the 3rd Commando Brigade, but a fairly significant Iraqi counterattack was launched into the Al-Far Peninsula overnight, along with tanks and artillery.
We are told by military spokesmen that the British there called in close air support, and we are told that that air support took out some 20 Iraqi vehicles, amongst them T-55 tanks. So that is the latest from our region, and we will watch to see how the developments plan out in Basra, because this is now going to be, quote, a difficult and high-risk military operation, particularly since the British, and as you've heard from other U.S. forces, they do not want to engage in urban fighting, mostly because they don't want to take their own casualties and they don't want to inflict civilian casualties on the other side. But in this area, that now changing because of what the Iraqis have done, and that seems to be to draw potentially British forces into that area. Aaron?
I believe you said at the very beginning that we're talking about the, this is on the Iraqi side, the 51st, and if I remember this right, going back almost, General Clark is with me, Christian, going back to the very beginning, this was the group that we made, well, we didn't make a big fuss out of it, and in fact, and in truth, and I think it's fair to say this, we cautioned about the importance of what was perceived as a surrender and how many people it was. But it turns out that it was something, as Christian's reporting indicates, something quite different. Calculated strategy, General?
Partially calculated would be my guess.
Christian, go ahead.
I would say that this now is being considered, certainly by the British, who are in charge of now this southeastern sector of Iraq. This is now being termed as calculated Iraqi strategy, because, you know, at first they did believe they were seeing surrenders, and then we heard that they believed Iraqi forces were, quote, melting away. But obviously what's happening, they say now, is that these forces are melting away into the urban areas, and the particular one we're talking about is into Basra, in this location. And not only are there Iraqi army units that have moved into there, but also what the British are terming irregular forces. In other words, what we've heard a lot about over the last 24 or so hours, the Saddam Fedayeen, the Ba'ath Party, militias, the kinds of organs of the regime which have in the past been used to control internal dissent and potential uprisings. These are now being also put in the urban population there. And so this is now what appears to be a coordinated Iraqi strategy to try to shift the terms of the engagement to their to their terms, and to use the coalition strategy to their advantage. And so far, the U.S. and British have basically told us that they don't want to get into urban fighting for two reasons. One, because it's difficult, and two, because they don't want to inflict casualties on the other side. The Iraqis know this, and they're trying to force a change in U.S. and U.K. strategy.
Christian, briefly, because the clock is ticking on us, and we have to make a hit here, and General will get to you too in a second. Just the humanitarian conditions inside Basra, what do you know about those?
Well, we're being told, obviously Basra from the beginning we were told was a primary objective for humanitarian aid, in so much as to put aid in as well as to win the hearts and minds of the population. What we're being told is that they believe they have fairly adequate food supplies for several weeks, but it's the water that is the biggest concern. And over the last several days, water and electricity to a great extent has been cut off. And what Basra needs is not just pumping water, but pumping the water purification systems as well. So it's a fairly complicated process to get clean, usable drinking water into that place, and that's what they want to be able to do.
Christian, thank you very much. I know you'll continue to work on this. General, make a quick observation, but quick, please.
According to tomorrow's newspapers, a general who surrendered the 51st Division has now gone inside Basra and is commanding it in combat against the British.
Anderson Cooper and Carol Costello will continue the coverage on this story, which is obviously of enormous significance. We leave you with this hour with the pictures of a New York Times photographer who was aboard an aircraft carrier. This is a wonderful set of still pictures to give you the feel of what it is like. We will see you back here tomorrow for much of the day. Have a good evening.
My name is Vincent LaFerre. I'm a staff photographer with the New York Times, and I'm out here on the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Persian Gulf, documenting the lives of the sailors and aviators out here during the war. They've been out here for 9 months. It was one of the longer deployments. And, you know, I mean, living here is kind of living through Groundhog Day every day. They're incredibly focused. The carrier deck has been called some of the, you know, one of the most dangerous, I think it's 400-yard areas in the world. It's really easy to get seriously injured, if not killed, on the deck if you don't always keep your wits about you. They're very professional. Everyone knows their place. They know where to go and when not to go. Obviously, you can't hear anything on the decks. Everything's done through visual signals, hand signals. You have these, you know, these huge jets taking off from 0 to almost 200 miles an hour in a matter of seconds, and landing, you know, in less than 2 seconds. And it's actually a very small deck when you're on it. One of the big challenges as a photojournalist is to not only show pictures of jets taking on and off, but to give the people back at home a sense of what it's like to live on a carrier with, you know, with 5,000 other people. These people have very little privacy. They have, you know, 10, 15, 20 minutes a day where they can spend, you know, in total silence by themselves, reading a book, or of course sleeping. But they live in these living quarters with up to 6 people, you know, stacked on top of one another. So whenever they can, whenever things slow down, they try, you know, and take a little nap here or there. I was just amazed at how mature, how professional, how hardworking they really are. I mean, try and find an 18 or 19-year-old anywhere in the world that'll work 7-day weeks for 9 months straight and be in charge of guiding a $20 or $40 million jet, you know, across the deck. These are really impressive people.
This is crabgrass. I don't want to see crabgrass in my lawn.
My wife actually hates crabgrass.
Nobody would want this in their lawn. We put down Scott's turf builder with Halts in the early spring.
That's the only thing I ever use. Scott's puts this protective barrier over the lawn.
And it stops the crabgrass from germinating.
See how nice and thick that is?
Feels like the carpet inside my house. Well, I've used the cheap brands. And it's like anything else. You get what you pay for.
Steve doesn't have any crabgrass, which makes him a good human being, basically.
Turf builder with Halts.
The best defense against
crabgrass.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers. Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Ryan Chilcote with sailors. Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker with airmen. Gary Tuckman, Bob Franken with Marines. Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage. Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
I'm Darren Kagan, live in Kuwait City, where it's already 10 o'clock in the morning on Tuesday. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest headlines. Basra has become a military target for coalition forces. Our Christian Amanpour reports that Iraqi forces have pulled their tanks and artillery back into the city. Iraqi army units and irregular forces are blending into the city in a possible move to draw coalition forces into urban warfare. U.S. Marines encountered more fire today from Iraqi forces around the city of Nasiriyah in southern Iraq. Most of that fighting has been over the control of bridges over the Euphrates River. Our Alessio Vinci with the Marines around Nasiriyah reports that one Marine unit on the outskirts of the city was hit with friendly fire, and one Marine was injured. Coalition aircraft have targeted Saddam International Airport near Baghdad. Our Frank Buckley is aboard the USS Constellation. He reports that planes have zeroed in on that airport. U.S. officials say there may be a red line around Baghdad that, if crossed, could trigger Iraqi use of chemical weapons. Intelligence sources suggest the Republican Guard has issued chemical weapons and have been given orders to use them if coalition forces get too close to the capital city. 38 coalition troops have died so far during the conflict. 12 Americans died in combat, including 10 Marines at Nasiriyah. A total of 25 troops have died in non-combat situations, including 2 helicopter crashes that have taken 19 lives. And the first British soldier to be killed in combat was a casualty of fighting near Basra. 7 American soldiers have been taken prisoner by the Iraqi military. The latest are 2 Apache pilots whose helicopter went down near Karbala. The Apache has since been destroyed by a U.S. military strike. U.S. Air Force officials say the skies over Iraq have been virtually devoid of Iraqi aircraft. They say the Iraqi Air Force has not flown a single sortie since the war began. Iraq has more than 300 fighter planes in its arsenal. President Bush releases the first White House estimate of the cost of the war with Iraq, and the president is asking for $75 billion. That is based on an estimate that the conflict will last about 30 days. Officials say it may be the first of several funding requests. Coming up in this hour's coverage of the war in Iraq, a tough day for the families of American prisoners of war. They talk candidly about their loved ones, and they talk to us here at CNN. You will hear from them. Also, more on the cost of the war. How much money more will the president ask for? We will take you live to Washington to break down that price tag. And live from the front lines, get a close-up look at the battles going on in southern Iraq from our CNN correspondents embedded with coalition troops. Also, I'm headed out here in Kuwait City to show you some of the humanitarian aid waiting to make its way to Iraqis in the southern part of the country. For now, though, we send it back to Atlanta to Anderson Cooper and Carol Costello.
Two more prisoners of war shot down in central Iraq. These pilot POWs are the latest Americans to be shown on Iraqi television. Good morning to you. It's Tuesday, March 25th. From CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta, I'm Carol Costello.
And good morning, I'm Anderson Cooper. 2 a.m. here on the East Coast, 10 a.m. in Baghdad. There are now 7 known U.S. prisoners of war being held captive by Iraq. That is the latest word from the Pentagon. Now, that number includes the 2 Apache helicopter pilots who you just saw were captured after their aircraft went down in Iraq on Monday. The pilots were shown on Abu Dhabi TV in what appeared to be good condition, identified as Ronald Young and David Williams, both chief warrant officers with an aviation battalion from Fort Hood, Texas. Now, Iraqi television showed their helicopter, which was not visibly damaged, surrounded by Iraqis, many holding guns. The chopper was later destroyed in a U.S. airstrike, so the Iraqis could not benefit from it. There were still some munitions, as we see in those pictures on the chopper. CNN's Susan Candiotti spoke with Ronald Young's family in Lithia Springs, Georgia.
We're at the home of Ronald and Kay Young, who have asked us to show us the very first videotape pictures available of their son, who has apparently been captured and is a prisoner of war at this time. Here's the videotape.
هؤلاء الأفراد هذا هو الشاب الثاني أيضا في مقتبل العمر طيارة هذا هو أول واحد اللي رأيناه قلنا من جنسية أمريكية هذه الصور بثها التلفزيون الآن.
Mrs. Young, how does your son look to you when you see him on that videotape?
I think he looks good. He looks like he always looks when he's angry. He's a tough soldier, and he believes in what he's doing. He wanted to go. I think he looks good.
What's the last thing you said to him?
That I loved him, and I cried, and I have cried so much today, I just don't think I have any tears left. But just now, it's like a bad dream. It's just like a bad dream.
I have to ask you, if you had the chance, and this might be one, to talk to your son, what do you want him to know?
Oh, I want him to know how much I love him, how much we're praying for him. Everybody is. I have family in South Carolina and prayer lists everywhere. And my church is having a fast for him. And he just, we have prayers coming from every direction. And if prayers can bring you home, it will. But I want to know how proud I am of him. And
is this something that you always thought might happen in the back of your mind?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
When he first went into service, well, 9/11 first happened. He had orders to go to Afghanistan, but he never had to go. But he came home one weekend, and we just both cried. We just held each other and cried, and it was so sweet. And then he didn't go. So this time we didn't really do that. But, you know, I've only talked to him once since he's been gone, and I've gotten one letter. So, but we have sent boxes, and all my friends have sent boxes, and we've sent mail, and I don't know if he'll get any of it now, but he told me in the letter, you know, their mess tent burned down. He said, my mess tent burnt down, and it took 4 other tents with it. And he said, now we're eating MR3s. MREs.
Meals ready to eat, right?
Definitely not. And, you know, he wasn't real fond of that, but he said that they had their orders, and he didn't think it was going to be a very difficult maneuver, that he thought they would be fine.
What is your hope for him now, Mrs. Young?
I really hoped all day long that he would not be captured, but since he has been, I just hope they won't do anything to him. That, you know, they won't hurt him, they won't torture him, and that he'll come back the person he was when he left.
Well, the video of the 5 other known American POWs was broadcast on the Al Jazeera Arab television network on Sunday. The POWs from Fort Bliss, Texas include Specialist Shoshana Johnson, Private First Class Patrick Miller, Army Specialist Joseph Hudson, Specialist Edgar Hernandez, and Sergeant James Riley.
Let's go to the battlefront right now to talk with our correspondent, Art Harris. He's with the U.S. 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marine Division, and they've come under fire again by these pockets of fierce resistance. Art's on the phone with us right now. What can you tell us now, Art? Art Harris, are you there? We lost Art Harris, so we're going to try to get him back. Where are we going to go now?
We should just mention, as we try to get back Art Harris, that Art has been in and around Nasiriyah for several days now. He's, as you said, with his Marines, and really the important part of Nasiriyah is they are trying to. The strategically important part is these bridges, which will provide crossover capabilities, and that is where a lot of the fighting.
There are 2 bridges there over the Euphrates River, and apparently the coalition forces have control of these bridges, but these fierce pockets of resistance are prohibiting them from crossing them to move on up to Baghdad.
Right.
And of course they came under fire again today.
And Art Harris had reported yesterday and really throughout the day some of the troubles that the...
I understand we have Art back, so let's see what's going on right now. Art?
Yeah, I'm in Nasiriyah with the U.S. Marines, and there has been a lot of fighting and a lot of dying in the last few days here. I rode in this morning with a unit that was here to reinforce and resupply Marines who have been engaged in very heavy fighting, sporadic gunfire, mortars, artillery going on all morning since we've been here for the last 3 hours. And there has been a dilemma that the Marines have faced, and that has to do with trying to figure out who is their enemy, who are the Iraqi troops, when no one is wearing uniforms, it seems. In fact, just a minute ago, I could look out and see a car pull up, 4 men jump out in what appeared to be black robes, and a Marine tank, U.S. Marine tank, just opened fire, and they fell. They look like they're approaching the car, but these kinds of firefights and exchanges have been going on for the last several days, and the Marines have expressed frustration that they do not know who is the Iraqi army because no one here is wearing uniforms. Becky?
Yeah, Art, this is Carol Costello speaking to you now. I just wondered more about those men in the car who jumped out in black robes. Did the Marines see any weapons? And at this point, does it really matter if they see weapons? Are things just too dicey there?
Carol, the policy is this. They have to see weapons, and the weapons have to be aimed at them. It was too far away for me to catch those details. I just know that there have been these moments. Yesterday, I was with a Marine unit, and they showed me 2 Iraqi soldiers in uniform who, the night before, they had caught on a road near the Euphrates River. They had raised their AK-47s, aimed them at the light armored vehicles as if to fire, and the machine gunner took them both down in 3 short bursts. They were buried and with their one with his boots on, one barefoot. But they had uniforms on, and so it has been difficult to tell because I was at a crossing watching the Marines check people as they came across the Euphrates, and they were carrying little bags. Most all of them were in traditional robes, and in the bags, many were carrying Iraqi army uniforms. A couple even had gas masks. So they are carefully having to go through and try to figure out who's who. It's a very perplexing situation for them, Carol.
Art, I just want to ask you if you're safe and if you have to go, or you can talk to us for a little bit more.
No, we're okay. I'm behind a concrete wall, and I can hear a lot of mortar firing. The Cobra gunships are overhead looking for other possible targets, but I'm fine. You go ahead.
All right. Well, we're going to let you go anyway because we're worried. Art Harris reporting live from Nasiriyah. We're going to get back to him intermittently throughout the morning.
And we've been reporting really for the last couple of days that coalition strategy sort of to avoid some of these larger cities, in particular Basra, the second largest city, of course, in the south of Iraq. That now may be changing. And on the phone is Christian Amanpour with some new information. Christian?
Anderson, indeed, it is proving much more difficult than anticipated to try to stick to the strategy around those urban areas. And now the British military, which is in charge of the southeastern part of Iraq, is saying that strategy towards Basra has shifted, having told us for days that Basra is not a military target. It is now a military target, because they want to wear down the Iraqi army there and deliver humanitarian aid. That's the reason we're being given. But the fact of the matter is, the British are telling us that the 51st Iraqi Division, which was defending outside of Basra, they had thought had been surrendering and or melting away. Instead, what they've now concluded is significant elements of that Iraqi army division has gone back, pulled back into Basra, along with its tanks, its artillery, and its infantry, and is engaging British forces from inside the city. There have been, we're told, over the last 10 hours, over a period of 10 hours yesterday, 11 artillery exchanges between the UK and the Iraqi forces inside Basra. In addition, British officials and military do not know, because they cannot see, whether Saddam Hussein's government is reinforcing Basra from above the Tigris River and down towards the east of Basra. The British only have west of Basra screened off, so they don't know whether, in addition to these forces melting back into the town and causing significant military activity, whether indeed those are also being reinforced from the north and towards the east. Added to that, there are the irregulars, as they call them here, who are also inside Basra, the Saddam Fedayeen and the Ba'ath Party militias, which are also adding to the military build-up inside Basra. So what we're being told here is that British operations could now enter a very difficult and high-risk period in and around Basra, because they have never wanted to engage in either urban warfare or indeed in situations that could inflict casualties on Iraqi civilians, not to mention their own forces. So what's happening, they tell us, is that the Iraqis are now drawing in the coalition forces, and in this case British, around Basra, on their own terms, knowing that the British do not want to fight in urban areas. They have created a situation whereby they have turned the center of Basra into a military area. Anderson?
Christian, obviously a very ominous development, as you point out, and I'm not sure how much you can say on it, because we certainly don't want to be pronouncing any military plans. But how do the British plan, or have they said how they plan to deal with this? I mean, if the fighting is now going to be, if the desire on the Iraqi part is to draw them into the cities, are they going to go there, or is there some other alternative?
Well, it's a good question, and as you correctly surmised, we're unable to talk about future plans.
Okay,
and indeed, we haven't been fully briefed on future plans, but they did tell us that overnight, British 7th Armored Brigade, that involved, heavy artillery and tanks, went in and conducted an operation in a town just south of Basra, and this was specifically aimed at Ba'ath Party buildings, at specific Ba'ath Party high-level officials, we're told. We're told that they got one of them. I think what they're trying to do is to not only neutralize whatever military threat they're under, but try to separate the political leadership in these areas from the rest of the army and from the rest of the civilians. They're trying to, so that's why they're going after, at least they have gone after, these Ba'ath Party officials. Now, just one other note, the Iraqis, as I say, are mounting counteroffensive. Overnight, we're told the Iraqis mounted a counteroffensive onto the southern Al-Faw Peninsula, that oil terminal peninsula in the south of Iraq, which we had told had been secured several days ago. The British responded, they called in close air support, and we are told that they took out 20 Iraqi armored vehicles, including tanks. So they're, the Iraqis are putting up resistance, and in some cases, may succeed in shifting the battle to their terms. And of course, the British tell us that they're very aware of this. They don't want to get sucked in, and they're going to do what they can, and as yet that's unknown and unreportable, to keep it on their terms.
And Christian, the irony, of course, of all of this is that the Iraqis are basically, from your reporting, going to be using the civilian population of Basra as part of their defense, and yet the only reason, according to coalition forces, that they want to go into Basra is to help out the civilian population because there is a looming humanitarian crisis there. Is that right?
Well, that's right. The initial objective was to bypass urban areas and to wait until, you know, it was a time in which the civilian population would sort of welcome them in. The situation on a humanitarian level in Basra is that it's believed they have at least 15 days of food supplies, but it's the water that's the problem because they have a lack of electricity and they need that not just to pump water but to pump the water purification plant. So it's a double problem over there. So that's their big concern. And in terms of wanting to ignore or rather leave these civilian areas until they were, if you like, ready to be entered on a friendly way, that changed when it became apparent that instead of surrendering and melting away, the Iraqi army has chosen to move back and take its military stand inside the city. So this is going to cause some readjustment by the British forces here to figure out how to deal with that.
Christian, just so you know, on the side of our screen, besides a picture of you, we are seeing a picture from Al Jazeera of what I imagine to be people in the streets of Basra, some sort of militia, or whether it's those Fedayeen fighters or the irregulars, sort of dancing in the streets with AK-47s and the like, sort of dancing toward the cameras.
Well, we're told that those irregulars have AK-47s and I believe RPGs. But of course the actual army has much heavier equipment, including tanks and, as I said, lots of infantry and artillery as well. So it's a combined threat.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, so it's a combined threat.
You had mentioned early in the report there have been 11 artillery exchanges between British forces and Iraqi forces in Basra. And again, this may not be a question one can answer. Any sense of has there been aerial bombardment at all? Is this strictly been artillery and ground operations?
We understand so far strictly artillery. Let me just get an update on that. Is there any air activity over Basra? Coming out of the southeast area, yes, they countered with air support in the southeast area of Basra.
Okay. And again, probably not a question you can answer, but I got to ask, any sense of the timetable on this? I mean, you say it is now a military target. Or do you know, are we talking hours? Are we talking days before perhaps we should be looking for more activity in Basra?
Well, I think the activity has already stepped up from what we've been told and what we've been reporting. For instance, this southeast of Basra situation where they went after the Ba'ath Party officials, and in terms of engaging in these artillery battles with the Iraqis, I think it's already stepped up, and the likelihood is, without being officially told this, that there will be an increase of military activity. And it may well be confined to the outskirts. That's what they would like, because they think that a lot of these military, while they pull back, I mean, they think they may also be in the outskirts. So what they want to do is to try to neutralize that. And again, you know, their aim, their preferred aim, would be to force a surrender, or to convince them that they should stop fighting and surrender.
And just to remind, and anytime you got to go, let me know. But just to remind our viewers, Christian, talk a little bit about the importance of Basra as a site for Shiites, largely the population there, and a site of uprising in 1991 after the Gulf War.
Yes, well, it's part of the big, it is the big city in the south. It has anywhere between 1 and 1.5 million inhabitants. The majority are Shiites. And yes, there were these uprisings in the south back in 1991. The significance, of course, is because it is an early test of, in terms of the U.S. and U.K. objectives, it's an early test for how it's going to go. You know what I mean? How the military operation is going to go, and whether, in fact, what they had hoped, and we had been briefed on this many, many times before the war started, they had hoped that the people of Iraq would see the U.S. and U.K. forces as liberators and in a short period of time welcome them in and wave the white flag. Well, maybe some people do, and some people would like to do that, but they're being prevented right now from the military and irregular forces which are making a stand.
And those, that's the kind of stand we've also seen in Qasr, as you've reported several days ago. Those irregular forces, those strong pockets of resistance, the term we keep using. Christian, I know you got to go. I appreciate you joining us, and we'll check in with you later. Christian Amanpour reporting from the region.
And just to make clear, everybody knows where Basra is. It's in the southeastern portion of Iraq. Nasiriyah is to the north of Basra, and fighting is now ongoing in both places. As you probably know by now, 7 American soldiers are officially listed as prisoners of war in Iraq. White House officials have expressed outrage at some of the treatment depicted in television reports from Iraq. We want to go to our Chris Plant, who's at the Pentagon, for more on that. Chris, do you have any new information on the POWs?
Well, there's no new information, Carol, but it's clear that it is a problem when POWs fall into enemy hands. It's something that happens in every armed conflict, certainly. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld made a point of getting into that the other day, that when you go into armed conflict, you can expect that POWs will be taken. 130,000 or so ground troops in the area, and a total of 250,000 or more coalition forces operating in the area, including naval forces and air forces. It's got to be anticipated that POWs will be taken. At this point, the U.S. government is just demanding that they be treated properly, that they not be abused, that they be treated in accordance with the various Geneva Convention requirements. And the hope is, of course, that this conflict will not drag on all too long, and that these POWs will be returned safely to their families.
Was it your sense, Chris, that Iraqi television shot these pilots in a different manner than it did the other 5 POWs? They looked in good health. They didn't look as if they'd been beaten up. They weren't being questioned. Was that your sense?
Well, it certainly appeared that way, and that, of course, came on the heels of the first group of POWs, of 5 POWs taken. Obviously, a good deal of violence involved in their being taken prisoner, given that there was also videotape aired on Iraqi TV showing that a number of the soldiers with that unit were killed. With the second round, this helicopter, the helicopter looks like it landed sort of perhaps from a mechanical problem, and these 2 POWs were taken. It did appear that they had not been abused. This was after warnings from the United States that the POWs should be treated appropriately, and it did appear that these, if I'm not mistaken, they were sitting there with cups of tea or coffee in their hands, which seemed to be almost over the top. When it comes to treating them properly. It did appear as though they had almost been invited into the building where they were, but certainly they did appear to have gone through less than the first 5 POWs.
Yeah, I just found that quite interesting. Let's talk about this Apache helicopter that's in Iraqi territory. Do you think that the U.S. military has gone in and blown that thing up, or is it still there?
It's our understanding that they have done that. As we were discussing last night, yesterday morning, when we first learned that the helicopter was down, it is standard procedure in a situation like this. If you have high-tech equipment that is sensitive and you don't want falling into the hands of adversaries, it is standard procedure for the U.S. to go in and, through whatever means, either through an airstrike if it's in territory that you can't get to on foot, or if you have ground troops in the air, to go in and blow up this equipment so that it can't be farmed out. In fact, in the NATO action against Yugoslavia over Kosovo, the Kosovar Albanians, the United States lost an F-117 stealth fighter, which is also considered to be sensitive technology. They had discussed going in and destroying that from the air so that the technology did not fall into enemy hands. At the time that flights were inbound, as we understand it, armed to go in after that equipment, there were live pictures that appeared on television out of Belgrade that showed that there was a large crowd of civilians around it. So that mission to destroy that technology was called off. And intelligence will tell you that Belgrade then did provide bits of the F-117 stealth fighter to Russia and to China. So it's something they take very seriously.
Let's switch topics right now and talk about this supposed red line around Baghdad and whether Saddam Hussein will urge his forces to use these chemical weapons against coalition forces.
Well, there are, according to what we're hearing here, intelligence reports, and like most intelligence reports, they're not at the 100% confidence level, but there are apparently intelligence reports that indicate that Baghdad has ordered some of its units, some of its more loyal units, Republican Guard units in the field surrounding Baghdad to use chemical weapons, which we had earlier heard reported had been already given to some units in the field, to use chemical weapons against advancing American and British forces if they cross a red line that Baghdad has drawn around the city. We haven't seen the use of any chemical weapons so far in this conflict, but of course it wouldn't be advantageous early on for Baghdad to use chemical weapons against coalition forces.
We should make it clear that we don't know whether Saddam Hussein has chemical weapons, or if he does, if he will use them. Another question for you, though, in coalition forces surrounding Baghdad and knowing that this is a possibility, how will they fight? Are they in their chemical suits already? I mean, what do you think is happening?
They're not. It's very uncomfortable to be in your chemical suits all the while. Although I would like to mention something in Art Harris's live report earlier. He said that a number of these irregular Iraqi troops, which were dressed in civilian clothes, were later found to have their uniforms in bags that they had along with them. And with their uniforms, if I heard Art correctly, some of these Iraqi troops had gas masks with them. It raises an interesting question. Why would Iraqi troops have gas masks with them if the regime did not have chemical weapons and had no intention to use them? A very interesting point, I thought, from Art's report. As for how the U.S. deals with chemical weapon threat from the forces around Baghdad, it functions on a number of levels, actually. And the first level is intelligence and finding out whether chemical weapons have been sent to the field, trying to preemptively disrupt their ability to use them. And last resort is, of course, getting into your chemical suits. Carol?
Understand. Chris Plant reporting live from the Pentagon. Thanks for bringing us up to date.
And we should just note to our viewers, we put up that picture of Baghdad while Chris Plant was on because there was a story on the Reuters news wire saying that an explosion was heard in Baghdad, planes overhead. That, according to a witness quoted by Reuters.
And Baghdad has been periodically bombed throughout the night.
That's right. There, Frank Buckley reporting earlier that coalition aircraft were actually targeting Saddam International Airport in Baghdad as well as other sites. So we just put up the picture. Obviously, you can't see anything in the picture at this moment. It's a fixed camera position. Doesn't give a sense of what's happening elsewhere in the city. But as soon as we get the information, we try to bring it to you, try to put it up. So we're going to go to a short break, and then we'll be right back.
The front lines, plus one-time Iraqi prisoner Bob Simon of CBS News. Only on Larry King Live, CNN Tomorrow, 9.
At CarSense, we may have some beetles, but we don't have many bugs. Avoid hassles of every kind on pre-owned cars at CarSense. One less thing in life to negotiate.
Alcoholism within the family is a lot of work. You struggle to cover up the problem, but discover that all you've done is paint yourself into a corner. If someone's drinking is affecting your life,
call 888-4-AL-ANON. To help them, you have to help yourself first.
Please call now.
Call 1-800-306-5300 to order Anne-Marie on 2 CDs or 2 cassettes for just $24.99 plus shipping. Or send check or money order to the address on your screen. Call now.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Checking what's happening at this hour. Basra has become a military target for coalition forces. Our Christian Amanpour reported just a little while ago that Iraqi forces have pulled their tanks and their artillery back into the city. Iraqi army units and irregular forces are blending into the city, blending into the civilian population in a possible move to try to draw coalition forces into street-to-street urban warfare. The Pentagon released the names of 2 American pilots whose Apache helicopter went down near Karbala. David Williams and Ronald Young were taken prisoner by the Iraqi military. The downed Apache has since been destroyed by a U.S. military airstrike. 5 other U.S. soldiers also remain in Iraqi custody. They were part of a maintenance convoy that was ambushed near Nasiriyah. General Tommy Frank says he is sure the Red Cross will be allowed to visit the POWs very soon. Well, U.S. Marines encountered more fire today from Iraqi forces around the city of Nasiriyah in southern Iraq. Now, most of the fighting has been over the control of bridges over the Euphrates River. These pictures are from Al Arabiya. Our Art Harris, who is embedded with the Marines, reports that tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles are at every intersection. He says he saw 7 Marine vehicles that were lost. He reports there has been constant fire coming at the Marines from all directions. Coalition aircraft are shifting their focus from strategic bombing to close air cover for troops. But our Ben Wiedemann reports from northern Iraq that coalition bombs are pounding targets in and around Mosul. It is the 4th straight night Mosul has been hit. President Bush released the White House's first estimate of the cost of war with Iraq. The president is asking for $75 billion, and that is based on an estimate that the conflict will last about 30 days. Now, officials say it may be the first of several funding requests. And that is the headlines for now. Now back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq.
Okay, we've talked about what's happening in southern Iraq. Now we want to take you to the mountains of northern Iraq. Kevin Seitz is in Chamchamala, and you have heard bombings too. Tell us about that, Kevin. Bring us up to date.
Yes, Carol. It was all quiet this morning until about an hour ago, and then we heard 3 major explosions rocking behind us. We couldn't actually see any flashes. It's quite overcast here, but there were 3 very powerful explosions, and we can only hypothesize that they were bombing attacks against Kirkuk or the Al-Muthana division, which is an Iraqi division between us and Kirkuk. Again, as you mentioned, we're in Chamchamala, which is basically about 40 kilometers from Kirkuk, and a lot of people feel that this will be one of the roads that coalition forces or Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, take on their road into Kirkuk, that strategically important city with so many oil wells. I'm going to take you back a little chronologically. Last night, Ben Wiedemann was reporting there were major bombing attacks in Mosul. We heard about 5 or 6 major explosions here, followed by white flashes. Again, it was rainy and overcast, and the fact that we could see these flashes from 40 kilometers away must have meant it was pretty powerful bombing in Kirkuk. Again, possibly softening up Iraqi defenses in that city to preclude or to go ahead of a possible coalition attack. Now, also in our position, ironically enough, we had been in a border sentry post just a day or so ago, and we had felt like we were fairly close to Iraqi lines, where our Peshmerga sources here, the people that have been taking care of us, felt that we were not in a safe position. They moved us a little closer to the front lines. However, now we're just about a kilometer away. I'm going to let our photographer, Bill Skinner, go ahead and push in just to show you how close we are. Yesterday on this position, this is a lightly fortified position. There are some Dushka heavy machine guns up there, maybe a couple of dozen Iraqi troops. And yesterday about 10 a.m., our Peshmerga sources say that they heard 6 to 8 bomb explosions on this hilltop right behind us. In fact, saw the explosions as well. We were on the road to Salmani at the time, and we did not see them. But they say through their binoculars, they could see Iraqi soldiers bringing down their wounded from the hilltop away from the attack to safety below. When we arrived here about 45 minutes later, they were back on the hilltop, walking around very nonchalantly like nothing had happened. So the position is still defended. What's going to happen here, we're not quite sure. But again, this was the first real attack on this position. And could be the beginning of an attack to push back these defenses towards Kirkuk for a possible attack. Now, a lot of people have talked about the opening up of a northern front here. At this point, it may seem a bit premature. There is an air war going on here, obviously, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of U.S. troops here. Ben Wieneman and Brent Sadler have talked about the Marine general that came into northern Iraq yesterday at their position and talked about the liaison activities and the cooperation with the Peshmerga. But again, these are smaller forces at this point. We're not sure. We haven't seen any heavy equipment or really any U.S. soldiers here yet either. Carol?
I heard Ben Wiedemann report earlier, Kevin, that there were about 140,000 Iraqi troops somewhere over those hills that you showed us a short time ago, and they're split into 3 divisions. Is that your understanding?
Well, my understanding from our sources here on the ground is that there is at least 1 division between us and Kirkuk right here. We're east of Kirkuk, and there's a division called the Al-Muthana Division, which is a large Iraqi division. It possibly may be mechanized. We're not sure of that. Our sources say that they are in the region just beyond the mountains from us. Some of the bombing that we heard this morning seemed to be basically southwest of our location, which would be around where that division is supposed to be. Now, there's also another military compound northwest of Kirkuk called the Al-Halid military compound. On the first night of bombing, that compound, according to sources here who had called family members in Kirkuk, had been hit fairly hard. There's an air base there, there's a munitions dump there, as well as the Iraqi 1st Legion. So the city is quite well protected as far as numbers of forces are concerned, a division up to the northwest and to the southeast. As far as we know right here, Ben and Brent would know better about additional forces in their region as well.
Good enough. Kevin Seitz reporting from the mountains of northern Iraq from Chomchamal. Thanks very much.
Well, back here at home, the Bush administration is sending Congress the bill for the war in Iraq, as we told you just a little while ago. But some Democrats say the White House is lowballing, frankly. Let's go to CNN's Dana Bash in Washington. Dana?
Well, Anderson, the whole issue of how much this war will cost has been quite a controversial one here in Washington over the past few weeks and months. Some Democrats have been saying that the White House has, as you said, kept them in the dark about how much this is going to cost, and it's been very difficult for members of Congress, they say, because they've been debating a budget for next year that doesn't include any money for the cost of this war. So the administration, senior official briefing reporters tonight did say that the president tomorrow, or later today, I should say, will go to the Pentagon and formally unveil his proposal, his request to pay for this war. Now let's look at some of the numbers. The total bill that the president will ask for is $74.7 billion. Now, included in that is $63 billion for the prosecution of the war, and a senior official says that is anticipating 6 months of operations in Iraq. In addition, $8 billion they will ask for international operations relief. That includes also money for countries that are helping the U.S. in the war effort, and it also includes, outside of the money to pay for the war directly, $4 billion for Homeland Security. Now, Democratic lawmakers who were involved in a bipartisan briefing by the president himself at the White House today said that they believe that this is really just the beginning. This is just the tip of the iceberg of what it will cost. And they also said that this is something that the president is asking for without giving very many specifics. And they said that just at this point, that isn't going to fly.
So we come now to the time when we will begin hearings, and we will need to know the facts. But at the same time, we have a responsibility to the American people and to the taxpayers to know what we're doing, and not just to turn this money over to the administration, as it were, with a blank check.
Now, the administration, for its part, says that they have not been able to ask for this money until the war actually began, until they got a better sense of what the situation would be like on the ground and what they're really dealing with here. But they do hope that the Congress will pass this bill by April 11th. And Anderson, just to kind of give you a contrast here, senior administration officials said earlier that the cost of war in 1991 in the first Persian Gulf War was about $80 billion, but only $9 billion of that was footed by the U.S. taxpayer, because most of it at that time was paid by coalition, other countries who are part of the coalition, but this time almost all of the bill will be footed by the United States and U.S. taxpayers.
Interesting. Dan, I want to talk to you about this discussion President Bush apparently had with Russian President Putin, but before I do, I just want to ask you, is there going to be a formal announcement of this request by President Bush? And if so, do you know when and where?
Yes. Later today, the president will go to the Pentagon for an event there. He is sort of raising his profile a little bit this week. He's going to have events, we think, almost every day, public events. But later today, he will go to the Pentagon and formally request this money, and he will be surrounded by men and women in the military there.
Okay, now there's been a lot of coverage of this over the last several hours or so. Let's talk a little bit about it. President Bush on the phone with Russian President Vladimir Putin. What did he say?
Well, it was apparently sort of a tough phone call. President Bush, as you said, did call Vladimir Putin earlier, or Monday morning, I should say, and he said he was very concerned about reports that the Russians have been, Russian private companies perhaps, have been selling military equipment to Iraq that could potentially hurt U.S. soldiers who are in Iraq. And that equipment, according to the White House spokesman Ari Fleischer, is a satellite signal jamming equipment, anti-tank guided missiles, and night vision goggles. These are all things that the U.S. says should be banned for Iraq to be buying those things, and particularly banned for countries to be selling them. And they've been banned for about 12 years based on the ceasefire agreement in 1991. The United States says that they have been talking to Russia about it for about a year, talking about their concerns, and today it reached the highest levels possible. President Bush actually calling Russian President Vladimir Putin and to express his concerns. They say that they do have strong evidence that these sales are going on, and even fresh evidence, according to Colin Powell, that the sales have been going on perhaps in the last 48 hours. So there's a high concern about that, and it is just the latest in a somewhat rocky relationship that we've seen over the past weeks and months between Russia and the United States.
All right, amazing. Even within the last 48 hours, I didn't know that. It's amazing. Dana Bash, thanks very much in Washington. Carol?
All right, we want to go to CENTCOM headquarters now in Qatar. That's where Tom Mintier is standing by live. And Tom, we wanted to ask you about this latest military strategy as it concerns Basra and how coalition forces are now targeting that city, which is different from what we've heard before.
Absolutely. There was a decision made to bypass the city of Basra by the generals conducting this war, but apparently that's not going to be possible. Basra, of course, is a very strategic, important humanitarian point for aid to flow into southern Iraq. So there is a change in strategy by British military planners that now they're going into Basra to take out some of the resistance that they're finding in the city, not able to bypass it as they once thought they would. Joining us now is Group Captain Al Lockwood, the British military spokesman here. Why the change in strategy?
Not so much a change in strategy, Tom. It's dealing with a problem that we face. The nature of military operations are such that we have to be flexible. If we encounter problems, we have to deal with them. And that is what's happening with Basra.
There's a problem in Basra.
Well, the problem is that we are encountering opposition from Fedayeen and security officials who are loyal to Saddam Hussein's regime. They have no future in the new Iraq, therefore they have chosen to fight.
How much resistance are you getting? Are these large numbers? Are these significant numbers? Is this going to be a difficult operation? Anytime you engage in urban warfare, which fighting in the city of Basra would be, it's a difficult go.
Yes, you're quite right. Urban warfare is not ideal, but they're not significant numbers. But obviously what we're doing at the moment is we're taking a careful look at Basra. We're carefully adapting our plans and assessing what we need to do. We need to isolate these pockets of resistance, these people, and then by careful operations, take into account we wish to ensure there are no civilian casualties and there's no damage to civilian infrastructure, and of course, considering the troops that we are actually going to use in this operation, we take all these factors into our planning.
There are tons and tons of humanitarian assistance waiting offshore to dock in Basra. How much is this going to delay the humanitarian effort in southern Iraq?
Well, fortunately, Qasr, a port to the south of Basra, is in our hands and under our control now. We're actively getting the port facilities in order, ready to receive this humanitarian assistance, and our naval forces are sweeping the passage for mines up to the port to ensure that they're clear and that shipping will be safe.
How important is the humanitarian effort? I mean, you talk about the city of Basra. There are reports that they're running out of water there. How much time do you have to do this mission?
Well, I understand that the authorities have been able to turn some of the water back on, but we are obviously concerned. Time is pressing. We do need to get on, but we will take our time and carry out our action once we've carefully planned it. We'll carry it out effectively and ensure that damage is restricted, if not stopped altogether.
All right, Captain Malveaux, thank you very much. As we heard yesterday from General Tommy Franks, there is concern when they go through areas that appear to be secure and then have problems when people come out with military weapons behind them and fire into the rear of units as they're passing through. Still a major concern, but now apparently Basra is going to be possibly the first urban flashpoint that we're going to see where the military from the coalition forces have to go house to house.
And Tom, I think it's important to bring up that originally the Pentagon thought there wouldn't be much of a fight put up in Basra and that Saddam Hussein's best soldiers weren't there. Now it seems as if the Iraqis are successful in sucking in the coalition troops into cities and forcing them into guerrilla combat.
Well, I think it's fair to say that the best troops still aren't there, but there are pockets of resistance, as they're described, and troops very loyal to Saddam Hussein have infiltrated areas like Basra and are willing to put up a fight. It's not like a major set battle that so far we haven't seen, but what may be developing around Baghdad as they move closer and closer to the capital. But there are significant forces apparently in Basra mixed in with the civilian population that's going to make this operation extremely difficult.
Well, the other point to bring up is that I know they don't want many civilian casualties, but this is going to make it much more difficult to avoid that, isn't it?
It would reasonably be safe to assume that if you're fighting in an urban area, which planners apparently wanted to avoid, that you do risk the possibility of civilian casualties when the military units mix in with the civilian population. If they've occupied these residential areas and are fighting from those positions, there is the possibility of collateral damage and civilian casualties when the coalition forces fire back.
We'll see what happens. Tom and Tier reporting live from CENTCOM headquarters. Thanks very much.
And Carol, important to keep in mind, and for our viewers to keep in mind, that I mean, there's an irony to all of this, that the Iraqi forces, the 51st Division, and we understand these irregular forces, the Fedayeen, are essentially, from these reports, going to be using civilians, sort of blending in amongst civilians, dressing as civilians, and the whole reason that the coalition forces are needing to go into Basra in the first place is to help out the civilian population, bring in humanitarian relief, because they have not had water for some 2 days, according to reports, and though they have some food stocks, really water is essential. So on the one hand, it's the coalition forces sort of trying to help out Iraqi civilians, and yet...
And by doing that, they may go in there and actually cause some civilian casualties.
We also, Tom was mentioning the clearing of mines in Umm Qasr. I just saw an interesting report that the U.S. Navy is actually going to bring in trained dolphins to help with the mine clearing. And not only do these dolphins apparently sort of find mines, they also attach sort of a hook onto the mine that a mine-sweeping ship then comes by and attaches to the hook and clears the mine out of the port.
Now, see, I know about the seals, but not the dolphins. So they have dolphins and seals trained to locate mines undersea.
So. And this is going to happen apparently this week around Qasr. So just an interesting story. You know, for the latest in-depth coverage of the war in Iraq, not only can you tune into our continuing coverage, you can also check out our special report available at CNN.com. It's got some pretty interesting, amazing graphics, as you can see right there. That's at CNN.com. We'll be right back after this break.
How do you invest to help secure your future? You start with your dreams. And Edward Jones.
My life, my world, it all begins with a dream.
Edward Jones.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2-CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. Very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
CNN puts you alongside the troops with soldiers. Walter Rogers, Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Brian Chilcote with sailors. Frank Buckley, Kira Phillips, Gary Stryker with airmen. Gary Tuckman, Bob Franken with Marines. Jason Bellini, Art Harris, Martin Savage. Plus, CNN joins forces with top news organizations and our network of affiliates to put more reporters in the region than anyone. No one gets you closer than CNN, the most trusted name in news.
All right, let's take you back to southern Iraq. We've been telling you about the fighting in Nasiriyah. It's still going on, those pockets of resistance, as the coalition forces do have control of those 2 bridges over the Euphrates, at least we think so. Our Miles O'Brien talked about some of the tougher fights in the south with our military analyst, retired General Wesley Clark.
Let's put our map in motion. General Clark, good to have you with us.
Thanks, Miles.
Give you a quick regional view, and then we're going to move in on the south. Specifically on the Basra area today. And the reason I point out Basra is the Brits took a combat fatality there today, indicative of the fact that there's still a lot of engagement there. General Clark, what's going on the ground here?
What we have is, in the Basra area, we still have the British forces engaged. We have some of the Republican Guards and some of the elements of the 51st Division that supposedly surrendered, plus local Fedayeen fighters that have blended back into the city. They are holding on there. They are resisting the British advance into the city. The Brits occupy an airfield and a couple of key bridges there, but we're not controlling this city. The city apparently is in some humanitarian crisis as well, and there's fighting. And the question is, how do we advance in this? Do we use artillery and our firepower, and do we do that at the risk of harming civilians? And that's the dilemma that the British forces are working.
All right, that's a difficult question because it really makes the forces walk a tightrope between just how far to go, how secure a place needs to be before you move on. Let's move to Nasiriyah, where it's sort of a similar dilemma. And here what we have today is more evidence of fierce shelling involving Marines primarily. What's going on there right now, General Clark?
Well, Nasiriyah has got 2 key bridges over the Euphrates River. And what we're trying to do in Nasiriyah is secure it. That is, drive out those elements of the enemy that would interfere with the passage of movement through Nasiriyah. At least 400 hardcore enemy fighters are in there, more probably coming in at night. They're driving in civilian vehicles. Some of them are in civilian clothes, some of them taking buses, pickup trucks and whatever. They're armed with rocket-propelled grenades, heavy machine guns and mortars. They're fighting from inside buildings. The Marines are fighting back. The Marines have penetrated through the city, but it's not yet cleared.
All right, and this is the bridge which is so crucial, at least one of the bridges. There are 2 of them there that we're focusing on. Let's move along to Karbala, which is about 60 miles from Baghdad, where the U.S. forces lost an Apache helicopter today. Its crew missing right now, although we have just determined, I guess, that they are now prisoners of war. First of all, this engagement here was helicopter versus the Medina Division of the Republican Guard. Is that typically the way tank battles begin, with helicopters first probing?
Miles, this was deep attack. This was the first Army doctrinal deep attack mission. We've trained this mission for about 18 years. It was designed to go against the Soviets. We applied it against the 2nd Brigade of the Medina Division. We had good results on this mission. We took out a bunch of T-72s, artillery, and infantry. On the other hand, it was a firefight, and we took return fire. We've learned our lessons. There's things we can do better. We got most of the Apaches back. Many of them did take fire, and many of them did have bullet holes. But this was a successful mission. It's the start of grinding down of one of the key Republican Guard divisions.
All right, from Karbala, let's fly into the downtown Baghdad area, which is only, as we say, 60 miles away. And today at the Central Command briefing, they released a before and after of some of this bombing effort, which we've been witness to via television. This is one of the special security facilities. This is something that an organization run by Qusay Hussein, the son of Saddam Hussein. And here is another facility here. This is an Air Force barracks. Look, it's quite dramatic. You'll take a look at the barracks there, and then you see the value of precision weaponry, because if you look down here, all these other buildings are still in place. When they say precision, they mean it, don't they?
Well, we're really striking at the buildings, and hopefully we know what's underneath them, and we've got the right ordnance to go in underneath these buildings and take out the command centers. The issue here is we're taking out some of these command centers. We don't know if they're occupied, and of course, eventually we're going to be there, and we're going to want to go through that special security organization and get the evidence on whether weapons of mass destruction
Interesting
really
point. You want to preserve some of that evidence. From Baghdad, let's take a quick trip to the north, and then we'll button up this overview. The north is a little sketchier, to say the least. We know there are troops on the ground there. As we swing back and look down to the south, give us a sense of how much is there and what is there right now, General Clark.
Well, it is, as you say, Miles, it's sketchy. We haven't heard a lot of information about the north. We know we've got about 1,000 people who have been moved in there by helicopter. We would presume these are special forces, maybe some ranger elements, maybe some people to work with the Kurds. We know we've got a Marine commander in there who's organized a headquarters to help facilitate the coordination. And then it's going to be a matter of taking an irregular fight up against the 40,000 plus Iraqi troops in 3 corps that are organized up in the north.
All right.
All right, we're actually jumping into that because we have a brief window to talk to one of our correspondents in the field. Becky Diamond joins us from her post in the Persian Gulf aboard the USS Milius. Becky, what's the latest?
Anderson, I'm on board the HMAS Kanimbla. I was on the Milius just a few days ago. This is an Australian amphibious ship, and it's hosting boarding teams, which are searching every vessel coming out of Iraqi waterways. Now, late last week, a startling discovery was made by one of the Australian boarding teams. They found 86 mines on 2 different Iraqi vessels in the waterway leading to Qasr. Now, what happened was a U.S. boarding team went on one tugboat and they found Iraqi military uniforms as well as weapons. That caused some concern on the Kanimbla. They sent out an Australian team which boarded a barge not far from the tug. They found a shipping container with a false floorboard. They went underneath into the cargo hold and discovered 68 mines, buoyant mines and ground mines. Now, buoyant mines detonate with contact from ships. Ground mines detonate from a magnetic pulse, and they're on the ground of the water, underneath the ocean, on the ocean floor. On another tugboat close by, they found 18 more buoyant mines. These were hidden under 44-gallon drums. Now, the mines on the barge were going to be released through a hatch built in the side that would just drop them out into the water. It was quite a discovery, Anderson.
That's really interesting. So, Becky, the ship you're on, they're basically it's basically a boarding ship. It's a sort of a search party ship, or is it a mine-sweeping ship?
Well, this is an amphibious ship that was designed specifically for the Australian Navy. It's actually a U.S. ship that they bought and designed for themselves. It hosts boarding teams. Now, it hosts U.S., Australian, and British teams, and these teams operate in groups of 10. They go out on small inflatable rafts, rigid hull inflatable boats, they're called, and they go out to any vessel right now leaving Iraqi waterways. They search, and they look for wanted Iraqi officials, contraband, explosives, and this vessel right now, the Kanimbla, is intending to go up the KAA waterway and clear it of mines. Now, of course, it's a very important waterway. It leads to Qasr, and it's this trip through this channel that ships are going to bring humanitarian aid to be distributed at Qasr. And there's a lot of concern right now about mines in the area. There's nothing to indicate that the mines found on these tugboats were released, any mines were released, but there's concern on this ship, and they've had everyone sleeping below the water line come up and sleep in the hangar deck. And we're also supposed to wear a hard hat to protect ourselves in case there's a mine detonation nearby. Anderson?
Okay. All right, Beck, we got to go in a second. I just want to point out we had actually just had a report previously that the U.S. is going to bring in dolphins to search for mines underwater. That's sometime in this coming week, so it relates to probably Becky. You'll probably be following that story in the coming week. Thank you much, Becky Diamond, reporting from one of the many ships searching out other ships looking for mines around the region toward Qasr.
Yeah, and we have hit 3 o'clock Eastern Time. It is time to start our next hour. Stay with us.
Well, U.S. Marines encountered more fire today from Iraqi forces around the city of Nasiriyah in southern Iraq. Now, much of the fighting has been over the control of bridges over the Euphrates River. Art Harris reports that tanks and Bradley fighting vehicles are at every intersection, and he says the Marines have been taking fire from all directions. It is a very fluid, very developing situation. The U.S. military is changing the status of Basra in southern Iraq. It is now a legitimate military target for coalition forces. This just happened recently. Our Christian Amanpour reporting in the last hour that Iraqi forces have withdrawn into the city of Basra along with tanks and artillery pieces. Pretty ominous. The urgency of the humanitarian situation is forcing the coalition forces to change strategy and step up the campaign. U.S. officials say Saddam Hussein may have drawn a red line around Baghdad, and if U.S. forces cross that line, Iraq may unleash chemical weapons. Now, intelligence sources suggest the Republican Guard has been issued chemical weapons and orders to use them if coalition forces get too close to the capital. The Pentagon released the names of 2 American Apache pilots. You're looking at their pictures. Pilots their helicopter went down near Karbala. David Williams and Ronald Young were taken prisoner by the Iraqi military. At least 5 other American soldiers are now in Iraqi custody. They, of course, part of a maintenance convoy that took a wrong turn and was ambushed near Nasiriyah. British Prime Minister Tony Blair will travel to the United States to meet with President Bush later on this week. Blair, of course, has been the biggest supporter of U.S. action in Iraq. A lot of British troops in the region, part of the coalition. The meeting would include strategy sessions for continued British involvement, I should say, in the conflict. And a good morning to you. It is 3 a.m. here at CNN's World Headquarters in Atlanta, 11 a.m. in Baghdad, where Day 6 of Operation Iraqi Freedom continues. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello. Thanks for joining us this morning. I want to get directly to Qatar, to CENTCOM Command Center and Tom McIntyre to talk about what's happening in Basra right now. Basra, of course, important because they want to get humanitarian aid through there. They haven't been able to do that. So now coalition forces are actually going to target the city, a much different strategy than previously mapped out. Tom McIntyre, tell us more.
Much different, Carol, as General Tommy Franks said yesterday, that this is an evolving process, that there are changes constantly. Well, those changes are going on here in Doha, a few hundred yards from where I'm located right now. I'm sure Tommy Franks huddling with other members of the coalition, deciding what to do. We got confirmation in the last 15-20 minutes that the city of Basra has changed its status, or had it changed by the coalition. The British military spokesman telling us that it now appears that they might have to go house to house in Basra because military units from Iraq have gone into that city and are exchanging fire with units in Basra. So changing the status of Basra, not able to bypass it as they once thought they would, but because it is such a key humanitarian distribution point that it is necessary to make sure that that's secure. Group Captain Al Lockwood telling us just a few moments ago that they have made the decision that Basra is a strategic target that they're going to have to secure.
Well, obviously, it would have been ideal if Basra had surrendered and we'd been able to take the city without a fight. But what has become apparent is that we're meeting resistance not from regular Iraqi forces, but from what we're terming as irregulars. These are members of the Fedayeen, those troops extremely loyal to Saddam Hussein's regime and their security service organization. They're lightly armed, and they're very small in number. However, they are terrorizing the citizens of Basra, and we will probably need to go in and meet any resistance.
That resistance is something that General Franks referred to in his last briefing here in Doha yesterday afternoon, saying that there is a very good possibility that there may be many more casualties in this effort and to be prepared for it, that it is an evolving process, but he promised that he was still able to fight the war on what he called his terms. Carol, back to you.
Tom, I'm just trying to think of how to correctly characterize this, but this is sort of what the Iraqis want. They want to suck in coalition forces into cities so that urban warfare will break out. That's the best chance they have to inflict as much damage as they can.
It's a very difficult thing to determine what the Iraqi military strategy is, but if indeed they are able to infiltrate into the cities and turn this into urban warfare rather than out open in the desert as it's been so far, it does change the dynamics. The U.S.-led coalition does not want to go house to house. It's something that, while they may have trained for, it is probably not a preferred method of operation, because you have the possibility of civilians being caught in the middle or used by those Iraqi forces where they put the civilians at the windows and they're upstairs firing from the second floor. So there is always the danger that civilian casualties will increase in this type of operation, and that's why it was preferred not to go into places like Basra and take it by force.
Tom Mantier reporting live from Qatar from CENTCOM Command Headquarters. Thanks very much.
There is a lot changing at this hour so far in the military campaign. We just heard about to Basra. We're going to get a little bit more of an update on that as much as we can from Kuwait City right now. Group Captain John Group Captain John Fine standing by with British Royal Air Force. Captain, thanks very much for being with us. What can you tell us about the latest in the situation with Basra?
Really, that Basra has got this relatively small number of irregular forces within it, and at some stage they're either going to have to come out or we're going to have to go in and get them. But talking from the air point of view, if required, then we can use precision air, but at the moment it's very much up to the decision of the Army.
But you're saying from a military standpoint you can use aircraft with precision-guided munitions to target forces within the city?
If it was required, yes, we can be very, very precise, but the whole principle of the campaign is to reduce minimum civilian casualties to an absolute minimum. So we'll be very much waiting to see what the Army needs. If they ended up needing some assistance from air, then that will be provided.
How active an area is this? I mean, obviously we're not projecting timetables here, but do you have a sense of, I mean, are we talking hours, are we talking days for things to be heating up in Basra?
I think it would be wrong to talk about a particular time scale. What we're doing is we're being careful, we're taking our time, we're working very hard to reduce the risk to civilians, and we'll do that in our own time.
And is your sense that this is largely irregular forces, that this is the Fedayeen, the Ba'ath thugs, if you will, as some have called them, as opposed to regular forces, the 51st Division?
That's what we understand to be in there. It needs to be borne in mind that the way Saddam works is he's oppressed the people of Basra in particular for many, many years. And one of the ways that he can keep them scared, locked indoors and not willing to come out and welcome us is to put in these secret police and these irregular forces.
Is it fair to say that there's not so much a military reason for taking Basra, it's really just to get humanitarian aid in, to get the humanitarian aid flowing to a city which is apparently out of water and has been for 2 days now?
The humanitarian aspect is of real significance and importance to us. We've said all along that what we want to do is bring relief to the people of Iraq. A lot of the problems were there before this conflict started. A lot of the additional problems have been introduced by Saddam and his regime themselves. We've always said that what we want to do is make Iraq a better place for the Iraqis, and Basra needs some humanitarian assistance. So the quicker that they get out, the military forces, or surrender to us, the quicker we can get on with that humanitarian work.
Now, my understanding is Basra would be a British operation, is that correct? And could you tell a little bit about the involvement of British forces as well as American forces in the region?
The whole operation out here is coalition. We're using mixed air, both American and British when required. Our forces are mixed in with the American forces, so very much it's a coalition effort. There do tend to be a large number of British forces around the Basra area, though.
So just the headline here, RAF stands by ready to bring in aircraft if that is what is necessary, according to, and who would make that decision? The forces on the ground?
I'm beginning to lose you here, but I got most of your question. I think from what was seen earlier on in the campaign with our precision work in Baghdad, that we proved we can be precise if required. But at the moment, it's up to the Army. We're there if required.
All right, Group Captain John Fons with the RAF. Appreciate you joining us live from Kuwait City. Carol?
Talking about changes in military strategy, where there are changes in the air campaign as well. We want to toss it now to our correspondent, Gary Stryker, who is aboard the USS Roosevelt. Tell us about these changes.
Well, Carol, as the ground war intensifies, U.S. aircraft carriers will now be launching warplanes on missions to provide close air support for coalition ground forces in Iraq. Until now, they've only been launching airstrikes against predetermined military targets, they'll still be doing that, but now much of the carrier's air power will be used to provide protection for coalition forces on the ground. Close air support missions are sort of setting up an extension in the air, airborne extension of ground combat forces. It allows the pilots of the strike fighters to work in conjunction with the commanders of the ground forces, providing eyes and ears in the air for them, and to allow them to strike targets themselves if they have to. The pilots here tell us that these close air support missions are much more satisfying to them than striking predetermined targets. They get immediate feedback from ground troops and the satisfaction of eliminating threats to the survival of coalition soldiers. It's a much more emotionally satisfying mission for them than just attacking predetermined targets, Carol.
Yeah, I can imagine that they've been very frustrated. Now, part of this comes about because of Turkey's decision to allow coalition forces to use its airspace, correct?
That's true. The problem was before Turkey did this, the positioning of the aircraft carrier had to be changed to allow them to use other airspace. It was a longer trip for the fighters to travel from the carriers to the targets in Iraq. That meant that all of the support aircraft that they need to support these strike packages, like tankers and radar jamming planes and all of that, it was a much more involved and complicated undertaking. Now that they're able to take advantage of Turkish airspace, it's a shorter distance. They don't need to have that much in the way of support aircraft, and they can employ many more strike fighters in the packages of targets that they're going to attack.
I was just going to ask you if this would involve more flights for them.
The pilots here tell us that there will be many more strikes. The naval authorities here on the carrier tell us that what has happened until now, that there's been a delay over the past 24 hours because of bad weather. Strikes were intended to take place today, but they did not. But as soon as the weather clears, whenever they make up their mind to do so, you can bet, they tell us, that there will be many more missions for the planes on these aircraft carriers than there has been over the past 3 or 4 days.
Gary, in talking about the weather, talk more about that, because we understand there are sandstorms and strong winds in parts of Kuwait and Iraq today. What is the weather like where you are?
It's been stormy, raining out on the deck, rather rough seas, and no sandstorms here, but maybe part of the same weather pattern. And I guess it was bad enough for them to scrub all the missions that were to be launched today. It's not necessarily a problem for the fighter jets themselves, because they've got GPS and GPS guided weaponry that doesn't require high visibility. But for things, for other parts of the missions, like refueling the tankers and other ships that have to be sent into the area, I think the weather presents a problem for them. When you're refueling in the air and you can't see the pipe that comes down from the refueling tanker because of bad visibility, it can bang up an aircraft rather quickly, they tell us. So they'd rather not take that risk.
Well, we certainly can understand that. Gary Stryker, thanks for bringing us up to date this morning.
All right, we are going to check in with our correspondent Reem Brahimi, who is in Amman, Jordan. We're talking about a wide variety of things. We're going to talk a little bit later on about the Saddam Hussein speech. But first, let's talk about the latest about U.S. using Jordanian airspace. Reem, first of all, let me just say, I think this is the first time you and I have talked since you left Baghdad. It is very nice to see you safe and sound, and we are happy you're with us this morning. What can you tell us about the latest on the use of the airspace?
Thanks, Anderson. Definitely the Jordanian king spoke to a group of senators yesterday. Now, he has said that the Jordanian airspace will not be used by any U.S. air forces launching attacks on Iraq. This is something, Anderson, as you know, that Jordan has been at pains to repeat over and over again. Jordan has been extremely keen to be seen as a very neutral part in this conflict. The Jordanian government, of course, is walking a very fine line. it's quite a balancing act in a very rough neighborhood for a small country like Jordan. Jordan has also expelled 3 Iraqi diplomats, saying that they breached security arrangements between Iraq and Jordan. On the other hand, saying they would accept any replacement for those diplomats as soon as possible. And then, of course, there's the economic problems that Jordan has had to face with the loss of trade between Iraq and Jordan. Jordan has lost a lot of trade since the route between the road between Baghdad and Amman has been deemed by many drivers or companies as not a safe route. Well, oil isn't flowing into Jordan, oil tankers are not coming in. Now, Arab countries, I understand, according to the Jordanian media, say Arab countries are prepared to compensate for that loss of oil flow into Jordan. And also the United States and Japan have stepped in to help compensate for the trade loss that Jordan is facing right now. Anderson?
Reem, there is a front page article, and I'm just going to hold it up to camera. I don't think you can see it, but just so our audience can see it. In today's USA Today, and this is a Tuesday's edition, it's the front page, and down here there's an article basically saying that doctors might be treating Saddam in bunker. This is the headline of the article, and it quotes unnamed intelligence sources. It says, the person says, "We know we hit him. We know he was wounded Thursday in a missile and bomb attack on his compound. We also believe he has not left Baghdad." Let's put this in the context of the address we heard from Saddam Hussein yesterday. In that address, as you watched it, I mean, you have been covering this story, covering this man for quite some time. Just tell me a little bit about what you saw, what you really took away from that address.
You know what I saw, Anderson, I think what's important to see in that address more than anything else, the president, for one, it would be impossible, in all honesty, I think, for anyone to say, I know he's been wounded, or I know he was in Baghdad at that time. He most likely was, because that would be probably part of his strategy, and that is his seat of power. But nobody really knows anything about that. That would be pure speculation on my part. I think what's really important there, Anderson, is the fact that he may have been wounded or not. The fact that, you know, a lot of people speculated, was it really him or was it one of his doubles, for instance? All that's frankly irrelevant, if you ask me, because the message to the Iraqi population and to the rest of the world remains the same. Whether it was him, whether it was a double, whether he was injured or not, it is the Iraqi government is still in charge and in control of information. We can put out someone who is President Saddam Hussein or who maybe looks like him, it's totally irrelevant, but the message is still the same. We're in charge, we control information, we control enough that we can tell you we're here, and we control enough that we can show you an Apache helicopter being downed on Iraqi soil on Iraqi TV. And I think that's the importance of the message, which is why, again, many people may have been surprised not to see all these Iraqis. You know, there was this scenario, this dream-o-vision, I think, for many people, that once the American soldiers would enter Iraq, they would find Iraqis welcoming them with arms open. And I'm not talking about the military resistance, just about the civilian population. And I think one of the reasons that may not be happening is because people, one, they've been told to stay home by the ruling Ba'ath Party, but also they don't know what's happening, and as long as they see those pictures on Iraqi TV, there's no way these people are going to take any risks in coming out to welcome anybody else.
And just very briefly, I think you make a good point that the message of the address was not just to the Iraqi people, it was to the larger world, in particular the Arab world, in specific the Muslim world. And how do you think the message played? I mean, he linked himself, as I think he often does, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, in speeches. I think he said "Long live Palestine" at the end of the speech. It put himself in sort of a larger pan-Arab context. How do you think the message played?
Absolutely, Anderson. Not just pan-Arab, as you mentioned, always using the Palestinian cause as one of his big causes or rallying cries in a way, but especially also using religion very much. This has been a consistent strategy of the Iraqi government and of President Saddam Hussein in recent years, and especially in the months building up to this conflict, again trying to rally as many people, not only in the Arab world but in the Muslim world at large, presenting this as a conflict between Americans and Arabs, between Americans and Muslims at large. And this is really one of the buttons that he's been pressing quite often to rally a lot of people. And I think some people can be very sensitive to that in a region where, people have turned to religion increasingly in the past few years. This is something, when you talk to people here, there's very few people that can actually hide their satisfaction at seeing, well, the Iraqis are resisting, and he came out, he's putting up a fight against the US, which is it's not even necessarily about Iraq, it's more about the US. It's not necessarily people can be sympathetic or not to the government, and maybe most of them aren't, but it's really more about the US and how they feel, how much resentment there is against United States foreign policy than anything else.
All right.
Anderson?
Brahimi live in Amman, Jordan. Thanks very much. Carol?
And I want to bring you the big picture because there's a lot of fighting going on inside Iraq today. In the north, Mosul, Kirkuk, we know there have been explosions there, and also in the south, in Basra and Nasiriyah. Firefights are still ongoing, and there have been intermittent bombings in Baghdad as well. Now we want to talk about those 2 helicopter pilots that are the latest U.S. forces taken prisoner by Iraq. Ronald Young of Georgia, David Williams of Florida, both chief warrant officers, were captured when their Apache attack helicopter went down after an intense firefight with a Republican Guard near Karbala. Later, the U.S. destroyed the down chopper to keep it out of Iraqi hands. Iraq now holds at least 7 U.S. POWs. Now, the other POWs are members of the Army's 507th Maintenance Company based at Fort Bliss, Texas. They are Specialist Joseph Hudson, Specialist Shoshana Johnson, Specialist Edgar Hernandez, Private First Class Patrick Miller, and Sergeant James Riley. 7 other soldiers from their maintenance group are still unaccounted for after fierce fighting Sunday in Nasiriyah. We also have this reaction from the sister and father of another POW, Army Specialist Shoshana Johnson. Let's listen.
When she went over there, we knew that obviously this was a little bit more in-depth and more intensive, but I'm sure she didn't think that, I'm sure this is the last thing she thought was going to be on her mind. And she's in, maintenance is combat service support. You're not really supposed to be on the front lines at all. You know what I mean? They bring things back to you. You don't think about that stuff when you're a support element.
What happened? Did they miss a checkpoint? They made a wrong turn. Were they supposed to turn? What happened? Where's the breakdown?
You know you're going over there, but you never really think, you know, that this is going to happen. My sisters kind of have always had like a little angel following her around. She always manages to get out of stuff. So this was not something we thought was going to happen to her at all. You know, and in considering the whole situation in which some individuals did die, you know, and the fact that, you know, she was seen on TV, she looks to be staying strong. You know, hopefully her angel's still with her.
I'm hoping that because it was a big televised issue, that they will comply at least to show that they're not as much as the animals that they're portrayed to be.
Okay, we have a live event happening right now out of Baghdad on Iraqi television. The information minister of Iraq speaking now. Let's listen.
الملاحظين الجغرافيين وشركة كوتكنا السويسرية مما عطل
Kotekna, Swiss company Kotekna,
الغذائية إلى العراق خلافا لقرار مجلس الأمن
using these oils for food for oil decision. This decision was as a result of George Bush decision and Tony Blair, Prime Minister of Britain. This decision is that Iraq does not need humanitarian assistance. Iraq is a rich country and its people is great, led by a great leader, is fighting colonialism, represented by United States and Britain, who are motivated by the Zionists, and we will have victory, God willing. Against this barbarian aggression invasion. And I say that Iraq has today $21 million in their accounts. We made agreement to buy medical and food supplies, and these supplies are being shipped these medical and food and essential water treatment. This is according to the agreement of the United Nations. There are most of it are contracts for food, which is standing at the border and was stopped at the border. And there are $7 million contracts for food and medicine still hanging at United Nations. We ask that General, if United Nations, we're asking Kofi Annan not to punish people and not to submit to the evil intentions of US and Britain. Kofi Annan has to allow immediately, according to decision 986, to let these essentials enter Iraq, these medical and food, which is sufficient to supply Iraqi people for 2 years. But the evil administration, represented by Bush and Blair, are haunting the people of Iraq, not just by bombs that they are dropping every day on the citizens and invading their holy land, which they were going to be buried in. But now they are preventing food and medicine from the people of Iraq. We expose this criminal behavior of the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Britain, who had the General Counsel to stop the UN decision which allowed to have food and medicine for oil. We received only $21 billion of food and medicine, which was distributed on the people of Iraq. Today, there are supplies in ships, and some are in Jordan and at the border. Some were returned from the borders, and they are now at Ruwayshed area. And I hope that our brothers in Jordan to behave responsibly the way they behaved in 1991, and not to submit to the evil American administration will, and not to stop food reaching Iraq according to the agreement we made together. And we, as I say, we do not as a country to need help, any humanitarian help. We have resources that would suffice our people the way it was sufficient 6 years earlier. We are asking you to condemn these decisions and to condemn the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Britain, who were stopping and preventing delivery of these supplies, food and medicine to the Iraqi people, which according to UN decision, it has to be $21 billion.
سأوزع لكم تفاصيل العقود المبرمة.
I will give you a handout of details of these contracts according to the program Oil for Food, which were stopped by America and Britain through this aggression, this military campaign. But I assure you that we are prepared for this situation, and we knew that when the war starts, they're gonna stop medicine to Iraq. And under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, we were prepared to supply the people of Iraq with these supplies. And we did deliver food to our citizens that would be sufficient for 6 months. These conditions that were surrounding these cities, such as Qasr and Safwan and all these cities, we have sufficient food that would be enough for 6 months. In these days, in spite of the bombing and the missiles, vehicles are going and having communication and carrying supplies, food and medicine to Nasiriyah and Muthanna and Najaf, and we assure them that there is enough to supply you with food and medicine. But America and Britain had not to punish the people, these great people, with its barbarian way. These are contracts that we made to buy food and medicine using money belonging to the Iraqi people. This immoral behavior for the American administration and the Prime Minister of Britain, who suggested to the Kofi Annan to stop this program.
Well, in a brief, I would say that Mr. Kofi Annan has been under the pressure from President Bush and Blair to suspend oil for food program, which Iraq has begun to export oil, through which Iraq imports food and medicine for its people. Up to date, Iraq has exported oil in $64 billion. United Nations deducted $21 billion for its confiscation and for its expenses, and Iraqi people has received during these 6 years $21 billion commodities from food and medicine, and we still have contracts equivalent to $21 billion almost, food and medicine, most of which are in the sea nearby Iraq and has been suspended by the decision of Kofi Annan due to the withdrawal of geographical observation and Kotikna that they have been under the agreement between Iraq and the United Nations to stay in Iraq and to stay only in the border, in entry point. Before they left, we discussed this matter with the head office in Baghdad. We agreed that our employees in the Ministry of Trade will handle the authentication that Kotikna is responsible for so that payment can be made for suppliers. Unfortunately, due to the pressure from President Bush and Tony Blair, Kofi Annan refused to accept this proposal so that commodities of food and medicine can flow to our people in Iraq. However, due to the directions from His Excellency President Saddam last year and this year, we have prepared ourselves that this situation may occur, and we have made available quantity of food and medicine to the people of Iraq. Now we have delivered, until now, 6 months stock in each city and each village. Now it is available in Qasr and in Al-Faw and Safwan and in all places in Iraq. We have delivered 6 months of requirements of Iraqi people, and now daily, under the military bombing and rockets and attack, we are working heavily from Baghdad to all places in Basra and in Mosul and in Nasiriyah, and today, many trucks went to Nasiriyah and went to Basra to supply food for additional quantity of food for Iraqi people so that they can maintain the ability of Iraqi people to defend their country. This aggressive and the criminal act of
All right, we're going to dip out of this to explain what those pictures are to the right-hand side of your screen. These pictures are coming live out of Kuwait.
That's right, where Darren Kagan is going to be, and we're going to go to her very shortly. Those are pictures of aid being offloaded from aircraft, aid that the coalition is hoping to get through southeastern Iraq, through Qasr, into Basra. There have been reports, and the United Nations, Kofi Annan, said on Monday that urgent measures, in his words, are needed in Basra, where water and electricity supplies cut off for at least 2 days. Now, what is interesting to note, you were listening to an address made by the Trade Minister, Mohammed Salid, in Baghdad. What he said was basically that Iraq does not need humanitarian help. He said that they do have resources, that there is food in Jordan, supplies, and he blamed coalition forces for depriving food and medicine from getting to the people of Iraq. Those are surmising his words.
In fact, he's making an appeal to the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan to get the Oil for Food program up and running again. It had been suspended at the start of these hostilities. And another irony here is the coalition forces are fighting for Basra so they can get a huge amount of humanitarian aid into Basra. Let's go back to Baghdad.
From food point of view and medicine, will provide the best quality of food and medicine for those prisoners of war. Thank you.
How is the situation in Basra? Can you explain a little bit about this?
And lately, we in Iraq don't need a humanitarian assistance. We have sufficient money in our account equivalent to the 2 years requirements If Kofi Annan allows these commodities to come to Iraq, then there will be no problem and no need for any assistance. Sorry.
Can you address the issue of civilian casualties? When London and Washington say they are targeting carefully and they are targeting military targets, what is your response to that?
Well, it is not true. They are, yesterday in Basra, they have targeted and hit one of our flour mill that is imported through oil for food now until this day under the situation of damage, and the Ministry of the municipality the fire is still in the warehouse of that project.
الوزير الامريكان يقولون او يدعون انهم يهيئون ميناء ام قصر لاستقبال المساعدات الانسانيه والغذائيه للشعب العراقي، ما هو تعليقكم على ذلك؟
هذا كلام حقيقة
This
كلام
is
يقع ضمن إطار الدعاية الكاذبة التي
is a propaganda
أمريكا وبريطانيا
which
أولاً
United States and Britain use all the time. At Umm Qasr, there are food there that sitting in this city. There were 3 ships before the war started, and we still have it there. They tried to have it leave from that harbor. They are emptying these ships. Port of Qasr is a port that was built by the government, and it's ready to receive medical and food supplies before and during the
Okay, we're going to step away from this once again. You're listening to the Iraqi trade minister, and basically he was pleading to the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan to continue the oil for food program, something that was suspended at the start of the hostilities. He blamed coalition forces for stopping the humanitarian aid from coming into Iraq. He says Iraq has plenty of money to pay. Let the food in, and our people will be just fine. Of course, the irony to this is the fighting is going on in Basra in southeastern Iraq, and they're trying to overtake that city, coalition forces are, to get humanitarian aid in.
Well, one of the things the trade minister was saying is that Kofi Annan of the United Nations has been under pressure from the coalition. He was making that allegation and basically saying, as Carol said, that Iraq doesn't need humanitarian help, that the food, the medicine is there. He even said that off the coast, off the port of Umm Qasr, where we have seen so much activity over the last 72 hours or so, he says there are ships with food, and therefore there is not the need for other humanitarian aid being brought in. He's saying it's basically propaganda from the coalition. Now, let's put this in context. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan on Monday said that urgent measures are needed in Basra because the water and electricity have been out for some 2 days. According to the United Nations, there was enough food for several more days in Basra, but no one can go without water for too long, and apparently it's been cut off for 2 days now. And what we have also just been reporting all morning long, really, is that the situation in Basra has shifted. Krishna Amanpour reporting some hour and a half ago or so that Basra, that the irregular forces, the Fedayeen, the Ba'ath Party forces, as well as some regular forces from, we believe, the 51st Division, have actually now pulled into Basra, into the city itself, therefore sort of making it much more difficult for coalition forces to engage with them without risking a high level of civilian casualties.
And what it means is now coalition forces have actually targeted Basra, and they actually have to go from house to house searching out Iraqi soldiers. And of course, this makes it much more dangerous for them.
That, of course, is the fear. It's not clear yet whether that will happen. That is the great fear and the concern. Fear, perhaps not the right word, but concern on the part of coalition forces not wanting to get drawn into that, and the situation is very fluid, and at this point it's not clear what the strategy is going to be.
Well, according to CENTCOM Command Center, Basra has become a military target, a legitimate one. We don't know if that operation has begun as of yet. Another bit of irony. Do we want to head live to Kuwait now to check in with Darren Kagan? Let's go there now because she has word from the Red Crescent Society that humanitarian aid is available, and you can see behind you, Darren, that it's being loaded onto trucks right now.
Darren?
Carolyn Anderson, we are right here as this has been loading on, and I hope, can you guys hear me in Atlanta?
Yes.
Can you hear me in Atlanta? Okay, great. Let me give you an idea of where we are. We're actually at the headquarters for the Kuwait Red Crescent. These are Kuwaiti ladies. They are volunteers. This is all volunteers. They have come here to help the people of Kuwait. We're going to kind of give you a behind-the-scenes look. The ladies, they get right into it. Do you need some help? Let me give them some help. Okay. They just dive into it. You want some help? All right, they're helping. As these ladies are loading these boxes, I want to give you an idea of what is in these boxes. Wayne, my photographer, is going to give you a look. Let's go down here. There's two types of boxes. Right here, these are meals, complete meals that don't need any cooking, things like cheese and juice, milk, pita bread. Again, so this would be an individual meal that doesn't need any cooking. Then over here, this is a box that is meant for a family of 5 to last a week. And these are provisions like cooking oil and lentils and tea and salt. There's also rice and flour. And then this is very important, especially for the children of Iraq. This is powdered milk. Under separate cover, they're going to be sending water that they can drink and also Iraqi bread. 45,000 meals like this are going to go out every single day. These are the first trucks. They plan on leaving today, Carolyn Anderson. They will head up as far as the border, and then they'll wait until they get the clearance to say it's okay to go on into southern Iraq.
And do we know, or has it been said by members of the Red Crescent Society exactly where this food is going, whether it's to Umm Qasr or to Basra? Have they said?
This food right here that you're looking being loaded on will go to an area called Safwan, and that's right across the border. There are a number of families that are just on the other side of the Kuwaiti-Iraq border that do need help. This is not food that you're looking at right here. This is not set to go to Basra, but in other parts of the facility here is food that is set to go to Basra. But the thing that the types of food that they are planning on sending is just like what I showed you right here. This right now headed for the people of Safwan.
You know, it's interesting, Darren, because of course Kuwait has no love for Iraq and for Saddam Hussein, but apparently they're just trying to help the Iraqi people in whatever way they can.
Yeah, that is really interesting. And again, I think I mentioned this, but these people are all volunteers. They're here giving their own time. I had a chance to talk with the president of this society, of the Red Crescent Society of Kuwait, before coming down here to go on the air and talk with you. And he in a sly voice, he said, this is how it works. We send Iraq our food, they send us their people. A little sarcastic comment saying no matter what they do, if they invade, no matter what they do, the people of Kuwait are pulling together, and all this food is donated. These people, volunteers, and I don't know if you can tell, but we're also in a bit of a rainstorm, and a sandstorm is on the way, and yet they are gathering together to help their neighbors to the north.
Good to see. Darren Kagan reporting live from Kuwait.
All right, let's check in with our own Chris Plant, who has been at the Pentagon and talking about humanitarian assistance. Chris, no doubt you saw the press conference given by the Iraq's trade minister. What's the latest where you are?
Well, I did, Anderson, and just a couple of observations on what he said. There's, of course, been no official reaction from people here at the Pentagon, but it was interesting that the minister was saying under these circumstances that they had plenty of food and plenty of medical supplies to deal with their own people, that they had, you know, an abundant and overflow. I think it was $21 million in their account, and if their ports were open, they had ships offshore and plenty of supplies to bring in. One of the main complaints that the Iraqi regime has had for a number of years now regarding the Oil for Food program, which the United Nations instituted after the embargoes, the UN embargoes first went in place. It was decided that the embargoes were too restrictive and was creating too much hardship for the population in Iraq, and so the Oil for Food program was created so that Iraq could generate an income enough to provide appropriate amounts of food imports and medical imports, which they had complained they were short of. So this has been in force for some number of years now. Still, the regime has complained all along that it wasn't nearly enough. They had complained of shortages. They had perpetually complained to the UN and to the international community that the Oil for Food program did not provide them with enough money over the course of a year to give them the food and medical supplies that they needed. So this is, I think, going to be interesting to people who have been watching this process closely to see the minister claiming that they have plenty of food and plenty of water. It's the first time that's been heard in quite some time. Of course, the United States has claimed during the course of this process that the Oil for Food program did in fact provide the regime with plenty of money to accommodate their needs, but that the money was in fact being diverted by Saddam Hussein's regime to build palaces and to line the pockets of the senior leadership and bank accounts, Swiss bank accounts overseas outside of Iraq for the senior leadership. So this has been a matter of great debate in the United Nations and in the international community for quite some time, but I don't think anyone has heard the Iraqi leadership claim that they had plenty of money to take care of their food and medical needs in the recent past. And as I think Carol pointed out, there is also a bit of an irony in that the coalition is saying that they're attempting to get water and food supplies into the city of Basra, and at the same time there are Iraqi forces in Basra. Of course, the circumstances are a bit unusual, but Iraqi forces in Basra that are keeping coalition forces, in this case British forces, from entering the city, where they say they would be able to provide the population there with food and water, and this water shortage becoming all the more critical, as we've heard described. So there are a number of ironies here, and of course the minister said that this is a lot of propaganda coming from the United States. Certainly the United States would argue that propaganda works both ways, and this is an unusual turn of events.
And Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to recall several days ago in the early hours of the fighting that was going on in the port town of Qasr, irregular Iraqi forces actually, according to one report, were holed up in a UN compound that had been used for the Oil for Food program. And that compound was under attack by coalition forces because that's where some irregular forces were allegedly using as a base of fire at some of the coalition forces. Also, should just point out that Qasr is important because it is the port entrance for what would be this humanitarian assistance. And though coalition forces say they have control of the port, that they are still meeting pockets of resistance throughout Qasr, and that it is simply too dangerous at this point to offload humanitarian assistance through the two ports in Qasr. So that's sort of the holdup, according to coalition forces. Chris Plant, thanks for the update. Go ahead.
That's one of them, certainly, and there are, I mean, the situation is rife with ironies, certainly. If the priority were humanitarian aid, then we probably wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. But I think the Iraqi regime would claim that their first priority is defending their country against the invasion by the Allied forces, and that if the people are going to suffer as a result of their inability to get humanitarian supplies in, they would doubtless blame that on the United States, Britain, Australia, and the coalition. Also, in discussions in the past hour or so, including what Christian Amanpour had to report about forces taking up positions in Basra, there have been some back and forth comments by British officials there as to whether they would now be interested in going into Basra to engage these forces. This is of course it's a very complicated situation, Anderson.
Certainly is that, and likely to get more complicated before it is resolved. Chris Plant, thanks very much at the Pentagon. Carol?
Okay, we're going to regroup now. We're going to take a short break. Before we do, though, I want to remind you that Prime Minister of Britain, Tony Blair, will speak live at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. And of course, when he begins speaking, we will bring that to you live. We're going to have much more for you right after this very short break. You stay right there.
CNN Tomorrow live updates on U.S. POWs and an unexpected threat to coalition forces. Next American Morning with Paul Azan. CNN Tomorrow, 7 a.m.
During Empire's half-off carpet sale, I'm cutting prices in half on all our best stain-resistant carpets. 50% off. That's a lot of cutting for a lot of savings. We'll bring samples to your home so you can choose your carpet where you use your carpet. And we'll install next day, complete with padding, with no payment till next year. Empire's half-off sale. Big price cuts mean big savings.
800-588-2300, Empire today.
Want to call up the perfect pre-owned car? Try carsense.com. No haggle pricing, no hassle searching. You don't have to see a lot of lots to see a lot of cars.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Introducing New America Online 8.0. With hundreds of new features, there's never been a better time to try it.
You've got mail.
With 8.0, I can customize my email. AOL's new parental controls I can set up for each one of my children. Now AOL searches are faster than ever with Google.
The customer service is free and it's 24 hours a day.
Call now and get 1,025 free hours for 45 days. There's no commitment and you don't even need a credit card.
America Online has so much more.
New AOL 8.0 with hundreds of new features. There's never been a better time to try it.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2 CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
And welcome back, 3:56 a.m. We just want to bring you up we want to bring you up to date on what's happening inside of Iraq right now. In fact, we have a graphic to show you illustrating it quite well.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot going on at this hour and has been all morning long. I guess the top story at this point that we've been following is the change in the military situation in and around Basra. Christian Amanpour reporting that that elements within Basra have now become military targets, and the city itself is now sort of on the agenda for targeting. Apparently, forces from the 51st Division, as well as irregular forces and Fedayeen forces, Iraqi forces, have withdrawn and sort of moved into the city. Apparently, apparently desiring coalition forces to somehow enter the city to try to fight them in some sort of urban environment. At this point, it's unclear what coalition forces are planning to do. It's largely a British area of control. We spoke to a member of the RAF who said RAF fighter jets stand ready to come in with precision-guided munitions if called upon. That is happening in Basra.
And in Nasiriyah, there are more firefights going on. And as you probably already know, the Marines are trying to take control of those 2 bridges over the Euphrates River. And of course, that would make it much easier for them to get to Baghdad. We understand there are firefights ongoing right now. There were reports over the wire from Reuters that the Marines were on the move again, but we don't have that confirmed here at CNN. So right now, we're going to stick with the firefights going on at Nasiriyah. And as you can see, it's quite close to Basra, just north of it.
And you probably saw the pictures if you've been following our coverage for the last 24 hours or so. Those pictures of the downed Apache helicopter didn't look like it was severely damaged at all. But that was in the area, according to Iraqi TV and Abu Dhabi TV at Karbala. Apparently Apache helicopter has since been destroyed by coalition forces. It still had some munitions on board it. Standard operating procedure to destroy aircraft, not leave it behind to fall into enemy hands.
The sad fact is that those 2 pilots that were aboard that Apache helicopter are now in Iraqi custody. And of course, we saw pictures of them on Iraqi television. We're going to hit our next hour now. It is 4 o'clock Eastern Time. And here are the latest developments at this hour. It's hard going for U.S. Marines in Nasiriyah in south-central Iraq. CNN's Art Harris, embedded with 1 Marine unit, reports nonstop gunfire, mortars and artillery as the Marines struggle to secure bridges across the Euphrates. He says Iraqis in civilian clothing are frequently emerging from homes to take pot shots at the Marines. In the meantime, at the other end of the country, coalition planes are stepping up their bombing campaign on the key northern city of Mosul. This is the 4th straight night of airstrikes there, and CNN's Ben Wiedemann, who is about 30 miles outside of the city, describes it as the most violent night of bombing since he arrived there. And British military officials now say the city of a legitimate military target. That's a change of strategy. The Allies had previously wanted to avoid fighting in the city, but Iraqi fighters have pulled back into Basra as part of a plan to engage coalition troops on Iraq's own terms. Two U.S. Apache helicopter pilots are confirmed POWs. Army Chief Warrant Officers David Williams and Ronald Young were captured when they had to put down their chopper during a fierce battle. At least 7 U.S. troops are now known to be in Iraqi custody. At least 12 other soldiers are unaccounted for. And for the first time, President Bush is putting a price tag on this war. He's told key members of Congress he wants roughly $75 billion. Now, that estimate is based on 30 days of combat and 6 months of operations in Iraq. The administration's request is expected to be the first of several. In the meantime, British Prime Minister Tony Blair will huddle with President Bush this week to discuss war strategy. Diplomatic sources are telling us that meeting is expected to take place at Camp David, and it could come as early as Thursday. And here's what's coming up in the next hour of our coverage of the war in Iraq. We will take a look at the cost of the war, the big cost that I just told you about. President Bush has now given his first estimate. We'll have reaction to that. Also, a look at the efforts to get food to Iraqi civilians caught in the middle of the war. Plus, we'll talk about a U.S. intelligence report on the possible plan, and we stress possible plan, by the Iraqi Republican Guard to use chemical weapons. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
You're looking at a live picture from Baghdad, a picture we have gotten to know quite well in the last days and weeks. 12:01 p.m. in Baghdad. Explosions reported overnight. Reuters reporting, according to witnesses, several explosions. We know from one of our reporters aboard an aircraft carrier, apparently a coalition aircraft or cruise missiles targeting Saddam International Airport as well as other sites in Baghdad. An Iraqi Air Force complex was destroyed on Monday. And as we said, Saddam International Airport has been targeted by coalition aircraft and missiles. Thanks very much for being with us. I'm Anderson Cooper.
And I'm Carol Costello.
As Darren Kagan, if you've been following our coverage all morning long, Darren Kagan was just reporting from Kuwait City. And as sort of an aside, she mentioned that it is both raining and that there are sort of sandstorms coming. The weather, of course, always plays an important part in war, and it is certainly no different in Iraq. Sandstorms blowing across the Iraqi desert stir up huge amounts of sand and sometimes can drop visibility to zero. Weather forecasts call for sandstorms across much of southern Iraq, where most coalition forces are operating. It seems like it's going to get very difficult in terms of weather in the next day or so. The sand can foul equipment, including filters, and attack helicopters, as well as the engines of tanks, trucks, and weaponry.
And just about 15 minutes ago, the Iraqi trade minister talked about the humanitarian, and the U.S. and Britain's, he talked about humanitarian aid that he says coalition forces are borrowing from Iraq. He says Iraq has enough money and doesn't want that humanitarian aid that's being offered by coalition forces. Let's listen.
The evil administration, represented by Bush and Blair, are haunting the people of Iraq, not just by bombs that they are dropping every day on the citizens and invading their holy land, which they were going to be buried in. But now they are preventing food and medicine from the people of Iraq.
Well, part of the coalition, Australia has committed some 2,000 forces to the war in Iraq. CNN's Becky Diamond is on an Australian ship. She joins us by phone. Becky, what's the latest?
Well, Anderson, the level of anxiety on this ship is heightened because of a mine threat in the KAA waterway. That's the waterway leading to Qasr from the Persian Gulf. Late last week, an Aussie-led boarding team, this ship hosts boarding teams. They're teams that go out and search every vessel leaving from Iraqi waters. And a boarding team late last week discovered 86 mines on 2 different Iraqi vessels. So this is causing quite a concern on this ship. The mines were discovered in a shipping container on a barge. A hidden door leading to a cargo hold held 68 buoyant and ground mines, and on another tug, there was another 18 mines hidden under 44-gallon drums. Now, none of the mines on either of those ships were thought to have been deployed, but there is a concern now that the waterways leading to Qasr could be mined, and they've asked everyone sleeping below the waterline on this ship to move up to the hangar deck. And in addition, everyone's supposed to be wearing a hard hat. And this ship's intending to go up the KA waterway and make sure it is cleared of mines so that ships carrying humanitarian aid can get up there. Anderson?
Becky, I imagine extraordinarily dangerous for the ships to be going up there searching for the mines. Do you have a sense of how they do it? I mean, you mentioned that there are boarding crews on that ship. I understand that they would board vessels looking for mines, but as for finding mines that are in the water, do you have a sense of how that's done?
Well, first, there are 2 primary mine countermeasures that this ship is coordinating. One is through a helicopter, a Sea King, I believe it's called, and it's an enormous helicopter, and it trails a tug. And that tug has some devices that detect mines. And of course, if something blows up, it'll blow, it's a sled more than a tug. It'll blow the sled up, which is unmanned, of course, and that will say, hey, a mine is here. The other way is through what's called a mine sweeper. It's a plastic hull ship, so that if there is an explosion, it can absorb the shock much better than the ship we're on right now. So through those 2 ways, they go out and detect whether mines are there. Once they've located a mine, they send out divers and ordnance specials to handle it. Anderson?
All right, Becky, so just so we're absolutely clear, they have found a number of mines. You're reporting on board at least 2 vessels, but nothing yet seen in the water at this point.
Absolutely correct, Anderson. There were 86 mines found, buoyant and ground mines, found on 2 different vessels, a barge and a tugboat. Now, people are concerned that mines could be in the water, but there is no evidence as of yet that any mines have been deployed or laid by Iraqi forces. Anderson?
All right, Becky Diamond reporting from aboard an Australian ship. I think we've sort of haven't really given much focus to the Australian forces that are involved in the coalition, and as we said earlier, some 2,000 or so Australian forces are involved in this coalition, and it's nice to see one report, at least on some of their efforts, trying to clear mines in their area around Qasr. Carol?
Very good point, Anderson. We want to take you now to northern Iraq because there's been an increase in the action out there. Kevin Seitz is there as usual, as he has been for days, and you've been hearing explosions all morning long, right, Kevin?
That's right, Carol, and things have been increasing lately. In fact, in the last hour or so, we probably have heard between half a dozen and maybe 10 explosions. Again, they have been far off in the distance. We haven't been able to see any flashes. Just to remind our viewers, we're about 40 kilometers from Kirkuk. We haven't seen the kind of action from here that our colleagues Brent Sadler and Ben Wiedemann are seeing near Mosul in Kalak, but we are hearing a lot of the explosions. And just to update you, there is an Iraqi division between us and Kirkuk. It's the Al-Mathana division. It is a sizable force.
Obviously, we're having some technical problems with Kevin Schott's live shot from northern Iraq, but he was talking about the Iraqi divisions in that area. And apparently Ben Wiedemann reported earlier that there were some 140,000 Iraqi troops there split into 3 different divisions. Of course, we don't know exactly where they are in the mountains of northern Iraq, but that's what Kevin Seitz was talking about. Coalition forces are now trying to soften those targets, and we believe that